Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Serena. Cardboard boxes towered around Serena like miniature skyscrapers as she stood in the middle of what would eventually become her living room. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight, streaming in through the bay window, highlighting the scuffed hardwood floors that desperately needed refinishing. "Well, this is cozy," she muttered, pushing her deep blue glasses up her nose. And by cozy, I mean tiny enough to make even a mouse claustrophobic. She kicked aside an empty box and made her way to the window seat. After unpacking and organizing for several hours, she figured she deserved a short break. The cushion let out a puff of stale air as she sank into it. Her fingers soon trailed along the worn velvet fabric as she stared out the window. At least the view hasn't changed. The harbor stretched out before her, where fishing boats bobbed gently on the water. The sight brought an unexpected lump to her throat. 10 years away, and Saltwater Grove still looks exactly the same, unlike some of us. Her reflection in the window caught her eye. Light brown hair escaping its messy bun, dark circles under her gray eyes that even her glasses couldn't hide. She yanked the elastic from her hair, letting it fall around her shoulders. "Look at you, Serena Bloom, from head veterinarian at a prestigious city clinic to unemployed in your hometown." She let out a hollow laugh. "Corporate restructuring. What a fancy way of saying thanks for dedicating 6 years of your life to us, now get out." The sound of a seagull's cry drew her attention back to the window. A cool breeze carried the scent of salt and seaweed through a gap in the weather stripping. She made a mental note to add that to her growing list of repairs. "Stop wallowing," she scolded herself, standing up and straightening her shoulders. "Julie will be here soon." She picked up a box marked bathroom and carried it down the narrow hallway. Besides, it could be worse. You could still be married to Richard, listening to him explain why working late with his secretary was completely innocent. The box landed on the bathroom counter with more force than necessary, sending up another cloud of dust. "Though I suppose I should thank him. Nothing like catching your husband kissing someone else to make you realize you've been unhappy for years." A car door slammed outside, and Serena's heart lifted slightly. Julie always had a way of making even the worst situations seem manageable. Maybe coming home wasn't such a terrible idea after all. "Time to focus," she told her reflection in the bathroom mirror, attempting to wrangle her hair back into some semblance of order. "You're a witch, for heaven's sake. You've mixed potions that could turn people into toads. Starting over should be a piece of cake." The doorbell chimed, and Serena navigated through the maze of boxes to answer it. Julie stood on the porch, balancing a drink carrier and a pink pastry box, her dark curls wild from the sea breeze. "I come bearing gifts." Julie swept inside, the aroma of coffee and sugar following in her wake. "And before you say anything, yes, I got your usual, vanilla latte with an extra shot, because you look like you need it. You're a lifesaver." Serena cleared a space on the kitchen counter, shoving aside a box of mismatched mugs. "Though I'm not sure if I should be offended by that last comment." "Please, I've known you long enough to read the signs. Messy bun, old sweater, that little crease between your eyebrows." Julie set down their breakfast and pulled Serena into a tight hug. "Welcome home." The familiar scent of Julie's lavender perfume brought tears to Serena's eyes. She blinked them away quickly, focusing instead on opening the donut box. "So, what else did you bring me?" "Boston cream, your favorite." Julie handed her a napkin. "Now, let's start unpacking and tell me everything. Phone calls and texts aren't the same." Serena pulled open a box labeled plates and began unwrapping newspaper from around her grandmother's china. "What's to tell? My life's basically a country song at this point. Lost my job, lost my husband, though that was by choice, and now I'm back in my hometown, living in a house that makes a shoebox look spacious. Hey, this place has character." Julie waved her hand, and a stream of water from the sink floated through the air, cleaning dust from the kitchen windows. "And you're not lost, you're just recalibrating." "Is that what we're calling it now?" Serena lined up the plates in a cabinet, each clink punctuating her words. "Because it feels more like failing spectacularly at adulting. You caught your husband cheating and chose to leave instead of staying in a bad marriage. That's not failing, that's having self-respect." Julie pulled out drawer organizers and began sorting silverware. "And sometimes coming home is exactly what we need to find ourselves again." "When did you get so wise?" Serena took a bite of her donut. "Oh, honey, I've always been wise. You were just too busy being perfect to notice." Julie winked. "Now, tell me more about this corporate restructuring nonsense." Serena picked at her donut, the sweet cream filling, suddenly less appealing. "The vet clinic got bought out by some big corporate conglomerate. They brought in their own team, said something about streamlining operations, and suddenly half of us were packing up our offices." "That's ridiculous. You were there for 6 years." Julie's water stream splashed indignantly into the sink. "Apparently, loyalty doesn't count for much these days." Serena wrapped her arms around herself, the old sweater offering little comfort. "I've called every vet clinic in Saltwater Grove, but no one's hiring. Dr. Henderson's still running his practice, and the Murphy sisters have their exotic pet clinic." "Speaking of the Murphy sisters," Julie's eyes lit up as she pulled another donut from the box. "You'll never guess what happened at their place last week. Mrs. Peterson brought in her sick parrot. You remember Mrs. Peterson, right? Still wears those giant flower print dresses." Serena nodded, grateful for the change of subject. The weight of unemployment pressed less heavily when Julie was in full gossip mode. "Well, turns out the parrot wasn't sick at all. It had picked up some rather colorful language from Mrs. Peterson's new boyfriend." Julie wiggled her eyebrows. "And I mean colorful, the kind that would make a sailor blush." A laugh bubbled up from Serena's chest, surprising her. "No way!" "Oh yes, right in the middle of the waiting room, this proper little bird starts cursing like it's auditioning for a mob movie." Julie gestured with her coffee cup. "And that's not even the best part. Remember old Mr. Jenkins from the hardware store? The one who used to give us candy when we were kids? He retired last month and opened a dance studio. Ballet. He's got the little tutu and everything." Julie's eyes sparkled with amusement. Half the town's grandmothers have signed up for his senior citizen class. The mental image of Mr. Jenkins in a tutu sent Serena into a fit of giggles. She wiped tears from under her glasses, realizing it was the first time she'd really laughed in weeks. "See?" Julie reached across the counter and squeezed her hand. "Saltwater Grove might be small, but we're never boring." Julie then led the way into the living room, navigating through the piles of boxes. "Let's tackle these next. Your books aren't going to unpack themselves." Serena trailed behind, coffee cup in hand, watching as Julie sliced through packing tape with a flick of her finger, water droplets crystallizing into a makeshift blade. "Show off," Serena muttered, though she couldn't help but smile. "Speaking of showing off." Julie paused, a stack of veterinary textbooks hovering in midair. "You know who's doing really well for himself? Logan Steele." The name hit Serena like a splash of cold water. Her hands fumbled with the cup, nearly spilling coffee on her sweater. "Oh? He runs that wildlife sanctuary on the edge of town now, does amazing work with injured animals." Julie's voice was deliberately casual as she arranged books on the shelf. "He's changed a lot since..." Since I left? Serena busied herself with unpacking picture frames, hoping Julie wouldn't notice the tremor in her hands. Or since he decided vet school was a waste of time and I was being ridiculous for wanting to go. That was 10 years ago, sir. He's grown up. Julie turned, her expression softening. And from what I hear, he's actually working with a lot of vets now for his rehabilitation program. Serena snorted, placing a photo of her graduation day on the shelf. Richard's face smiled up at her, and she immediately turned it face down. Well, good for him, but I didn't come back here to rehash ancient history. The last thing I need is to run into another ex who broke my heart. Fair enough. Julie held up her hands in surrender. Though technically you broke his heart when you left. I broke... Serena stopped herself, taking a deep breath. The scent of cardboard and dust filled her lungs. Can we just... not? Despite her protests, memories flooded back. Summer nights at the beach, the warmth of Logan's arms around her, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed. The bear shifter had been her first real love, before Richard, before everything went wrong. You're right, Julie said, mercifully changing the subject. Let's focus on getting you settled. Though I should warn you, this town isn't exactly big enough to avoid anyone forever. Watch me try, Serena muttered, but her mind wandered traitorously to thoughts of Logan working with injured animals, to those strong hands that once held her now gentle with wounded creatures. She shook her head, banishing the image. She had enough complications in her life without adding Logan Steele to the mix.
Chapter 2. Logan. Logan crossed his arms as doctor. Henderson scratched his balding head, peering at the young fox through his wire-rimmed glasses. The animal lay listless in its enclosure, its normally bright red fur dulled to an ashen gray. I've never seen anything like this, Dr. Henderson said, flipping through his notes. The blood works normal. No parasites, no infections. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this fox, except it's turning gray and barely moving, Logan finished, his jaw tightening. The scent of magic clung to the fox's fur, sharp and electric. Not that he could explain that to the human vet. Could be environmental toxins, maybe heavy metals in the water supply? Already tested. Water's clean, Logan replied, frustration building in his chest. 3 other animals had shown similar symptoms this week, all of them touched by the same otherworldly signature. Well, I could run more tests. No need, Doc. Logan pulled out his wallet. How much do I owe you? Dr. Henderson blinked. But we haven't figured out what's wrong yet. Sometimes these things work themselves out. Logan counted out several bills. I appreciate you coming out here. At least let me prescribe some antibiotics. Thanks, but I've got it from here. He guided the protesting vet toward the sanctuary's entrance, past rows of enclosures housing injured wildlife awaiting release. Mr. Steele, as a veterinary professional, I really must insist. Have a good afternoon, Doc. Logan shut the gate behind the vet with perhaps a bit more force than necessary. Once alone, he turned back to survey his sanctuary, his territory. Logan's nostrils flared as a familiar scent caught his attention. Pine needles mixed with stale cigarettes. His gaze swept across the sanctuary's perimeter until it landed on a section of mangled fencing near the tree line. Son of a... He stalked over to inspect the damage. The metal fencing lay twisted and warped, bearing deep gouges from claws larger than any natural bear's. Bite marks peppered the posts, splintering the wood beneath. 3rd time this month. Logan ran his fingers along the jagged edges. Getting real tired of your games, Silas. The bear within him rumbled, remembering the satisfaction of taking down his former friend years ago. Back when Silas had started targeting humans, claiming they were destroying shifter territory, Logan had chosen to protect both worlds instead. Gonna cost me another $1,000 to fix this? He kicked a broken post, sending it skittering across the ground. The damage stretched for nearly 20 feet. Logan paced the length, cataloging each breach point. Silas hadn't just attacked randomly, he'd methodically weakened the entire section. One good storm would bring it down completely, What's your end game here, buddy? Logan crouched to examine a particularly deep claw mark. Breaking my fence won't change what happened. A twig snapped in the woods beyond. Logan's head jerked up, his eyes shifting to bare vision for a split second. Sharper, able to pierce shadows. Nothing moved in the tree line, but the hair on his neck stood up anyway. Yeah, I know you're out there. He straightened, rolling his shoulders. Want to do this face to face? Or are you just going to keep playing peekaboo with my property? Only silence answered. Logan pulled out his phone to snap pictures of the damage. His insurance company was getting really tired of these claims, but what could he tell them? Sorry, my ex-best friend turned eco-terrorist keeps vandalizing my sanctuary in bear form? Getting sloppy, Si. He zoomed in on a patch of fur caught in the wire. Leaving evidence everywhere. Prison must have made you stupid. Logan tucked his phone away and headed toward the raccoon enclosure. The normally rambunctious creatures huddled in their den, their usual chattering replaced by weak whimpers. Their fur had started taking on that same ashen tinge as the fox's. Come on, guys! He pulled fresh berries from his pocket. Got your favorite blackberries here. The raccoons didn't budge. Logan's chest tightened as he dropped the berries near their den entrance. The sweet tart scent that usually drove them crazy barely registered a twitch. Fine, be that way. He moved to the next enclosure where a young deer lay curled up, its legs tucked beneath it. The same magical signature clung to its fur. You too, huh, buddy? The deer's ear flicked, but it made no attempt to stand. Logan crouched beside the fence, his bear's heightened senses picking up the animal's labored breathing. This isn't how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to get better here, not worse. He stood back up, turning toward the next enclosure. A hawk screeched overhead, drawing his attention to the aviary. At least the birds seemed unaffected so far. Small mercies. What am I missing? Logan checked water levels and food supplies more out of habit than necessity. The sick animals barely touched their provisions. Magic doesn't just appear out of nowhere. He paused at the fox's enclosure again. The creature's chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, its nose dry and cracked. Some protector I turned out to be. Logan's knuckles whitened on the fence. Can't even keep you safe in my own sanctuary. Don't worry, little guy. Logan forced a lighter tone. We'll figure this out. Nobody messes with my animals and gets away with it. The words rang hollow even to his own ears. Whatever was affecting these creatures wasn't natural, and no amount of conventional veterinary care seemed to help. He needed someone who understood magic, someone who could. Logan leaned against the fence post, memories suddenly washing over him. A witch who knows animal medicine. Real convenient how that'd be useful right about now. His fingers traced the rough wood grain, remembering how he'd built these enclosures with his own hands after Serena left town. Back then, the physical labor had been a welcome distraction from the hollow ache in his chest. Should have supported her dream instead of being a stubborn jerk. He kicked at a clump of dirt. But no, I had to run my mouth about how vet school was just a big waste of time. The fox whimpered again, drawing his attention. Logan crouched beside the enclosure, his bear's protective instincts churning beneath his skin. You would have loved her, little guy. He watched the fox's labored breathing. She always had this way with animals. Could tell what was wrong just by looking at them. Used to drive me crazy how right she was all the time. A squirrel chittered overhead, almost sounding like laughter. Logan shot at a look. Yeah, laugh it up. The big bad bear shifter, admitting he was wrong. He straightened, brushing dirt from his jeans. Wonder if she ever finished that degree. Probably running some fancy city clinic by now. The image of Serena in a pristine white coat, helping some pampered poodle with a tummy ache, made him snort. She'd always been meant for more than that. Her magic had practically hummed whenever she worked with injured creatures. Should have seen her potential instead of my own stupid pride. He stared past the fox, looking at nothing in particular. Real smooth, Steele. Chase away the one person who could have made this place everything it should have been. The bear within him paced restlessly, remembering how Serena's magic had always made his shifter side feel more balanced, complete somehow. Not that he would have ever admitted that to her. 10 years. He shook his head. 10 years of building this place, And I still catch myself thinking, Serena would know what to do every time something goes wrong. The squirrel suddenly ran past Logan's boot, tearing him away from his thoughts. Don't suppose you know where to find a potion brewing vet in Saltwater Grove? He asked the squirrel as it ventured off. Logan turned away from the fox enclosure. His boots crunched on gravel as he headed to his truck. The old Ford F-150 had seen better days, its navy paint scratched and dented from years of hauling supplies and rescued animals. Time to swallow that pride, big guy, he muttered, climbing into the driver's seat. The leather creaked under his weight. Nina might know someone who can help, and those animals can't wait for your ego to catch up. The engine roared to life, and Logan pulled onto the winding road leading into town. His bear bristled at the idea of asking for help, but he shoved that instinct down. The sanctuary came first. The cauldron and cups neon sign flickered in the afternoon sun as Logan parked. Through the window, he spotted Nina orchestrating a symphony of floating mugs and ingredients behind the counter. The bell chimed as he pushed through the door, and the smell of coffee and magic hit his nose like a punch. If there is another witch in this town who knows their stuff about potions, Nina will know, he reminded himself, ducking to avoid a levitating teapot. The cafe buzzed from the large afternoon crowd. A group of teenage witches giggled in the corner as their moonbeam macchiatos lifted them inches off their seats. At the counter, a mermaid sipped her siren's song smoothie, her green scales shimmering with each gulp. Logan Steele. Nina's apron twinkled like a miniature galaxy as she turned to face him. What brings the sanctuary's resident grumpy bear to my humble establishment today? I need your help, Nina. He leaned against the counter, watching as she directed a dirty mug to wash itself in the sink. I've got some animals showing weird symptoms. Magic weird. Do you know anyone who might be able to take a look? Nina's hands danced through the air, sending ingredients spinning into a waiting blender. Magical veterinary issues? That's quite specific. The vintage espresso machine hissed in steam behind her as she considered his request, purple sparks dancing at her fingertips. Yeah, well, Logan scratched his jaw. The regular vet is stumped, and I'm running out of options.
Chapter 3. Serena. The familiar tinkle of the bell above the cauldron and cup's door wrapped around Serena like a warm hug as she stepped inside. As she made her way toward the counter, the scent of coffee and magic followed her. Suddenly, memories of late night studying potions recipes while Nina coached her came rushing back. Look who finally came home! Nina's hands paused mid-air, a floating teacup freezing in its trajectory. Her constellation-speckled apron twinkled as she rushed around the counter. Nina! Serena melted into the older witch's embrace. I've missed your dragon's breath hot chocolate. And your potions lessons? Nina pulled back, her eyes crinkling. You were my best student. Until I nearly blew up your vintage espresso machine. Water under the bridge, dear. Nina waved her hand, purple sparks dancing from her fingers. The usual for both of you? The menu board above the counter shifted, chalk letters rearranging themselves into new specials. Julie nodded. What about those amazing roast beef sandwiches? Coming right up, Nina replied with a warm smile. Serena and Julie soon settled at a corner table beneath floating lanterns that cast a red glow over their faces. So, Julie said between bites of her sandwich, have you given any thought to what you'll do, since the vet clinics aren't hiring? Serena watched a teaspoon stir her drink on its own. I might have to look for something else, which sucks because animals are your life, Julie finished. But maybe there's another way to use your skills? Right now I can barely organize my moving boxes. Serena's sandwich remained untouched, let alone figure out how to use my skills creatively. You're being too hard on yourself. Julie's water glass frosted over at her touch. Remember when you saved Mrs. Henderson's cat with that healing potion you invented? Nobody else could figure out what was wrong with it. That was before everything fell apart. The warm atmosphere of the cafe suddenly felt stifling. before I realized how spectacularly bad I am at making life decisions. One failed marriage doesn't mean you're bad at making decisions. It means some things just weren't meant to be. The bell's melodic chime drew Serena's attention to the door, and her heart stumbled. Logan Steele filled the doorframe, his dark hair windswept as if he'd been working outside all morning. The years had been unfairly kind to him. He'd grown more rugged, more solid. Serena's sandwich suddenly became fascinating. "Oh no." "Oh yes," Julie whispered, a grin spreading across her face. "Don't you dare wave him over." "I wouldn't dream of it." Julie's innocent tone didn't match her mischievous expression. Serena peeked up briefly. Logan leaned against the counter, speaking in hushed tones to Nina. His forearms, corded with muscle and bearing fresh scratches, rested on the worn wood. His plain black t-shirt stretched across his shoulders as he gestured with one hand, clearly explaining something with intensity. "Stop staring," Julie murmured. "I'm not staring, I'm observing." Nina's hands danced through the air as she talked with Logan, purple sparks trailing from her fingertips. Whatever they discussed had her excited or concerned. "I should go," Serena whispered, pushing her chair back. "Before he—" "If you duck out now, you'll knock over that floating tea tray behind you," Julie pointed out. "And then he'll definitely notice you." Serena froze. Sure enough, a tray loaded with steaming cups hovered just behind her chair, waiting to deliver its cargo to another table. She sank back down, trapped. "This is karma, isn't it?" Serena adjusted her glasses. "For that time I turned down your brother by pretending to be allergic to water witches? First of all, that was hilarious. Second, you're just going to have to face him eventually. Saltwater Grove isn't that big." Serena pretended to be absorbed in her sandwich, but she watched Nina and Logan from the corner of her eye. "Your neck's going to cramp if you keep sitting like that," Julie whispered. "I'm not sitting like anything." Serena straightened. "I'm eating lunch." "That same piece you've been holding for the past 5 minutes?" Heat crept up Serena's neck. She set down her sandwich. "I just want to know what they're talking about. Nina seems worked up about something." Julie's knowing smile made Serena want to hex her. "Nothing to do with the way Logan's forearms flex when he gestures?" "I hadn't noticed." The lie tasted worse than a failed healing potion. Nina's voice rose slightly, carrying across the cafe. "I have the perfect solution. She's brilliant with both potions and animals." Serena's stomach dropped as Nina gestured in her direction. Logan's head turned. Those gold-flecked brown eyes widened as they met hers. The surprise on his face matched what she felt, like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over her head. "Oh God," Serena muttered, fumbling with her napkin. Logan quickly turned back to his conversation with Nina. Despite Serena's best efforts, her gaze kept drifting to Logan. He'd lean in to listen to Nina, then glance her way again, running a hand through his messy dark hair. The gesture was so familiar it made her chest ache. "He's looking over here." "You're looking back," Julie pointed out. "Maybe if I slide under the table." "And what, live there forever?" Julie snorted. "Besides, he's coming over." "What?" Serena's head snapped up. Sure enough, Logan had pushed away from the counter. He took 2 steps in their direction, hesitated, then pretended to be very interested in the floating menu board. "This is ridiculous," Serena whispered. "We're adults. Why are we acting like teenagers at a school dance?" "Because it's more fun this way?" Julie grinned. "Oh, look, he's trying again." Logan had indeed started toward their table once more. He cleared his throat as he approached. Serena's heart hammered against her ribs as she fiddled with her napkin. "Hey, Serena?" His voice carried the same warm roughness she remembered. "Julie." Julie kicked Serena under the table. "Hi, Logan," Julie said too cheerfully. "Hi," Serena said sheepishly. "You look good." The words tumbled out before she could stop them. A half smile tugged at his mouth. "You too. Welcome back." "Thanks." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Want to join us?" He slid into the seat, and Serena caught a whiff of sawdust and pine needles. How's life been treating you? I finished vet school. She twisted a loose strand of hair around her finger. Then worked at a clinic in the city until recently. Until the divorce, Julie supplied helpfully. Serena shot her a look. Logan's eyebrows lifted slightly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. It was for the best. Serena waved her hand dismissively. What about you? Julie mentioned something about a wildlife sanctuary? His eyes lit up, gold flecks catching the lantern light. Built it myself after, well, a while back. We take in injured wildlife, rehabilitate them. Some magical creatures, too, when they need help. That's amazing. The genuine admiration in her voice surprised her. Always knew you had a soft spot for animals. Remember when he rescued that baby raccoon from Mrs. Peterson's chimney? Julie grinned. And it wouldn't leave him alone for weeks? Serena found herself smiling at the memory. Followed him everywhere. Logan rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks flushing. Yeah, well, speaking of which, I should head back. Got a few patients that need checking on. He stood, his chair scraping against the floor. It was good seeing you, Serena. You too, Logan. She watched him leave, the bell's melodic chime marking his exit. The scent of pine lingered, mixing with the cafe's magical atmosphere in a way that made her chest ache with nostalgia. Well, Julie said, that wasn't completely awkward. Yeah, sure, Serena muttered. I can't believe you brought up the divorce. Serena watched as a floating teacup pirouetted past their table, the steam forming little hearts that dissipated in the air. She wished she could disappear as easily as that steam. You have to admit, Julie said, stirring her drink with a wave of her finger, he's filled out nicely. Those arms, come on. Can you not? Serena adjusted her glasses. I mean, yes, the sanctuary thing is impressive. It suits him. But that's it. That's it? Julie raised an eyebrow. The way you two were looking at each other, I thought Nina's lanterns might burst. We weren't. Serena paused as Nina sent a plate of cookies floating their way. Okay, maybe I looked. A little, but it doesn't matter. I'm forever done with relationships. Forever? That's a long time. My track record speaks for itself. Serena picked up a cookie, examining it rather than eating it. I thought Richard was perfect, and look how that turned out. Before that, Logan and I imploded spectacularly. I clearly have terrible judgment when it comes to men. Julie snorted. Logan was different. You were both young and stupid. He wanted to stay here. You wanted to go to vet school. And neither of us knew how to compromise. The cookie crumbled in Serena's fingers. Besides, that's ancient history. We're different people now. Exactly. Different, more mature people who might... No. Serena pointed her cookie at Julie. Don't even finish that thought. I need to focus on rebuilding my life, not complicating it with ex-boyfriend drama. Even if he did look unfairly good in that t-shirt. Ha, so you did notice. I have eyes, Julie. Serena finally bit into her cookie. But I also have common sense. Ex-boyfriends are ex for a reason. Fine, fine. Julie raised her hands in surrender. But when you two inevitably fall back in love, I expect to be maid of honor. I'm hexing you with hiccups the next time you sleep. Worth it, Julie grinned. Your cheeks still get all pink when you talk about him. Serena touched her face, feeling the warmth there. They do not. It's just warm in here. Nina's lanterns are extra bright today. Keep telling yourself that.
Chapter 4. Logan. Logan gripped his truck's steering wheel, his knuckles white as he navigated the winding roads. Cherry blossoms drifted across his windshield as he made his way back to the sanctuary. Their sweet scent mixed with the salt air through his open window. He couldn't shake the image of Serena from his mind, the way she twisted that loose strand of hair around her finger, just like she used to do when they were together. Damn it, he muttered, hitting the steering wheel. Nina was right. Serena would be perfect for helping with his sick animals. A vet who could work with magic? That's exactly what he needed. But seeing her again, looking so vulnerable yet still so beautiful, his bear stirred restlessly inside him, remembering her scent, lavender and vanilla, with an underlying hint of something uniquely Serena. The same scent that used to drive him wild a long time ago. Get it together, he growled at himself, pulling over to the side of the road. The spring breeze rustled through the budding trees, carrying the distant sound of songbirds. She's got her own problems. She doesn't need yours, too. His phone buzzed. Nina. What? Did you ask her? Nina's voice crackled through the speaker. No. Logan Steele, you stubborn bear. Your animals need help. I'll figure something out. Like what? She just recently got divorced, Nina. She's trying to put her life back together. You need a vet who knows magic. She does. It's not complicated. It's always complicated with Serena. The memory of their last fight flashed through his mind. Her tears, his anger, words they couldn't take back. Only because you make it that way, Nina's voice softened. The sanctuary needs her. Your animals need her. Logan watched a cherry blossom land on his hood, its delicate petals a stark contrast to the truck's rugged exterior. Just like Serena had always been to him, soft where he was rough, careful where he was impulsive. I'll think about it. Don't think too long. Those animals won't heal themselves. The line went dead, leaving Logan alone with his thoughts. Logan soon pulled up to the sanctuary, the gravel crunching under his truck's tires. Spring flowers dotted the surrounding meadow. Their cheerful colors were a stark contrast to his mood. His bear's protective instincts surged as he approached the first enclosure. Hey there, buddy. He knelt beside the fox's pen. The animal's eyes were glazed. Not doing any better, are you? The fox merely blinked at him, too weak to even lift its head. Logan's hands clenched into fists. Moving to the next enclosure, he found the deer hadn't touched their food again. Come on, girl. Logan offered a handful of fresh greens to the youngest doe. She turned away, her ears flat against her head. Damn it. His phone buzzed. Another text from Nina. He ignored it, knowing exactly what it would say. The same thing she'd been telling him all afternoon. Call Serena. The scent of wildflowers and fresh grass carried on the spring breeze, along with something else lurking underneath. Something wrong. His bear caught it, a whiff of decay that shouldn't be there. This is definitely Silas's doing. Logan's voice rumbled with barely contained rage. He'd bet his sanctuary on it. But proving it? That was another matter entirely. A young raccoon chittered weakly from its enclosure, drawing his attention, its usual mischievous nature subdued by whatever magical illness plagued the sanctuary. I know, little guy. I'm trying. Logan reached through the bars and gently scratched behind the raccoon's ears. The animal leaned into his touch, seeking comfort. I'm trying. His bear stirred inside him, frustrated by their inability to protect their charges. These animals depended on him. He'd promised them safety, healing, and now... Logan pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over Nina's latest message. Serena's face flashed through his mind again. The way she looked at the cauldron and cup, her gray eyes still holding that same determination he remembered, even behind the new uncertainty. Logan then scrolled through his contacts. His thumb hovered over Julie's name. The raccoon chirped again, as if urging him on. The sound of suffering animals around him made the decision easier. His bear didn't like asking for help, but sometimes being a leader meant swallowing your pride. He pressed call before he could change his mind. The phone rang 3 times before Julie's cheerful voice answered. Logan Steele? Now this is a surprise. Julie. He cleared his throat. Listen, I need a favor. Must be serious if you're calling me. It's about Serena. The words came out rougher than he intended. I've got some sick animals here. Need someone who knows both veterinary medicine and magic. And you want to hire her? Julie's voice held a teasing note that made him grip the phone tighter. This isn't personal, it's business. His bear disagreed, rumbling inside him at the lie. The animals are suffering and I'm running out of options. Uh-huh, just business. Julie laughed. Hold on a sec. There was rustling on the other end of the line, followed by muffled voices. His enhanced hearing picked up Julie saying, "It's Logan. He wants to talk to you about a job." Logan's heart hammered in his chest. He hadn't expected Julie to put Serena on the phone right away. He wasn't prepared. The sound of the phone changing hands seemed to echo in his ears. "Serena?" His voice came out deeper than usual, his bear pushing forward at the prospect of talking to her. The silence on the other end of the line stretched out, making his skin prickle with anticipation. Through the phone, he caught the soft sound of her breath, bringing back memories of whispered conversations and stolen kisses under starlit skies. "Logan!" Serena's voice finally came through soft and uncertain, making his bear pace inside him. "Yeah, I'm here." He leaned against the raccoon's enclosure, gathering his thoughts. "Listen, I've got a bit of a situation here at the sanctuary." "Oh." "Several animals are sick with something the regular vet can't figure out. I'm thinking it might be—" He paused, watching the raccoon's labored breathing. "Magical in nature." He heard a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "What are their symptoms?" Logan's bear approved of her immediate shift to professional mode. "Lethargy, loss of appetite. Some have glazed eyes, others won't touch their food. Nothing shows up in regular tests." "That does sound unusual." Papers rustled in the background. "Have you tried everything I can think of?" He kicked his foot back and forth in the dirt. "Look, I know this is awkward, but you're exactly what I need right now." The words came out before he could rephrase them. "For the animals, I mean. A vet who understands magic." A pause stretched between them, filled with unspoken history. "I'll pay your regular rates, of course," he added quickly, "plus extra for the magical consultation." "Logan," she sighed, and he could picture her pushing her glasses up her nose like she always did when thinking. "I don't know if—" "Please." The word cost him, but his bear didn't care about pride when their charges were suffering. "They're getting worse." Another pause. The raccoon chirped weakly, as if adding its own plea. "Okay," she said finally. "I can come by tomorrow morning, but this is strictly professional." "Wouldn't dream of it being anything else." His bear huffed at the lie. "9 work for you?" "9's fine. I'll have Julie text you my new number. Then you can text me the address." "Will do. And Serena?" His voice roughened. "Thanks." "Don't thank me yet. I haven't even seen them." The call ended, leaving Logan staring at his phone. His bear roared with satisfaction at getting help for their animals, even as the man worried about spending time alone with Serena again. Later that night, Logan paced the length of his cabin's living room, the moonlight streaming in through the windows. His bear's restless energy matched his own as he checked his phone for the 10th time that hour. The message he'd sent Serena with the sanctuary's address remained unanswered. "Get it together," he muttered. "She's just coming to check on the animals." But his bear disagreed, remembering how she'd looked at the cafe, the way her gray eyes had widened behind those glasses when she saw him, the slight tremble in her hand as she twirled her hair around her finger. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed 10 o'clock. Logan grabbed his jacket, deciding a final check on the animals would help settle his nerves. The spring night air carried the scent of blooming jasmine as he approached the enclosures. "Can't sleep either, huh?" he said to the raccoon, who chittered weakly at his approach. "Yeah, I know. Help's coming tomorrow." His phone buzzed. Nina again. "What now?" "Just checking if you actually called her." "I did. She's coming tomorrow at 9. "Good." Nina paused. "Try not to mess it up this time." "It's just business." "Right. And I'm just a barista." Nina's laugh crackled through the speaker. "Your bear never could lie worth a damn when it came to her." Logan growled softly. "Don't start." Fine, but Logan, she's not the same girl who left, and you're not the same boy she left behind." The line went dead before he could respond. Logan shoved his phone back in his pocket, his bear rumbling at Nina's words. Of course, Serena wasn't the same. Divorce had left its marks. He'd seen it in the way she held herself, like she was waiting for the next blow. The raccoon chirped again, drawing his attention back to the present. Yeah, I know. Let's just focus on getting you better first. Everything else can wait." But as he made his way back to his cabin, his bear wondered if anything involving Serena could really wait this time around.
Chapter 5. Serena. Serena's old Honda Civic crunched over gravel as she pulled up to the sanctuary's entrance the following morning. Her hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel as she parked. "Just a job," she muttered, adjusting her glasses and checking her reflection in the rearview mirror. Her messy bun had somehow gotten messier during the drive. Like any other patient visit, except the owner is your ex, no big deal. The sanctuary sprawled before her, a maze of enclosures and natural habitats bordered by tall metal fencing. The scent of pine needles and fresh earth drifted through her open window, along with the distant calls of various animals. Her veterinary kit felt heavier than usual as she lifted it from the passenger seat. The gravel shifted under her sensible flats as she made her way to the gate, each step feeling like she was walking through molasses. Logan stood waiting at the entrance, and Serena's breath caught. The years had been kind to him. More than kind. His dark hair was tousled by the morning breeze, and his worn jeans and flannel shirt somehow made him look more rugged than she remembered. His eyes, those familiar gold-flecked brown eyes, tracked her approach with an intensity that made her cheeks warm. "Get it together," she whispered to herself, gripping her kit tighter. "You're a professional. You've handled scarier things than an attractive ex, like that time with the angry cockatoo." But the cockatoo hadn't looked at her the way Logan was looking at her now, like he was seeing something he'd lost and found again. A strand of hair escaped her bun and tickled her neck. She resisted the urge to fidget with it, instead focusing on maintaining her professional demeanor. The distance to the gate felt like miles, though it was only a few yards. Each step brought her closer to those searching eyes, and she found herself wishing she'd worn something other than her old clinic scrubs. Logan swung open the heavy gate as she approached. "Thanks for coming out. The animals are this way." Serena followed him down a winding path, her medical kit bumping against her leg. The sanctuary was larger than she'd expected, with natural-looking enclosures nestled among the trees. Under different circumstances, she might have appreciated the thoughtful layout. "How many animals are showing symptoms?" she asked, pulling out her notepad. "7 so far. Started with the deer, then spread to the foxes and raccoons." Logan's shoulders tensed as they approached the first enclosure. "Lost 2 already." A young deer lay curled in the shade, its breathing labored. Serena knelt beside it, running her hands along its flanks. The fur felt normal, with no signs of parasites or skin conditions. "When did the symptoms first appear?" "About 3 weeks ago. First it was just lethargy, then they stopped eating." She checked the deer's gums, pale but not alarming, and took its temperature. Everything pointed to illness, but nothing specific jumped out at her, just like the other vets had said. "Mind if I check the others?" They moved from enclosure to enclosure. Each animal displayed similar symptoms: lethargy, loss of appetite, and slight fever. It was like watching the same movie with different actors. "The raccoon there," Logan pointed to a particularly listless creature. "He used to steal my lunch if I wasn't careful. Now he won't even touch fresh fish." Serena couldn't help but smile. "Sounds like quite the character." "They all are," his voice softened. "That's why it's killing me not being able to help them." The genuine concern in his voice tugged at something in her chest. This was a different Logan than she remembered. Still intense, but gentler somehow. She closed her kit with a snap. "Well, medically speaking, I'm as stumped as the others, but..." She adjusted her glasses, a habit when she was thinking. "I might have another approach we could try." "Your potions." "If you're comfortable with that, it's not exactly standard veterinary practice." Logan's eyes lit up. "At this point, I'd try dancing naked under a full moon if it would help." "Let's save that for Plan B," Serena said, fighting back a grin. "Though I'd pay good money to see it." The words slipped out. Logan's startled laugh made her cheeks burn, but she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Serena cleared her throat and quickly dug into her kit, pulling out several small vials. "I'll need to check their magical signatures first," she said, focusing on the task at hand. She uncorked a crystal vial filled with shimmering blue liquid. This will show any magical interference. She administered drops to each animal's tongue, watching as the liquid created a soft glow around them. The deer's aura pulsed a sickly green. "That's not normal," she muttered, jotting notes. "Their natural magical signatures should be earth-toned." Logan leaned close to observe, his shoulder brushing hers. The contact sent tingles down her spine. "What does the green mean?" "Someone's been tampering with their life force." She shifted away slightly, trying to ignore how his woodsy scent made her head spin. "Hand me the brown vial from my kit." Their fingers touched as he passed it to her. Serena nearly dropped the vial, her hands suddenly clumsy. "Careful there," Logan said, steadying her grip. "These little guys need steady hands." "Right." She took a deep breath and began mixing ingredients in a small bowl. This should counteract whatever's affecting them. Working quickly, she combined herbs and magical elements, the mixture turning a warm golden color. As she worked, Logan helped hold the animals still, his gentle touch with them making her heart do strange flips. "There we go." She administered the potion to each sick animal. "Now we wait." They didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, the deer lifted its head, eyes brightening. The raccoon Logan had mentioned earlier immediately tried to investigate her kit for snacks. "Hey, you little thief!" Logan laughed, gently shooing it away. His laugh made her stomach flutter. "Looks like someone's feeling better." "The potion's working," Serena said, relief flooding through her. She started to pack her supplies back into her kit, watching the now energetic raccoon trying to sneak peeks inside. This wasn't a natural illness. Someone targeted these animals specifically with magic. Any idea who might want to harm them? Logan's jaw tightened as he shooed away the curious raccoon again. "Remember Silas Regan?" "The bear shifter you turned in? Julie told me about that when it happened." Serena's fingers stilled on her kit. "He's out now." "Got released last month. Since then, my fence keeps getting destroyed, and now this." He gestured to the recovering animals. "Can't prove it's him, but who else would have motive?" Serena finished his sentence. The morning sun caught Logan's eyes, turning them almost golden, and she quickly looked away. "I should come back tomorrow, make sure the counterspell is holding." "You don't have to." "I want to," Serena insisted. "I mean, professionally speaking, I should monitor their recovery." Logan's smile did funny things to her insides, like her organs were playing musical chairs. Some things hadn't changed. He still had that effect on her, like gravity pulling her in. But she couldn't afford to fall into his orbit again. She had a life to rebuild, and he had his hands full with Silas. They walked to her car in silence, broken only by the sounds of the sanctuary coming alive around them. Birds calling and the distinct sound of that raccoon probably getting into something it shouldn't. "Thanks again for coming out," Logan said as they reached her car. "It means a lot." "Just doing my job." Serena fumbled with her keys, trying to ignore how the morning light caught his dark hair, how his flannel shirt stretched across his shoulders. "Same time tomorrow." "I'll be here." He stepped back, hands in his pockets. "Try not to miss me too much until then." Serena laughed, despite herself. "I think I'll manage somehow." She slid into her car before she could say anything else, before the pull between them could grow any stronger. Serena steered her Honda through the tree-lined roads, leading away from the sanctuary. She smiled as she remembered how quickly the animals had perked up after her potion. "First time I felt useful in months," she said to herself, adjusting her glasses. The familiar sight of her veterinary kit in the passenger seat felt right, like reuniting with an old friend. Her phone buzzed. Julie's name flashed on the screen. "So," Julie's voice crackled through the car's speakers. "How'd it go with the animal whisperer?" "The animals are responding well to my treatment." Serena caught herself smiling again. "And Logan was professional." "Uh-huh. Professional enough to make you blush." I did not blush. Her cheeks warmed at the memory of his shoulder brushing hers. Besides, there are more important things to worry about. Like what? Serena's grip tightened on the wheel. Like Silas Regan being out of prison and apparently targeting Logan's sanctuary? Wait, what? That psycho bear who hates non-shifters? The same. Serena's stomach churned. He's been destroying property, and now this magical attack on the animals. She remembered the sickly green aura surrounding the creatures. Julie, these weren't just pranks. The magic used was dark, meant to drain life force. Okay, now I'm worried about you going back there. I have to. The animals need monitoring, and Logan. Serena bit her lip. He's dealing with this alone. And you're not at all interested in playing hero for your ex? This isn't about Logan. Serena pulled into her driveway, killing the engine. It's about protecting innocent creatures, and maybe putting my skills to good use again. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Julie's laugh echoed through the speakers. Just be careful, okay? Both with the crazy bear shifter and with your heart. My heart is nowhere near involved, Serena protested. But even she could hear the uncertainty in her voice. I'm just doing my job. Whatever you say, honey, whatever you say.
Chapter 6. Logan. Logan watched Serena's car disappear down the winding road, her taillights fading into the growing dusk. Well, that went better than expected, he muttered to himself as he turned back to check on the recovering animals. The sick fox in the recovery pen let out a small yip, already showing more energy than it had in days. Yeah, I know. She fixed you right up, didn't she? He crouched by the pen and checked the water bowl. Should have known it'd take someone special to figure this out. His bear booms with satisfaction deep in his chest. She'd changed, sure. The messy bun replacing her once perfect ponytail, those blue glasses perched on her nose, and the confidence in her movements when she worked with the animals. But watching her mix those potions, the way she'd absently pushed her glasses up with the back of her hand while concentrating. Damn, he said to the fox, who tilted its head at him. She's even more beautiful now. Not to mention the way she'd finished his sentence that had knocked him sideways. That connection, that spark, it was still there, crackling between them like static electricity. Not that it matters, he told himself firmly. She's got divorce written all over her face, and I've got Silas breathing down my neck. But his bear disagreed beneath his skin. The animal remembered her scent, remembered how right it felt having her here in their territory. Down, boy, Logan muttered. She's not looking for anything, and neither are we. He busied himself with the evening feeding routine, trying to ignore how empty the sanctuary felt without her presence. The bear grumbled. Logan ignored it. He had enough problems without adding unrequited feelings for his ex to the mix. Even if she did make those adorable little humming sounds when she was thinking hard about something, just like she used to. Man, timing's never been our strong suit, has it? The fox yipped again, as if agreeing. Yeah, I know. Keep my mind on business. He picked up the feed bucket and headed to the next enclosure. Professional distance. I can do that. Suddenly, Logan's nostrils flared as he caught a potent scent, musky, wild, with an underlying hint of rage. Another bear shifter, one he knew all too well. Crap! He dropped the feed bucket, spilling pellets across the ground. The raccoon in the nearby enclosure chittered in protest. Sorry, buddy. Dinner's gonna be late. His bear surged forward for the shift. Logan stripped efficiently, stashing his clothes behind a storage bin. The transformation rippled through him, muscles expanding, bones lengthening, fur sprouting thick and dark brown across his body. Within seconds, a massive Kodiak bear stood where the man had been. Logan's enhanced senses picked up everything. The wind carried traces of Silas's scent from the northwest beyond the tree line. His bear's instincts screamed territory, protect, and defend. He padded silently through the sanctuary past the recovering animals. The fox whined softly as he passed. Logan huffed quietly, a reassuring sound. No one was getting near his charges, not tonight. The scent grew stronger as he approached the perimeter. Through the trees, he caught glimpses of movement. Another bear, nearly as large as himself, prowling the edge of his property. Silas. The other Kodiak's fur was lighter than Logan's, with a distinctive scar across his shoulder that hadn't been there before prison. Logan's bear wanted to charge and defend what was his, but the man knew better. Silas was testing him, trying to provoke a reaction, looking for weaknesses. Logan remained still, watching his territory, his animals, his responsibility. And now Serena was involved too. The thought of her potentially crossing paths with Silas made his bear snarl internally. Silas continued his circuit of the property, marking trees as he went. A clear challenge. Logan's claws dug into the earth. The urge to rush out there and settle this was almost overwhelming. But instead, Logan settled on a warning. His growl rumbled through the clearing, deep and threatening. His bear's hackles rose as Silas's scent grew stronger and even closer instead of backing off. The lighter-colored Kodiak paused, then melted back into human form with a fluid grace that spoke of practice. Logan's bear bristled at the sight of his naked former friend, standing so casually on his territory. Silas's scarred shoulder caught the moonlight as he stretched, a smirk playing across his face. "Quite the menagerie you've got here," Silas called out, his voice carrying across the distance between them. "Shame about all the sick ones, though. Must be something going around." Logan shifted back, his bones and muscles realigning until he stood human again. The cool night air prickled against his skin. "Back off, Silas. Whatever game you're playing ends now." "Game?" Silas's laugh held no warmth. "No game. Just admiring your little zoo. Those potions working out for you. Temporary fixes at best." He took a step closer, and Logan's muscles tensed. "Wonder what'll happen when they wear off." The bear inside Logan roared to protect what was his, but he kept his voice steady and controlled. "Touch my animals again, and we'll see how well prison prepared you for a real fight." Big words from someone who spends his days playing nurse to broken creatures. Silas's eyes glinted dangerously. "Everything you love, Logan. Everything you've built. It'll all come crashing down." He gestured at the sanctuary, starting with this pathetic excuse for a legacy. "Last warning." Logan took a step forward, letting his bear's strength flow through his human form. "Get off my property." "Or what? You'll call the cops again?" Silas's grin widened. "No evidence, no crime, just like these mysterious illnesses. Fascinating how that works, isn't it?" Logan's hands clenched into fists. "You always did talk too much." Silas's lips curled into a sneer. "You could have just looked the other way, Logan. Could have let me do what needed to be done. But no, you had to play the hero." "Right." Logan crossed his arms, moonlight casting shadows across his bare chest. "Because bombing research facilities and threatening humans was exactly what our sleuth needed. Real smart thinking there, buddy." "Those facilities were torturing animals." Silas took another step forward. "And humans? They're the real plague on this earth. You used to understand that." "No, I understood protecting our own. What you did put everyone at risk. The whole sleuth could have been exposed because you couldn't control your hatred." The night air crackled with tension. Logan's bear was itching for a fight. "The sleuth was weak," Silas spat. "Still is. Hiding in plain sight, playing nice with the humans. It's pathetic." Logan's laugh was sharp and without humor. "Says the guy who spent 5 years in a human prison. How'd that work out for your cause?" "You son of a—" "Save it." Logan's voice dropped, low and dangerous. "I'd do it again. Every time. Because unlike you, I actually give a damn about our people. About all creatures." Silas's face contorted with rage. "You'll regret choosing them over me. Over your own kind." His body began to shift, bones cracking and reforming. "I'm going to take everything from you, Logan. Everything." The lighter-colored bear that was Silas let out a final snarl before turning and disappearing into the tree line. Logan watched him go, his muscles still tense. "Drama queen," he muttered as he rolled his shoulders. "Always did have to have the last word." A chorus of worried animal sounds rose from the sanctuary behind him. Logan turned back, already planning to double-check all the enclosures. His charges were scared. They'd sensed the confrontation. "Don't worry, guys," he called out as he headed back. "The big bad bear's gone. For now." Logan retrieved his clothes from behind the storage bin, brushing off dirt and debris. His jeans had a new tear. Shifting was hell on the wardrobe. At least his favorite flannel had survived intact. "Another shopping trip," he muttered. "Add it to the list, right after reinforce fencing and figure out how to trap a bear." The sanctuary's night sounds soon settled back into their usual rhythm as he made his final rounds. The raccoon who'd missed dinner earlier chittered at him reproachfully. "Here you go, Your Majesty." Logan poured fresh food into the dish. The raccoon immediately started sorting through the pellets, picking out his favorites first. "Picky little garbage disposal, aren't you?" Moving on, he checked each enclosure meticulously. The fox that Serena had treated wagged its tail at his approach. "Looking good there, buddy. That witch knows her stuff, doesn't she?" The fox yipped in agreement. "Don't you start. I've got enough opinions about Serena from my bear without you joining in." The night air carried traces of Silas's scent, but it was fading. Logan's bear rumbled with displeasure at the lingering reminder of the threat. "We'll handle him," Logan assured the anxious deer, watching him from their pen. "Nobody messes with my family." He paused, realizing he'd just called the animals family. "Don't tell anyone I said that. Got a reputation to maintain." The owl in the recovery aviary hooted softly. "You too? Everyone's a critic." Logan checked the locks one final time. "At least Serena's potions are working. That's something." His phone buzzed, a text from Julie. "Serena says don't forget to log temp changes in the sick ones." Logan smiled despite himself. Even after all these years, Serena was still detail-oriented to a fault. "Yes, Doc," he typed back, then started taking temperatures. The bear inside him preened at how well their charges were doing under her care. "Shut up," he told it firmly. "She's just doing her job. Professional relationship only." The bear disagreed, strongly. "This is going to be a long week," Logan sighed, making his final notes. But he couldn't quite suppress the warmth in his chest at the thought of tomorrow's checkup.
Chapter 7. Serena. Serena tossed and turned all night. Every time she closed her eyes, ancient memories of Logan flooded back. His laugh, the way he'd scoop her up when she least expected it, those tender moments when he'd brush her hair from her face. The digital clock on her nightstand seemed to mock her with its slow progression toward morning. "This is ridiculous," she muttered into her pillow. "He's just another client now." But her dreams didn't get the memo, filling her head with snapshots of their past. Stolen kisses behind the school, late-night stargazing in his pickup truck. She woke up feeling like she'd run a marathon. Before long, her Honda pulled into the sanctuary's gravel driveway. The morning sun painted everything in soft golden hues, including the wooden sign that read, "Steele Wildlife Sanctuary." Her stomach did a little flip when she spotted Logan's truck parked near the entrance. "You're here for the animals, just the animals," she muttered. The gate creaked open before she reached it. Logan stood there wearing a faded Henley that did nothing to hide his broad shoulders. "Morning," his voice was warm honey. "The fox is doing much better." That's good," Serena murmured. "I brought fresh supplies to make another batch." They walked side by side down the path, close enough that their arms almost brushed. The air between them crackled with unspoken words. "Here, let me take that." Logan reached for her heavy kit. Their fingers touched. Serena yanked her hand back as if burned. "I've got it." "Still stubborn as ever, huh? Still trying to fix everything yourself?" They shared a look, then both laughed, breaking some of the tension. Inside the treatment area, Serena laid out her ingredients while Logan brought in the first patient, a young deer with glassy eyes. As she worked, mixing herbs and channeling magic into the potion, she caught Logan watching her. "What?" "Nothing, just you always get this little crease between your eyebrows when you concentrate." Her cheeks felt warmer. Well, you still tap your foot when you're impatient. I do not. He glanced down at his tapping foot and stopped. The potion turned a brilliant blue, filling the air with the scent of summer rain. As they moved from animal to animal, administering the medicine, their movements fell into an easy rhythm. It felt familiar, dangerous. When their hands met, passing a bottle, neither pulled away immediately. Serena's heart beat erratically in her chest. She couldn't afford to feel this way again, couldn't risk another heartbreak, especially from him. Serena crouched next to the raccoon enclosure, her knees pressing into the damp grass. The morning dew had soaked through her jeans, but she barely noticed as her eyes traced the extensive damage along the sanctuary's perimeter. Fresh wooden posts stood out against weathered ones, their raw edges still sharp and bright. Twisted metal fencing lay in piles, waiting to be hauled away. "This is all Silas?" she asked, counting at least 6 different repair sections. Logan's jaw tightened. "Started about 2 weeks after his release. Can't prove it, though. Cops need evidence, and bear claw marks aren't exactly admissible in human court." "What about your insurance?" "They're calling it repeated vandalism. Won't cover it anymore," he grumbled. "3rd fence this month. At this rate, I'll be broke by summer." Serena stood and brushed the dirt from her knees. The sanctuary stretched before her, clearly a labor of love now under siege. Her stomach churned at the thought of all these animals losing their home because of one crazy shifter's vendetta. "Logan, you need help, real help." She turned to face him. "The council exists for exactly this kind of situation. They have resources, investigators who understand shifter matters." She stopped talking. Logan had gone completely still, his shoulders rigid. He opened his mouth, closed it, then scratched the back of his neck, a nervous tell she remembered all too well from their dating days. "What?" she asked. "What aren't you telling me?" Logan shifted his weight from foot to foot, looking more like a guilty teenager than a grown man who could turn into a 1,000-pound bear. His golden-flecked eyes darted everywhere but her face. "Logan!" Logan drew in a deep breath, his broad chest expanding beneath his Henley. Serena watched him fidget with the enclosure post, his calloused fingers picking at a splinter. "Silas showed up here last night," he said finally. Serena's stomach dropped. "What?" "He was lurking around the property line. We had words." Logan's jaw worked. "First real proof I've had it was him behind all this." The morning breeze rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and something else. Hesitation. Serena narrowed her eyes. After all these years, she could still read him like one of her potion books. "And," she crossed her arms, "what aren't you telling me?" "Nothing. I'll handle Silas myself." "Oh my God," Serena said, exasperation bubbling up. "You haven't changed at all, have you? Still think you have to shoulder everything alone." "That's not—" "It is. You did the same thing when that alpha wolf pack moved into town, and when the pixies infested the old Miller barn, and when— those situations worked out fine. After you ended up with 3 broken ribs and poison oak in places I don't even want to think about right now." "You remember that, huh?" he asked, starting to grin. "Don't change the subject." Heat crept up her neck. "Logan, this is serious. If Silas is targeting you—" "I've got it under control." Serena threw her hands up. "Clearly! That's why half your animals were magically poisoned and your fence looks like it went through a paper shredder." The familiar, stubborn set of his jaw told her she wasn't getting anywhere. He was still as immovable as a mountain when he thought he was protecting others. It was admirable and infuriating all at once. "There's more going on here," she said. "I can tell." Logan's eyes flickered away, confirming her suspicion. "It's complicated." Serena pinched the bridge of her nose and pushed her glasses back up. The morning sun beat down on her neck as she stared at Logan's stubborn expression. Some things really hadn't changed, like his inability to share what was actually going on inside his head. "Complicated?" She let out a short laugh. "That's exactly what you said just before I left town." "That was different." Logan crossed his arms, his Henley stretching across his shoulders. How would I know? You won't ever tell me anything. The words came out sharper than she intended. Her hands trembled slightly as she gathered her potion supplies, more to keep them busy than any real need. After all these years, don't I at least deserve some honesty? Serena. No, you know what? She spun around, nearly knocking over a bottle of wolfsbane. This is exactly why things didn't work between us before. You always had to handle everything yourself, never letting anyone in, never trusting. That's not fair. Isn't it? The old hurt bubbled up, mixing with fresh frustration. Here we are years later and you're still keeping secrets, still pushing people away when they try to help. I'm trying to protect. Just stop. She held up her hand. Let me help you now. Her eyes widened as she realized what she'd offered. The sanctuary suddenly felt noticeably quiet. A bird chirped somewhere in the distance. Serena's cheeks burned as she mentally kicked herself. What was she thinking? Her magic was meant for healing animals and brewing potions, not taking on whatever mysterious threat Logan was facing. Besides, they were exes for a reason. This was supposed to be strictly professional. Check on the animals, make sure they were recovering, and go home. She opened her mouth to take it back, but Logan's expression stopped her. He looked surprised? Hopeful? Serena watched the internal struggle play across Logan's face. His gold-flecked eyes darted between her and the damaged fence, and she could practically see the gears turning in his head. Look, at least let me help with the animals, she said. They need someone like me. And since I'm currently between jobs... She shrugged, trying to appear more casual than she felt. Logan scratched the back of his neck. Serena, if anything happened to you... I'm a big girl. I can handle myself. She gestured at her potions kit. Or did you forget the time I turned Brad Thompson into a toad for trying to copy my chemistry homework? A reluctant smile tugged at his lips. That was pretty impressive, though I'm pretty sure that violated several school policies. He deserved it. Besides, the effect only lasted an hour. She crossed her arms. Stop changing the subject. Logan sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine, but you need to be careful, okay? And if anything seems off, you'll be the first to know. She rolled her eyes. Though I seem to remember someone climbing a tree to rescue Mrs. Henderson's cat during a thunderstorm. That was different. Really? How? I can turn into a bear. And I can turn people into toads, among other things. Your point. Logan laughed, the sound warming something in Serena's chest that she thought had frozen over permanently. I forgot how impossible you are to argue with. Not impossible, she smiled, gathering her supplies. Just usually right. His expression softened into something that made her heart skip. Yeah, you usually are. Serena busied herself with her potions kit, hoping he couldn't see the blush creeping up her neck. She'd forgotten how his smile could make her feel like she was 17 again, sneaking out to meet him by the old oak tree behind the school. So, she said, clearing her throat, when do I start?
Chapter 8. Logan. Logan watched Serena kneel beside her leather potions kit, her nimble fingers sorting through various vials and herbs. A strand of hair escaped her messy bun, and his fingers itched to tuck it back. So, Serena said, clearing her throat, when do I start? Logan crossed his arms, his muscles flexing beneath his worn Henley. How about right now? They began walking the perimeter of the sanctuary, and Serena scribbled notes in a small notebook. The fence posts showed deep claw marks, Silas's calling card. A fear-based deterrent would work best, Serena said, adjusting her glasses. Anyone approaching with harmful intentions would feel an overwhelming urge to leave. Logan shook his head. That's too passive. Silas needs something stronger, something that'll make him think twice about coming back. What did you have in mind? Thorns sprouting from the ground? Lightning strikes? Serena's eyes narrowed. Because I'm not doing anything that could seriously harm someone, even Silas. Come on, Serena. You know he won't stop unless we make him. And you know I won't cross that line. She jabbed a finger at his chest. My magic isn't a weapon. The familiar spark in her gray eyes stirred something in him. She'd always been like this. Passionate, principled, infuriating. It was what drew him to her years ago. Fine, Logan growled. What about something that stings? Like getting shocked by a cattle fence, but magical. Serena tapped her pen against her notebook. I could work with that, but nothing stronger. You're still the most stubborn woman I've ever met. Pot, meet kettle. A hint of a smile played at her lips. You're just mad because you know I'm right. Logan fought back a grin. Maybe, but don't let it go to your head. The way she rolled her eyes at him, the slight upturn of her mouth. It was so familiar it ached. Working with her might be more dangerous than anything Silas could throw at him. Logan soon led Serena to his workshop, a converted barn with weathered wood siding and wide windows that let in streams of afternoon light. The space smelled of sawdust and was filled with his tools and half-finished fence repairs. Not exactly a proper potions lab, he said, clearing off a workbench. I've worked with worse. Serena set down her leather bag, unpacking bottles and herbs. Remember when we caught that summer cold and I had to brew pepper-up potion in your mom's kitchen? How could I forget? The steam set off all the smoke alarms. Her quiet laugh sent warmth through his chest. Logan watched her work, her movements precise and practiced as she measured ingredients. The familiar scent of crushed herbs and magical catalysts filled the air. So, city life treated you well? He asked, leaning against the wall. It was different. Serena stirred the bubbling mixture. Lots of pampered pets with neurotic owners, though I did get to work with some exotic animals. Let me guess, you organized their medical records alphabetically. By species, actually. She shot him a mock glare. Some of us like having a system. Some of us like keeping things simple. He grabbed the bucket she'd filled with completed potion. Ready to fortify some fences? They worked their way around the sanctuary's perimeter. Serena carefully applied the potion while Logan kept watch. The late afternoon sun warmed his shoulders as they talked about nothing and everything. Her adventures in the city, his sanctuary's growth, mutual friends from town. Your turn to test it, Serena said, stepping back from the fence. Logan reached out and touched the metal. A sharp tingle zapped through his arm, followed by a wave of confusion that had him blinking hard. Damn, he muttered, shaking his head clear. That packs a punch. Good. Maybe it'll keep certain bears where they belong. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and Logan's fingers twitched with the urge to do it himself. Speaking of bears, remember that time we found those cubs in the state park? And their mama chased us up a tree. Serena grinned. You kept insisting you could reason with her, bear to bear. Hey, it worked eventually. After 3 hours. Their laughter echoed across the sanctuary grounds, as natural as breathing. For a moment it felt just like old times, before everything had fallen apart. Logan soon helped Serena pack her supplies into her leather bag. He watched her methodical movements as she wrapped each glass vial in protective cloth. The workshop's dim lighting caught the light blue flecks in her gray eyes, reminding him of summer storms. His bear stirred and wanted to reach out and touch her. Thanks for helping today, he said, handing her a mortar and pestle. You've always been good at fixing things. Well, except for running off to vet school and never saying another word to me. Those last words completely slipped out unbidden. The temperature in the workshop seemed to drop 10 degrees. Serena's hands froze mid-motion, her fingers tightening around a bottle of crushed herbs until her knuckles went white. Logan's bear instincts screamed at him to backtrack, but his human pride dug in its heels. He crossed his arms and leaned against the workbench, the wood creaking under his weight. The silence stretched between them like a rubber band about to snap. The scent of her anger hit him, sharp and spicy, mixed with something deeper that might have been hurt. Her jaw clenched, a muscle ticking beneath her skin. He'd really stepped in it this time. But damn it, wasn't there some truth to what he'd said? She had simply left, choosing her career over their relationship. The bear in him growled, still nursing that old wound. Serena's movements became precise, almost mechanical, as she continued packing. The gentle clink of glass bottles filled the charged silence. Logan watched her, torn between apologizing and defending himself. The workshop suddenly felt too small, too intimate, with her scent mixing with the sawdust and herbs. His bear wanted to pull her close, to nuzzle that spot behind her ear that used to make her laugh. His human side wanted to argue his point. Both impulses warred inside him as he waited for her response. Serena suddenly whirled around, her eyes flashing. "You want to talk about my running off? How about we discuss your complete inability to support my dreams?" Logan's bear bristled at her tone. "Support? You dropped a bomb about moving across the country with zero warning." "Zero warning? I talked about vet school since we were teenagers." She slammed a bottle down on the workbench. "But you were too busy planning our perfect little life here to listen to me." "Our life here was good." Logan's hands clenched at his sides. The scent of her anger mixed with herbs made his head spin. "Good wasn't enough for me. I wanted something more." Serena jabbed at his chest. "Yeah, and you made it very clear that something more didn't include me when you left and never came back." The words tasted bitter on his tongue. The color drained from Serena's face. Her lips trembled, and Logan's bear whined at the hurt in her eyes. Before he could say anything, she snatched up her leather bag and stormed out of the workshop. "Serena, wait!" Logan followed her, his longer strides eating up the distance between them. The scent of her tears hit him like a punch to the gut. She yanked open her car door. "I think we're done here." "Come on, that's not—" The door slammed. Her engine roared to life and gravel sprayed as she peeled out of the sanctuary's parking area. "Damn it!" Logan pulled at his hair and paced the empty lot. He'd gone too far. Way too far. Her divorce was still fresh for her, and here he was, picking at old wounds like an idiot. Some protector he was turning out to be. Logan kicked at a loose stone, sending it skittering across the parking lot. The late afternoon sun beat down on his shoulders as he stood there, torn between chasing after her and giving her space. "Smooth steel," he muttered to himself. "Real smooth." His bear rumbled in agreement. They'd both wanted to hurt her like she'd hurt them, and succeeded spectacularly. Logan trudged along the sanctuary's fence line as the setting sun painted long shadows across the grounds. The lingering scent of Serena's potions mixed with her anger still hung in the air. He paused at the eastern corner where they'd worked together earlier and touched the fence. The magical tingle reminded him of her careful work and precise movements. Everything she did was measured, planned, except leaving him. That had been impulsive, desperate, and entirely his fault. "I was scared," he admitted to the empty sanctuary. His bear huffed in acknowledgement. "Scared she'd realize she was too good for this place. For me?" A fox poked its head out of its den, giving him an unimpressed look. "I know. Self-fulfilling prophecy and all that." Logan crouched down to check the fox's water bowl. "Instead of supporting her dreams, I tried to clip her wings." "Real alpha male move there, huh?" The fox yipped. "Exactly. And now she's back, and I'm still acting like a territorial jerk." He straightened up and dusted off his jeans. "She wanted to be more than just Logan Steele's wife in a small town. Can't blame her for that." His bear bellowed in agreement. They'd both known even back then that Serena was meant for bigger things. He'd just been too selfish to admit it. The worst part? She'd come back anyway, life having dealt her its own hard knocks, and here he was, rubbing salt in her wounds instead of being the man he should have been 10 years ago. He'd have to fix this. Somehow, if only to keep her help with protecting the sanctuary. That's what he told himself anyway, ignoring how his bear whined at the thought of never seeing her again.
Chapter 9. Serena. Serena's hands gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white as she drove back home. The late afternoon sun glared through her windshield and made her squint behind her glasses. She blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears forming in her eyes fall. "Stupid, stubborn bear," she muttered, jabbing at her radio buttons. The silence in her car felt too heavy, as if I'm the only one to blame for what happened. A country song crackled through her speakers, some sappy love ballad about second chances. She switched it off quickly. Her mind drifted back to that night 10 years ago, the memory as sharp as broken glass. "You're choosing your career over us," Logan had said then, his words echoing in her head now. "Because it was my dream." She smacked her palm against the steering wheel, then immediately felt foolish for arguing with a memory. And you could have... What? What exactly could he have done? Followed her to the city? Left his family's land? She hadn't even given him the chance to suggest alternatives. Serena pulled over to the side of the road, her chest suddenly tight. The trees lining the street swayed in the breeze. Their leaves danced with the same restless energy that coursed through her. She pulled her glasses off and pressed her palms against her eyes. "I did the exact same thing today that I did 10 years ago. Just stormed off without letting him finish." Her phone buzzed in her purse. Probably Julie, wanting to know how things went at the sanctuary. Serena ignored it. 10 years ago, I was so sure I was right." She dropped her hands to her lap, staring at the blurry dashboard. "Now I'm not sure about anything anymore." The truth settled over her like a heavy blanket. She'd been so young, so certain that running away and never looking back was the answer. And today, she'd fallen right back into the same pattern, running away when things got difficult. "Maybe we're both stubborn idiots," she whispered, a watery laugh escaping her lips. Half an hour later, Serena trudged through her front door, dropping her purse on the floor with a thud. The check from Logan crinkled in her pocket as she flopped onto her second-hand couch, its springs creaking in protest. "At least the animals are doing better," she muttered to the empty room. Her voice echoed off the bare walls. She still hadn't unpacked her pictures. The boxes loomed in the corner like cardboard sentinels, judging her lack of progress. Her phone buzzed again. Julie's name flashed on the screen. "Not now," Serena sighed, silencing it. She'd have to face her friend's questions eventually, but right now she just wanted to wallow. The sunset painted her living room in shades of orange and pink through the dusty windows. She should clean them, she should unpack, she should do a lot of things. Instead, she kicked off her shoes and curled up on the couch, pulling the throw blanket around her shoulders. The house creaked and settled around her, its unfamiliar sounds a constant reminder that this wasn't really home yet. "Maybe I should get a cat," she mused, then laughed at herself. "Right, because that's exactly what I need. Another living thing depending on me when I can't even figure out my own life." Her stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't eaten since breakfast. The kitchen beckoned, but the thought of cooking felt overwhelming. She dragged herself up and opened her nearly empty fridge. "Well, that's depressing." 3 eggs, half a carton of milk, and some questionable takeout containers stared back at her. "Even my refrigerator is judging my life choices." The check in her pocket would help with groceries at least, but it wasn't a long-term solution. She closed the fridge and leaned against it, sliding down until she sat on the cold tile floor. "Come on, Serena," she whispered to herself. "You used to be good at fixing things. That's what you do. Fix sick animals, make potions, solve problems." She pulled her glasses off and rubbed her eyes. "So why can't you fix your own life?" The kitchen clock ticked loudly in response, its rhythm matching her racing thoughts. Outside, a car door slammed, and voices drifted up from the street. Other people living their normal, put-together lives. Serena soon pulled her laptop from her bag and settled back on the couch. Her browser history was filled with job searches and clinic listings, but each tab was a dead end. She clicked through them again, hoping she'd missed something. "Maybe I should have stayed in the city," she muttered. The screen's glow highlighted the faint circles under her eyes. "At least there I had more options." Her savings account balance glared at her from another tab, a number that kept shrinking with each passing week. The divorce had cleaned her out more than she'd expected, and her ex-husband's lawyer had been ruthlessly efficient. "I could start my own practice." She opened a spreadsheet she'd made earlier that week, full of calculations and estimates. The numbers hadn't gotten any friendlier. "Right, because that only requires a small fortune I don't have." Her phone buzzed again. Julie's text read, "Stop ignoring me or I'll flood your bathroom." Serena snorted and typed back, "You wouldn't dare. My plumbing's ancient enough without your water magic messing with it." "Then answer your phone, you hermit." "I'm working." "You're overthinking. I know you." Serena sighed and set the phone down. The cursor blinked on her screen, mocking her indecision. She'd applied to every clinic within 50 miles of Saltwater Grove, even the ones that weren't hiring, just in case. What was I thinking? She closed the laptop and slumped deeper into the couch. Coming back here with no job, no plan? The ceiling offered no answers. "Great going, Serena. You've really outdone yourself this time." The doorbell startled Serena from her spiral of self-pity. She dragged herself off the couch, assuming Julie had made good on her threat to check up on her. "I swear, if you've come to lecture me," the words died in her throat as she opened the door. Logan stood on her tiny porch, his broad shoulders making the space seem even smaller. His dark hair was windswept, and he'd changed out of his work clothes into a soft-looking t-shirt. The porch light caught the gold flecks in his brown eyes. "Hey." He shifted his weight, hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Julie gave me your address. I hope that's okay." Serena's heart thundered against her ribs. Her hair was a mess. She hadn't changed out of her work clothes, and her house was still mostly in boxes. Not exactly how she'd planned on having company, especially not this particular company. "I needed to apologize," Logan said, his voice softer than usual. "What I said earlier about you leaving, that wasn't fair. I've had 10 years to think about it, and I was just as much to blame. More, probably." The crickets chirped in the growing darkness, filling the silence between them. A cool breeze carried the scent of pine trees and something distinctly Logan, a mix of wood and forest that made her chest ache with memories. "I was young and stupid and so damn set in my ways." He let out a short laugh. "Still am, sometimes. But I should have supported your dreams instead of making you choose. You wanted to be a vet. That was important to you. I see that now watching you with the animals at the sanctuary." Serena's fingers tightened on the doorframe, her knuckles white. She wanted to speak, but her throat felt too tight. "And speaking of the sanctuary," Logan met her eyes, his expression earnest. "I'd still like your help if you're willing. The animals need you. And maybe," he cleared his throat, "maybe we could do better than we did before." Serena's mouth opened and closed, her brain struggling to form words. The porch light cast shadows across Logan's face, highlighting the sincerity in his expression. She pushed her glasses up her nose, buying time to collect her thoughts. "Thank you. For coming here, I mean, and for saying that." Logan shifted his weight, the wooden boards creaking beneath his feet. The sound broke through her hesitation. "I'm sorry too," Serena said. "For today and for back then. I was so focused on proving I could make something more of myself that I didn't consider other options. We could have talked about it more, figured something out together." "We were both pretty stubborn," he admitted. "Still are, apparently." "Speak for yourself." Serena crossed her arms but couldn't help returning his smile. "I'm perfectly reasonable now." Says the woman who stormed off mid-argument today. "I prefer to call it a strategic retreat." Heat crept into her cheeks. "And you're the one who decided to bring up ancient history." Logan chuckled, and the sound sent a warmth through her. "Fair enough. So, fresh start." "Fresh start," she agreed. "I'll come by tomorrow morning to check on the animals, and maybe we can work on a better defense plan for the sanctuary." "Sounds good." He stepped back, his boots scuffing against the wood. "Get some rest, Serena." As she watched him walk to his truck, the night air carried the scent of pine needles and possibility. Back inside, Serena leaned against her closed door. Her reflection in the hallway mirror showed flushed cheeks and bright eyes. She looked happy. The realization startled a laugh out of her. "Well," she said to her empty house, "that was unexpected." Her phone buzzed with a text from Julie. "Did he grovel appropriately?" Serena typed back, "None of your business, you meddling water witch." "You're welcome."
Chapter 10. Logan. Logan leaned against the wooden gate, two steaming cups of coffee in hand as Serena's car pulled up the gravel driveway. The morning sun caught in her messy bun as she stepped out and made the loose strands glow. His bear stirred, remembering how soft that hair felt between his fingers. "Brought you some coffee, 2 sugars, splash of cream." "You remembered." Serena's eyes widened behind her glasses as she accepted the cup. Their fingers brushed briefly, and a tingle surged through him. "Hard to forget." Logan cleared his throat. Spring had transformed the sanctuary overnight. New buds dotted the trees and wildflowers pushed through the soil. A rabbit darted across their path as they approached the enclosures. Logan watched as Serena's face lit up, and he couldn't help but grin. Inside the first enclosure, she knelt beside the recovering fox, her hands gentle as she checked its vitals. "Temperature's normal now. How's he been eating?" "Like a champ. Stole my sandwich yesterday when I wasn't looking." Her laugh hit him right in the chest. Same musical sound it had always been. "That's a good sign." She scratched behind the fox's ears. "Your medicine worked perfectly, didn't it, sweet boy?" Logan watched her work, moving from animal to animal with practiced ease. The way she spoke to them, soft and sure, reminded him of all those nights they'd spent dreaming about their future. Her clinic, his sanctuary. Funny how life worked out. His bear paced restlessly again. Having her here felt right, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. But timing was a cruel thing. "They're all doing great," Serena announced. "The potions cleared out whatever magic Silas used completely." "Thanks to you." The spring breeze carried her scent, and Logan gripped his coffee cup tighter. No use dwelling on what-ifs. She wasn't here for him. This was business, nothing more. But watching her crouch down to put her supplies in her veterinary kit, sunlight dancing across her face, Logan knew he was lying to himself. Some feelings never really went away. They just hibernated, waiting for the right moment to wake up. Serena's eyes lit up suddenly. That familiar spark Logan remembered all too well, the one that meant she just had an idea. She stood up and grabbed his arm, her small hand barely wrapping around his bicep. "Wait, what if we double up on the fence protection?" Logan's bear preened at her touch, but he kept his voice steady. "What are you thinking?" "The headache or shock potion is good for offense, but..." She paced in front of him. "I can brew something to actually strengthen the fence itself. Make it harder for Silas to break through in the first place. Like supernatural reinforcement." The idea had merit. Logan crossed his arms, studying the fence line. His bear appreciated any solution that would keep their territory secure. Exactly. It would be like coating the wood in steel, but better because it's magical. Even in bear form, he'd have a hell of a time trying to break through. Logan couldn't help grinning at her enthusiasm. "Look at you, getting all excited about fortification potions." "Oh, shut up." She smacked his arm playfully. "I'm serious. Between the 2 potions, it would be like having a fortress." "A fortress, huh?" He leaned against the fence post, enjoying how animated she'd become. "Trying to turn my sanctuary into a castle, princess?" "Keep calling me princess, and I'll let Silas eat your fence." But her eyes danced with amusement behind those glasses. His bear hummed with satisfaction at their easy banter. All right. I like the idea." Logan leaned against his workshop doorframe, arms crossed as he watched Serena work. Her hair had started falling from its bun, and wisps framed her face as she bent over the bubbling cauldron. The afternoon sun streaming through the window caught the glass vials lined up on his workbench, casting rainbow patterns across her concentrated expression. His bear rumbled appreciatively at having her in his space. The workshop smelled like her now, lavender and vanilla mixing with the wood shavings. "Almost done," Serena muttered more to herself than him. "Just needs one more." "You always stick your tongue out like that when you're focusing?" She jumped, nearly dropping the vial she held. "I do not stick my tongue out." "Sure you do, right there in the corner." He tapped the side of his mouth, grinning when she quickly pulled her tongue back in. "Don't you have something better to do than hover?" "Nope, my workshop, remember?" Serena rolled her eyes, but he caught her small smile. "Well, it's ready. Let's test it." They headed to the fence line, Serena carrying her potion like it was liquid gold. Logan's bear preened at her confidence. She'd always been brilliant at potions. Here goes nothing. She splashed the mixture onto a section of fence. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the wood began to shimmer and transform. Instead of hardening, bright yellow daisies burst forth, covering the entire section in cheerful blooms. Logan burst out laughing. Stop it! Serena's cheeks flushed pink. This isn't funny. It was supposed to reinforce the wood, not garden it. I don't know. He plucked one of the daisies, tucking it behind her ear. I think it's an improvement. Logan! But she was fighting back a smile now. Silas isn't going to be deterred by flowers. Maybe he's got allergies we don't know about. She swatted his arm. This is serious. I need to fix the potion. In a minute. He caught her hand, enjoying how small it felt in his. First, admit it's at least a little funny. Serena bit her lip, looking at the flower-covered fence. A giggle escaped. Okay, maybe a little. A few minutes later, Logan watched as Serena muttered under her breath, mixing another batch of potion. Her glasses had slipped down her nose again, and she pushed them up, leaving a smudge of purple powder across her cheek. This one will work, she insisted, marching to a fresh section of fence. The liquid splashed against the wood. Instead of hardening, the fence posts started dancing, swaying back and forth like they were at a party. Logan doubled over laughing. His bear roared with laughter inside him. Oh yeah, that'll stop Silas. He'll be too busy dancing to break in. Stop laughing! Serena's face turned red as she rushed back to her workbench. I just need to adjust the ratio of moonstone to... The next attempt turned the fence into rubber. It bounced when Logan poked it, sending ripples down the entire line. At least it's flexible, he offered, wiping tears from his eyes. Serena's lower lip trembled. This is mortifying. I used to be good at this. Hey! Logan's bear stirred protectively. He stepped closer, still chuckling. You are good at this. Remember that time in high school when you tried to make a healing potion and turned Mrs. Peterson's cat purple instead? That was different, I was learning then. But her lips twitched. The next attempt created a musical fence that played Old MacDonald whenever the wind blew. Logan lost it completely, sliding down to sit in the grass, his whole body shaking with laughter. E-I, oh my God! This isn't funny! But Serena's shoulders started shaking too. I'm trying to... A giggle escaped. To be professional here and... She snorted, then clapped her hand over her mouth. That snort did him in. Logan fell backwards, gasping for air between laughs. Your face when the daisies... Shut up! Serena collapsed next to him, giggling uncontrollably. The dancing fence was worse. The rubber one... Logan could barely get the words out. It just... bounced. They lay in the grass, both crying with laughter, while the fence continued its cheerful farm-themed serenade behind them. Every time one of them started to calm down, they'd catch the other's eye and start up again. Logan's bear hummed contentedly as he lay in the grass next to Serena, both of them taking exaggerated breaths between lingering giggles. The breeze carried the scent of her vanilla perfume, mixing with the musical notes still drifting from the enchanted fence. Deep breaths, Serena gasped, pressing her hand to her stomach. Oh God, deep breaths. That was your fault, Logan chuckled, turning his head to watch her. A strand of hair had fallen across her face, and his fingers itched to brush it away. I haven't... Serena wiped tears from under her glasses. I haven't laughed like that in... I can't even remember how long. Something in her voice made Logan's bear stir protectively. The shadows that had lingered behind her eyes since she'd returned to town seemed lighter now, but knowing she'd been unhappy enough to forget laughter made his chest ache. They sat up slowly, grass clinging to their clothes. Serena's eyes suddenly went wide. Oh, that's it! She jumped to her feet. Iron shavings! That's what I was missing! Logan watched as she darted back to the workbench. His bear prided itself at having helped lift her spirits, even if it was through failed potions and dancing fences. You sure this one won't turn my fence into a jazz band? He followed her inside and leaned against his usual spot in the doorframe. Very funny. Serena measured ingredients with precise movements. The iron will anchor the strengthening properties and prevent any musical side effects. The new potion shimmered a deep silver, nothing like the previous rainbow-colored disasters. When they tested it on a small section of fence, the wood darkened and hardened visibly, taking on a metallic sheen. Now that's more like it. Logan rapped his knuckles against it, satisfaction rumbling through his chest at the solid thunk. Silas won't know what hit him. They worked together, applying the potion along the fence line, shoulders brushing occasionally as they moved. Each touch sent sparks through Logan's skin. His bear grew more possessive with every accidental contact. Chapter 11. Logan. Logan stepped back with satisfaction as they finished the last section of fence. The metallic sheen caught the late afternoon sun, a testament to their hard day's work. His muscles ached pleasantly from the physical labor, and his bear rumbled happily at having spent the day working beside Serena. That should hold even against an angry bear, he said, watching her pack away her supplies in the workshop. His stomach growled loud enough to echo off the walls. "You hungry?" "Starving," Serena replied as she zipped up her leather potions kit. "I should probably head home." Logan's bear bristled at the thought of letting her leave. "I've got food at the cabin. Let me cook you dinner. It's the least I can do after you spent all day helping me." She hesitated and his bear tensed. "You still cook?" "Some of us don't survive on takeout and microwave dinners." He grinned when she rolled her eyes. "Come on, you can keep me company while I work." In his cabin's kitchen, Logan moved with practiced ease, gathering ingredients while Serena perched on a stool at the counter. His bear preened again when she inhaled deeply. "Is that?" Her eyes widened. "Honey-glazed salmon with rosemary?" Logan smirked as he prepared the glaze. "Might be. You remembered?" "It's pretty hard to forget when you used to practically purr while eating it." He glanced over his shoulder to catch her blushing. His bear hummed with pleasure at the sight. "I did not purr." "You absolutely did." Logan drizzled honey into the pan. "Made my bear jealous that food could get that reaction out of you." Serena's blush deepened. "Well, your bear was always easily jealous." "Still is." The words slipped out. His bear huffed in agreement while Logan busied himself with the herbs, pretending he hadn't just admitted that. "I was thinking we could eat outside," he said, changing the subject. "Weather's perfect for it." "That sounds nice." Serena's voice had softened, and when Logan looked at her again, she was watching him with an expression that made his bear want to puff out its chest. Logan set their plates on the weathered picnic table, watching as Serena settled onto the bench. The evening breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle and grass, mingling with the aroma of their dinner. His bear bellowed with pride as she took her first bite and closed her eyes in appreciation. "The fence looks amazing," he said, cutting into his salmon. "That hardening potion was brilliant. After I turned it into a flower garden first." Serena pushed her food around her plate, "and then made it rubber, and then somehow made it play music." "The music wasn't that bad," Logan's lips twitched. "Better than my bear's attempts at humming a tune." She didn't smile like he expected. "I used to be better at this, more focused. Now I can't even get a simple reinforcement potion right on the first try." Logan's bear bristled at her defeated tone. This wasn't the confident witch who used to experiment fearlessly with her potions, who'd once turned his entire yard into a winter wonderland in July just because she wanted to see if she could. "Hey," he waited until she met his eyes. "You figured it out. That's what matters." "After how many mistakes?" "Since when do mistakes bother you this much?" His fork clinked against his plate as he set it down. "The Serena I knew would have been excited about discovering new effects." She tensed. "Well, maybe the Serena you knew was naive. Maybe she needed to grow up and realize that making mistakes has consequences." Logan's bear growled, anger rising at whoever had convinced her that perfection was the only acceptable outcome. He had a feeling her ex-husband had a lot to answer for. "You know what I saw today?" He leaned forward, holding her gaze. "I saw a talented witch who didn't give up, who kept trying until she got it right. That's not making mistakes. That's learning." Color bloomed in her cheeks. "Logan Dash! And anyone who made you think otherwise was an idiot who didn't deserve your time." Serena poked at her salmon, her shoulders slumping. I do miss experimenting with potions. In the city, my ex, she trailed off, adjusting her glasses. Well, let's just say he thought it was childish. Said I should focus on real medicine. Logan's bear snarled at that, and he gripped his fork tighter. The metal bent slightly under his fingers. Sounds like your ex was a punk who just didn't like magic. He was human. Serena shrugged, but Logan caught the hurt in her voice. The condo was too small anyway. Couldn't exactly brew experimental potions with neighbors on all sides. Logan straightened, his bear perking up at the opportunity. Use my workshop. What? My workshop? It's yours whenever you want it. He gestured toward the building. Got plenty of space, proper ventilation, and the only neighbor who might complain is that grumpy squirrel who lives in the oak tree. Logan, I couldn't. You can and you will. His tone brooked no argument. The bear in him needed to provide for her, to give her this space to be herself again. A spark of the old Serena lit up her eyes. You really wouldn't mind. Mind? Logan laughed. Hell, I'm looking forward to seeing what other accidents you can create. Maybe next time you can make the fence taste like cotton candy. So what do you say? Serena bit her lip, but he could see the excitement building. I'll think about it. Good. His bear preened at providing something she needed. The wind shifted and Logan's nostrils flared at the familiar scent. His bear surged forward, hackles rising. Silas. Get inside and stay out of sight, he ordered Serena, already moving between her and the fence line. What? Why dash? A massive form slammed into the reinforced fence, making the metal groan. Logan discreetly discarded his clothes as his bear took over, bones cracking and reforming as he shifted. Dark brown fur soon rippled across his body. Through bare eyes, he watched Silas shake his head violently, pawing at his snout. The other Kodiak bear's movements were jerky, uncoordinated, Serena's headache potion doing its work. Logan? Serena's voice trembled from behind him. He growled, nudging her back with his massive head before Silas could see her. His bear demanded she get to safety, away from the threat. Every protective instinct screamed to keep her safe. Silas rammed the fence again. The metal held, but Logan's bear roared a challenge. The sound echoed across the sanctuary, sending birds scattering from nearby trees. I'm not leaving you out here alone, Serena insisted, her hand buried in his fur. Silas paced the fence line, shaking his head every few steps. Even with the potion affecting him, he wasn't backing down. Logan's bear's muscles coiled tight as he tracked every movement. Another charge at the fence. This time Silas reared up, and his massive paws slammed against the metal. The reinforcement potion sparked, sending visible ripples of magic across the surface. Logan's bear huffed in satisfaction. His witch's magic was strong. His. When had he started thinking of her as his again? Silas dropped back to all fours, clearly frustrated by the barrier. He let out a challenging roar of his own. That potion won't hold forever, Serena whispered. Logan knew she was right, but his bear refused to back down with her still exposed. He nudged her again, more insistently this time to get out of sight. He couldn't risk having Silas see her. Fine, I'm going. She slowly backed away toward the cabin. Logan's bear roared as Silas slammed into the fence again. The sight of Serena in danger, even with the barrier between them, made his blood boil. His bear's protective instinct surged and overwhelmed his usual careful control. When Silas's next charge cracked one of the metal posts, Logan exploded into action. He burst through the gate, his massive form barreling into Silas with the force of a freight train. Their bodies collided with a thunderous impact that shook the ground. Silas stumbled backward, surprised by the ferocity of Logan's attack. Logan didn't give him time to recover. He slashed with his claws, catching Silas across the shoulder. The other bear's blood matted his fur, but Logan's bear didn't care. All that mattered was protecting what was his. Silas tried to rear up, but Logan's jaws snapped near his throat. The message was clear. Back off or die. For a tense moment, they circled each other, both bears breathing heavily. Finally, Silas shifted back to human form, his laugh bitter and cold. Well, looks like I found your weakness after all. His eyes fixed on something behind Logan. Or should I say, someone? Logan's bear whirled around, There was Serena, watching wide-eyed through the glass patio door. His heart stopped. She hadn't listened. Of course she hadn't listened. She never did. "I'm going to destroy everything you love, Logan," Silas taunted, "and now I know exactly where to start." Logan shifted back, not caring about his nakedness as he faced Silas. "Touch her and I'll rip your throat out." Big words from someone who couldn't even keep her the first time. Silas's smirk grew wider. Logan lunged forward, but Silas was already backing away. "See you soon, old friend. Give the witch my regards." Logan watched him disappear into the woods, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles went white. His bear growled, demanding they chase Silas down and end this now. The soft click of the patio door opening made him turn. Serena stood there, her face unreadable. "I told you to go inside and stay out of sight," Logan yelled from across the yard. "Since when do I listen?" She crossed her arms. "And for the record, I've seen you shift before. You're not exactly scary." "Serena, also you might want to put some pants on before continuing this conversation."
Chapter 12. Serena. The moonlight cast shadows across the sanctuary grounds as Serena watched Logan's massive bear form shrink and transform back into his human shape. Her heart still raced from witnessing the fight. The raw power he'd displayed, all rippling muscle and primal strength, had left her breathless in a way she hadn't expected. Sure, she'd seen him shift plenty of times when they dated, but this was different. This was Logan protecting what was his. The patio door clicked softly behind her as she stepped outside. Logan turned at the sound, moonlight highlighting every perfectly sculpted muscle of his very naked form. "I told you to go inside and stay out of sight," Logan called across the yard, his voice rough with lingering adrenaline. Serena crossed her arms, refusing to be intimidated. "Since when do I listen?" The familiar stubbornness that had characterized their relationship years ago surged through her. "And for the record, I've seen you shift before. You're not exactly scary. Serena." His tone held a warning edge that made her stomach flutter, though not entirely from fear. "Also, you might want to put some pants on before continuing this conversation," she added, fighting to keep her eyes on his face. The last thing she needed was to get distracted by all that everything. Logan's jaw clenched, and she could practically feel the frustration radiating off him. But there was something else in his expression, too, a flash of worry that made her breath catch. "This isn't a joke," he said, taking a step toward her before seeming to remember his state of undress. He suddenly stopped. Serena turned away as Logan went to find his clothes, her cheeks burning. The night air cooled her flushed skin as she fiddled with the sleeve of her cardigan. A chorus of crickets filled the silence. "You can turn around now," Logan called from behind her. She pivoted to find him fully dressed in jeans and a Henley that stretched across his broad shoulders. His dark hair was still mussed from the shift, giving him that rugged look that used to make her heart skip. Still did, if she was being honest with herself. "Are you okay?" He crossed the yard in 3 long strides. That got intense back there. "I'm fine," Serena promised. "It takes more than an angry bear to rattle me." "About that," Logan said, his voice tinged with worry. Silas wasn't just making idle threats. His jaw clenched. "Speaking of, I'm driving you home." "Don't be ridiculous. My car's right there." She gestured toward her Honda parked by the gate. "This isn't up for discussion," he said firmly. "Get your things." "Since when do you get to—" "Serena," the way he said her name, soft but firm, made her stomach flip. "Please." She opened her mouth to argue further, but something in his expression stopped her. Fear, not for himself, but for her. The realization stole her words away. With a huff that was more for show than genuine irritation, she headed inside to gather her supplies. Her potions clinked against each other as she packed them carefully into their padded case. As she collected her veterinary kit, she couldn't help but wonder how she'd ended up here again. Caught up in Logan Steele's orbit, watching him fight battles she wasn't sure he could win alone. The truck's engine soon rumbled to a stop in front of Serena's house. The silence that had filled the cab during the drive continued to press in around them, broken only by the soft tick of the cooling engine. Serena's fingers twisted in her lap as she stared at her front porch, the light she'd left on casting a warm glow across weathered wooden steps. Logan shifted in his seat. "I'll walk you to your door." As they made their way up the path, Serena's mind raced with all the things she wanted to say, needed to say. The porch steps creaked as they climbed them. She set her kits down on the porch and turned to face him, wrapping her cardigan tighter around herself against the evening chill. "You really need to report this to the police." "No." Logan's jaw set in that stubborn way she remembered all too well. "This is between me and Silas." "It stopped being just between you two when he started threatening something you care about," Serena responded. "When he started threatening the animals. When he—" She cut herself off, not wanting to voice aloud the way Silas had looked at her. "That's exactly why I need to handle this myself," Logan insisted. "He's targeting these things because of me, because I turned him in." "It sounded like you did the right thing back then." "Maybe, but these are my consequences to deal with." Serena opened her mouth to argue further, but stopped herself. The set of his shoulders, the determined glint in his gold-flecked eyes, she recognized all the signs. Once Logan made up his mind about something, trying to change it was like attempting to move a mountain with a teaspoon. The porch light caught the shadows under his eyes, evidence of the toll this situation was taking on him. Her fingers itched to reach out, to smooth away the worry lines creasing his forehead. She curled them into fists instead, pressing them against her sides. Logan raked a hand through his hair. "Maybe you should stay away from the sanctuary for a while." "Excuse me?" Serena's eyebrows shot up. "Just until I deal with Silas." "That's not happening." Serena crossed her arms, planting her feet firmly. The wooden boards creaked beneath her as she shifted her weight. "Your animals need me. That hawk still isn't eating right, and the fox's leg needs another week of treatment." "I can handle—" "And what about your fences? Are you going to brew the reinforcement potions yourself?" A hint of amusement crept into her voice. "Because I seem to remember the last time you tried making a potion, you turned your entire kitchen pink." "That was a long time ago," Logan protested, but his lips twitched. "And it was more of a red." "It was neon pink, and you know it." The memory of 18-year-old Logan covered in sparkly pink goo made her smile despite herself. "Face it, Steele. You need my help right now." Logan's expression softened. "I just don't want you getting hurt. I'm not that fragile teenager anymore." Serena touched his arm lightly. The fabric of his Henley was soft under her fingers. "Besides, my car's still at the sanctuary. Unless you plan on being my personal chauffeur." "Fine," Logan sighed. "But please be careful. For me." The sincerity in his gold-flecked eyes made her heart skip a beat. "Only if you do the same." He nodded, stepping back. "Deal." Serena watched as he walked slowly to his truck. The engine rumbled to life and the headlights cut through the darkness. As his taillights disappeared around the corner, she couldn't help but wonder if she'd just made things more complicated for herself. Serena set her kits by the door and collapsed onto her worn couch, kicking off her shoes. Her glasses slipped down her nose as she let her head fall back against the cushions. The events of the day played through her mind like a movie she couldn't pause. "What are you doing, Serena?" she asked the empty room. Her cat clock ticked in response, its tail swinging back and forth. She closed her eyes, remembering how Logan had doubled over laughing when her potion turned the fence into a wall of daisies. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners, how his deep laugh had bubbled up from his chest. She'd forgotten how infectious his joy could be. "It's just for the animals," she muttered for the 100th time, but even to her own ears the words rang hollow. The memory of dinner made her stomach flutter. He'd remembered her favorite, grilled salmon with herbs from his garden. The way he'd watched her take that first bite, anticipation written all over his face. "Stop it," she told herself firmly. But her traitorous mind drifted to their hands brushing as they worked on the fence, the spark that shot through her each time. The way he'd steadied her when she stumbled, his hand warm against her lower back. Rolling onto her side, she grabbed a throw pillow and hugged it to her chest. "This is stupid. You're not some lovesick teenager anymore." But she couldn't deny how natural it had felt working beside him. Even their bickering had felt right. "You're just grateful for the work," she reasoned with herself. "And maybe a little worried about him. That's all." The pillow muffled her groan of frustration. Who was she kidding? The way her heart had leaped into her throat when he shifted to protect the sanctuary, to protect her. How safe she'd felt. "This is exactly what you promised yourself you wouldn't do," she scolded herself. But she couldn't help the smile that crept across her face as she remembered lying in the grass, both of them covered in sparkly potion residue, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Later that night, Serena tossed in her bed, tangled in sheets damp with sweat. In her dream, massive paws thundered against frozen ground as she ran through the sanctuary. Her potions bag bounced against her hip, bottles clinking with each desperate step. A deep growl rumbled behind her. "You can't escape," Silas's voice echoed. Somehow both human and bear at once. She spun around, fumbling with her bag. Her fingers closed around empty air where her potions should be. Another bear burst through the trees. Logan, his fur gleaming in the moonlight. He planted himself between her and Silas. "Really?" Dream Serena called out, somehow finding humor even in terror. "The whole damsel in distress thing? My subconscious needs better material." Logan's bare form turned its head, and she could have sworn it rolled its eyes at her. Chapter 13. Serena. Serena's light sweater billowed in the spring breeze as she walked to meet Julie for lunch. Her best friend had texted her early that morning, demanding details about the sanctuary situation. The cobblestone sidewalks of Main Street brought back memories of countless other lunch dates here. The lunch crowd at the Salty Dog Cafe spilled out onto the sidewalk patio, their chatter mixing with seagull cries and the distant crash of waves. Julie waved from their usual table outside. "I ordered your usual turkey club. Now tell me the details. Your texts haven't been exactly easy to follow these past few days." "It's really not that exciting," Serena said as she slid into the wrought iron chair. "I've just been helping Logan with the animals and some protective potions for his fence." "So let me get this straight," Julie said, leaning forward. "You're basically the sanctuary's resident witch vet now?" "I wouldn't go that far." Serena adjusted her glasses on her face. "You made protective potions that you said kept a massive bear shifter from destroying the place last night." Julie's eyes sparkled with amusement. "That's not nothing, sir." The headache shock potion barely slowed him down. Serena picked up her sandwich. "And the reinforcement spell only worked after I turned half the fence into a flower garden. Which I still need pictures of, by the way." Julie grinned. "But seriously, you prevented another attack. That's huge." The breeze rustled the umbrella above them. Serena watched a paper napkin dance across the patio. Maybe. I just wish Logan would get some real help with this Silas situation. "Men." Julie rolled her eyes. "Especially bear shifter men. They think they have to handle everything alone." "Tell me about it." Serena bit into her sandwich. "It's like talking to a brick wall sometimes," she said in between chewing. "Just be careful, okay?" Julie's voice softened. "Silas sounds dangerous. I remember when he got arrested. It wasn't pretty." "I will be." Serena's hand drifted to her potions bag beside her chair. She'd started carrying extra defensive brews, just in case. "Besides, I'm mostly there for the animals." "Right." Julie dragged out the word. "The animals." Julie stirred her water with her straw, creating a small whirlpool. "So, how is it, being around Logan every day?" "He's still stubborn as a mule. We argued for 20 minutes yesterday about the proper way to administer medicine to the raccoon." "Some things never change." "But he has matured," Serena said, surprising herself with how quickly she defended him. "He's actually really great to work with. You should see the sanctuary, Julie. He's got this red-tailed hawk with a broken wing that's healing beautifully. And there's this family of foxes that follow him around like he's their personal chef. Her sandwich lay forgotten as she continued. Yesterday I watched him bottle feed this orphaned bear cub. He was so gentle with it, singing this ridiculous made-up song about honey and salmon. The cub kept trying to climb up his arm while drinking. Julie's lips curved into a knowing smile. Sounds like someone's impressed. It's just... Serena waved her hands, trying to capture the right words. He built this whole place from nothing. Every enclosure is perfectly designed for each species. He works from sunrise to sunset and still finds time to play with each animal. Did you know he hand-feeds the elderly wolf that can't see well anymore? I didn't. And when the owl needs its bandages changed, he wraps it in this special blanket he ordered that keeps it calm. He remembers every animal's quirks and preferences. Serena realized she was rambling and took a sip of water. It's just nice to see someone so dedicated to animal welfare. Sounds like he's grown up quite a bit from the guy who used to think wrestling bears was an acceptable weekend activity. Serena laughed, remembering those days. Oh, he still does that sometimes, but now it's to help rehabilitate injured bears. He's channeled all that energy into something meaningful. Julie's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned across the table. So, speaking of Logan being all grown up and responsible now... Don't. Serena recognized that tone. It was the same one Julie had used in high school before setting her up on blind dates. What? I'm just saying, you two seem to be getting along really well. We're working together, that's all. Serena busied herself with reorganizing her sandwich, pushing a wayward piece of lettuce back between the bread slices. Uh-huh. And that's why you just spent 10 minutes gushing about how amazing he is with animals. Heat rose up Serena's neck. I was not gushing. I was making professional observations about his sanctuary management skills. Professional observations about his gentle hands and singing voice? That was relevant context. The ice in Serena's glass clinked as she took a hasty sip. Look, Julie said, her tone softening. If you're not interested in him that way anymore, that's totally fine. But if you are... She paused, raising an eyebrow. Maybe it's worth exploring? Serena's stomach did a small flip at the suggestion. The truth was, working with Logan these past few days had awakened something she thought long buried. The way his eyes sparkled when he smiled at her successful potions, how his hands moved so confidently yet gently with the animals, even the familiar scent of pine and earth that always seemed to surround him. I can't think about that right now, Serena said, pushing those thoughts aside. There's too much going on with Silas and the sanctuary. Since when has life ever given us perfect timing? Julie grinned. Besides, you're practically glowing when you talk about him. I am not, Serena protested, though she could feel her cheeks warming. Serena traced the condensation on her water glass, watching the droplets merge and race down the side. I just don't trust my judgment anymore, Julie. I mean, look at my track record. I thought Richard and I would last forever, and that crashed and burned spectacularly. Richard was a jerk who didn't appreciate you, Julie said, waving her fork dismissively. That's on him, not your judgment. And Logan and I already failed once. The words caught in Serena's throat. What if we try again and it's worse? What if I'm just broken when it comes to relationships? Sweetie. Julie reached across the table and squeezed her hand. The only thing broken is your confidence. The Serena I know would never let one failed marriage stop her from living her life. Serena fixed her glasses, buying time to collect her thoughts. It's not just the marriage. When Logan and I were together before, we were so young, so sure of everything. Now. She gestured vaguely at herself. I can barely decide what to have for breakfast without second-guessing it. So start small, Julie suggested, her eyes twinkling. Maybe don't jump straight to planning your wedding. Just see where things go. Julie! Serena's cheeks burned. Nobody said anything about weddings. The point is, Julie continued, grinning, you're allowed to be happy. And from what I've seen, Working at that sanctuary makes you happy. Logan makes you happy. The truth of those words settled in Serena's chest. She thought about how great it felt working alongside Logan, the way they'd fallen right back into their old rhythm, how his smile still made her stomach flip even after all this time. Besides, Julie added, the Serena who turned Logan's fence into a musical flower garden sounds pretty fun to me. Serena couldn't help but laugh. That was an accident. But you fixed it, just like I know you'll figure this out too. Julie's voice softened. Don't let fear of the past keep you from something that could be pretty amazing in the present. Serena traced the rim of her water glass. You're right. I need to stop letting fear run my life. That's my girl, Julie beamed. Serena's phone buzzed. She glanced at the message from Logan. Heading your way now. Need your help with another injured owl. And speaking of your ruggedly handsome bear shifter, Julie wiggled her eyebrows. He's not my anything. Serena gathered her potions bag, fighting a smile. He just needs help with an owl. Sure. Go save woodland creatures with your not anything. They hugged goodbye, and Serena started her walk home. Her mind soon drifted to Logan. The spring breeze carried the scent of blooming dogwood trees, reminding her of those walks they used to take in the woods together. As she rounded the corner onto Maple Street, her heart skipped a little. Logan's blue pickup was parked in front of her house, and there he was, leaning against the driver's side door. His dark hair ruffled in the wind, and his worn leather jacket stretched across his broad shoulders as he crossed his arms. He hadn't noticed her yet, his attention focused on a cardinal hopping along her fence. Serena slowed her pace, taking in the sight. The afternoon sun caught the gold flecks in his eyes, and that familiar warmth spread through her chest. He had a smudge of dirt on his jaw, probably from working with the animals, and his boots were muddy from the morning's rain. Julie's words echoed in her mind. Don't let fear of the past keep you from something that could be pretty amazing in the present. Looking at Logan now, bathed in spring sunlight and unconsciously humming what she recognized as his ridiculous Honey and Salmon Bear Cub song, Serena felt something shift inside her. That wall she'd built around her heart developed a tiny crack, letting in a ray of possibility. She touched her messy bun self-consciously, wishing she'd worn her hair down today. Then she caught herself and smiled. The old Logan had seen her covered in mud after falling into a creek, wearing his oversized flannel shirt and sporting a spectacular case of poison ivy. A messy bun was hardly going to scare him off.
Chapter 14. Logan. Logan leaned against his truck, the afternoon sun warming his face. His bear stirred as Serena's scent drifted to him on the breeze before he caught sight of her. She walked down the street in fitted jeans and a light sweater, her hair caught up in that messy bun he found oddly appealing. "Hey," he called out, straightening up. "Need help with your kit?" "I've got it." Serena disappeared inside her house. Logan drummed his fingers on the hood of his truck. Even after all this time, being around her made his skin prickle with awareness. When she emerged with her veterinary kit, he opened the passenger door. "Such a gentleman," she teased, climbing in. "Don't let it get around. I have a reputation to maintain." He slid behind the wheel, catching another whiff of her lavender vanilla scent. "The raccoon's been asking about you." "The one that kept trying to steal my stethoscope?" "That's the one. Think he's got a crush on you." "At least someone does." Serena's laugh filled the cab. "Oh, I wouldn't say he's the only one." The words completely slipped out before he could stop them. Heat crept up his neck. "Logan Steele, are you flirting with me?" "Depends. Is it working?" He shot her a sideways grin, pleased when color bloomed in her cheeks. "You're impossible." But she was smiling. "Part of my charm." He navigated the winding road toward the sanctuary, hyper-aware of her presence beside him. "Remember that time we went swimming at Miller's Pond? When you pushed me in. When you pulled me in after you. You mean details." She waved her hand dismissively. "Though I seem to recall someone squealing like a little girl." "Bears don't squeal." "This one did." The easy banter continued as trees thickened around them. Logan found himself relaxing, remembering how natural it had always been between them, before everything went wrong, before she left. But she was here now, wasn't she? And maybe that was enough for today. Logan soon pulled into the familiar sanctuary's gravel driveway. He cut the engine once they reached the front entrance and quickly hopped out. He circled around to get Serena's door before she could reach for it. His bear preened at her small smile of thanks. The afternoon air carried the mixed scents of pine, animals, and her intoxicating lavender vanilla perfume. "Let me take that." He grabbed her kits before she could protest. "I can carry my own equipment." "Humor me." He led the way past the main enclosures, noting how the animals perked up at Serena's presence. Even the usually standoffish fox came to the fence to watch her pass. "Someone's popular," he said. "Animals can sense good intentions," she responded quickly. "Speaking of which, where's this owl you mentioned?" "Treatment room." He shouldered open the door, setting her kit on the counter. "Found him this morning tangled in some fishing line. Wings pretty banged up." The great horned owl watched them from its cage, golden eyes wary. Logan's bear recognized a fellow predator, but the bird was clearly hurting. "Poor thing." Serena approached slowly, her movements calm and precise. "Let's take a look at you." Logan helped her prep the examination table, falling into a comfortable rhythm as they worked together. When she needed gauze, he had it ready. When she reached for antiseptic, he'd already uncapped it. "Steady him for me?" She slipped on latex gloves. Logan's hands bracketed the owl's body, careful but firm. His fingers brushed Serena's as she worked, sending little jolts of electricity up his arms. Her face was close to his, brow furrowed in concentration as she examined the wing. "Remember that eagle we helped in high school?" he asked. "The one that tried to take your nose off?" She smirked. "Good times. You laughed so hard you snorted." "I did not," but her eyes sparkled. "Did too. Sounded like a piglet, just like yesterday." She hip-checked him, and his bear hummed in pleasure at the contact. Being near her like this, working in sync, felt right in a way he couldn't explain. Didn't want to explain, if he was honest with himself. "Hold him just a bit tighter," she murmured. "This part might hurt him." Serena soon finished treating the injured owl, and Logan put him back in his cage. Logan then carried the owl's cage to an outdoor enclosure, while Serena gathered her supplies. Once safely inside his enclosure, the bird's golden eyes tracked their movements, more alert now that the pain medication had kicked in. "He needs to take it easy on that wing." Serena's hair had started escaping her bun, wisps framing her face. "I can whip up something to speed the healing." Logan followed her to his workshop, watching as she laid out her ingredients with efficiency. Logan felt something stir deep inside of him at how at home she looked in his space. "Can you pass me that mortar and pestle?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." He handed it over, deliberately letting his fingers brush hers. "Don't ma'am me, Steele." But her lips curved up. "Whatever you say, Doc." She crushed herbs with quick, precise movements, the workshop filled with earthy scents. Chamomile, yarrow, something spicy he couldn't identify. Logan leaned against the workbench, content to watch her work. "You're hovering again," she said without looking up. "I believe this is still my workshop." "Mm-hmm." She measured out a purple liquid. "Make yourself useful and hand me that bottle of moonflower extract." "Bossy," but he grabbed it anyway, enjoying their easy back and forth. "You love it?" She froze, cheeks pinking as she realized what she'd said. Logan's bear perked up at her slip. "Maybe I do." The air thickened between them as Serena stirred her potion. Steam curled up, carrying hints of mint and honey. She was biting her lower lip, an old nervous habit he remembered well. "Almost done," she murmured, breaking the tension. "Just needs to simmer for a few minutes." "Good thing I cleared my schedule then." He crossed his arms, making no move to leave. "You're impossible." "You might have mentioned that earlier." He grinned as she rolled her eyes. "Still true, though." The potion bubbled, turning a soft golden color that matched the owl's eyes. Serena nodded in satisfaction and began bottling it up. Logan watched Serena's steady hands as she administered the golden potion to the owl. His bear rumbled with satisfaction at her caring for his animals. The owl's feathers gleamed in the late afternoon sun. "Easy there, big guy," she murmured to the bird. "This'll help that wing heal faster." "You should have seen the first animal I helped here," Logan said, crossing his arms and leaning against the enclosure. "Little fox kit, barely old enough to walk. Found him trapped in some idiot's illegal snare. What happened to him?" "Named him Trouble. Still visits sometimes, actually." Logan's lips quirked up. "See that scar on my thumb? That's from when he decided my hand was a chew toy." Serena finished with the owl and turned to face him. "So, your parents really just gave you all this land?" "More like they got tired of finding injured animals in their garage." He shrugged. "Dad said if I was going to keep bringing strays home, I might as well do it properly." "Smart guy. Should have seen his face when I brought home that bear cub, though." Logan chuckled at the memory. "Mom about had a heart attack." "You didn't?" "Sure did. Named her Princess." Serena's laugh echoed throughout the sanctuary. "The big bad bear shifter had a cub named Princess?" "Hey now, she picked it." He pushed off the frame and moved closer. "Wouldn't answer to anything else. Stubborn little thing. Reminded me of someone else I know." "I have no idea who you're talking about." But her eyes sparkled. "Course not." He reached past her to adjust the owl's perch, letting his arm brush against hers. Logan soon led Serena to the deer enclosure. She leaned against the fence, watching the young fawn that had arrived last week. "So there I was, first day of clinicals," Serena said, pushing her glasses up. "This massive Great Dane comes in. I mean huge. And I'm trying to be professional, right? But this dog decides my scrubs are the perfect place to wipe his drool. Bet that went over well with your fancy city clinic." "Oh, it gets better. He knocked me flat on my back, sat on my chest, and refused to move." She grinned. "My supervisor found me pinned under 200 pounds of stubborn dog who thought he'd found his new best friend." Logan's laugh rumbled deep in his chest. "Sounds like my kind of dog." She smiled, but then it faded slightly. "You know, I used to imagine telling you these stories. Back when you first left." His bear stirred restlessly. "I wanted to call. 1,000 times. Why didn't you?" "Pride. Stubbornness." He ran a hand through his hair. "Fear." "Fear?" Her gray eyes widened. "You were going places, Serena. Big cities, fancy schools. I was just the local bear who liked helping injured squirrels." He met her gaze. "I convinced myself you'd realize how small town I was and never look back." "Logan," she touched his arm, "I would have come back, for you, if you just supported my dreams instead of fighting them." "I know that now." He covered her hand with his. "I was young and stupid. Thought keeping you here was the only way to keep you. And I should have fought harder instead of running away." She squeezed his fingers. "We both messed up." "We did." He smiled slightly. "But look at us now. All grown up and actually talking about feelings." "Will wonders never cease?" Her familiar teasing tone returned. The mighty Logan Steele admitting he has feelings. "Don't tell anyone." He bumped her shoulder with his. "Friends?" "Friends," she agreed.
Chapter 15. Serena. The spring sun warmed Serena's skin as she mixed another healing potion for the baby deer Logan had brought in yesterday. The familiar sense of herbs and animal feed mingled in the air, creating what had become her new normal over the past few weeks. Every morning she'd arrive just after sunrise, check on their current patients, and spend the day treating whatever new creature Logan had managed to find. "Here, hold her still." Serena passed Logan the bottle of healing potion as she entered the fawn's enclosure. Logan scooped up the fawn with one arm, cradling it against his chest while Serena administered the potion. His hands, rough from constant work around the sanctuary, were impossibly gentle with the small animal. "By the way, the owl's wing is healing nicely," Serena said. "Should be ready for release by next week." "Good thing you're here. That bird would have taken twice as long to heal without your potions." The praise sent a warm flutter through her chest. The sanctuary had become more than just a job. It was her anchor in a world that had felt unstable for so long. "Got another raccoon with a broken leg," Logan said. "Want to take a look?" "Sure thing. Just let me get my supplies." Serena went and quickly gathered her supplies. She soon fell into step beside Logan as they crossed the sanctuary grounds. The morning dew still clung to the grass, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled at the rising sun. This was exactly where she needed to be right now. No city life, no uncertainty, just animals that needed her help, and a bear shifter who trusted her skills enough to let her provide it. Later that afternoon, Serena balanced precariously on a stepladder, paintbrush in hand as she applied her latest defensive potion to the sanctuary's fence posts. The mixture smelled like burnt cinnamon and sparkled with an iridescent sheen in the afternoon light. "You're missing spots," Logan's deep voice carried from below. "I am not." She dabbed more carefully at the wood. "And if you're so concerned, why don't you do it yourself? Because you said, and I quote, 'Don't touch anything, you'll mess up the magical resonance.'" That was 3 potions ago. The ladder wobbled and Serena grabbed the top of the post. "This one just needs even coverage." "Then let me help before you fall and break something." His hands settled on the ladder, steadying it. "I don't need another patient to treat." Serena glanced down at him, noting how his shoulders tensed every time the ladder shifted. "Fine, but use straight strokes, not that circular motion you tried last time." "Yes, boss." He grabbed another brush and ladder, setting up a few feet away. "What's different about this batch anyway?" "Added crushed moonstone and cedar oil." She dipped her brush again. "Should create a stronger barrier that adapts to magical attacks. In theory." "In theory?" "Well, it's not like I could test it properly in my kitchen." The wood absorbed the potion with a soft sizzle, but the components should work together to... A loud crack echoed through the sanctuary. Logan dropped his brush and shifted instantly into his bear form, massive and alert. Serena's heart hammered as she scrambled down the ladder. The fence across the compound shuddered, wood splintering as something large slammed against it. Logan bounded forward with a thunderous roar. "Wait!" Serena called after him. "The new potion hasn't set yet." But Logan was already charging toward the disturbance, his bear form moving with surprising speed for something so large. Serena grabbed her emergency vial of barrier potion and ran after him, her boots squelching in the mud from yesterday's rain. The attack stopped as suddenly as it began. By the time they reached the damaged section, there was nothing but claw marks and the lingering scent of another bear shifter. Logan shifted back, his jaw clenched. "He's testing our defenses again." "Then let's give him something to really test." Serena uncorked her vial and began applying it to the damaged area of the fence. Serena finished applying the last of the potion to the damaged section while Logan hauled fresh lumber from his truck. The mixture glowed faintly as it sank into the wood, spreading like watercolor on paper. "That should hold," she said, wiping sweat from her forehead. "At least until the reinforcement sets." Logan grunted as he positioned a new post. "Good. Now step back while I fix this." His muscles flexed as he drove the post into the ground with practiced ease. Serena retreated to the workshop, leaving him to his repairs. The familiar space welcomed her with its organized chaos. Shelves lined with ingredients, bubbling cauldrons, and the faint scent of herbs that perpetually hung in the air. Logan had cleared his workshop for her use weeks ago, and she'd transformed it into her own little sanctuary within his sanctuary. A smile spread across her face as she spotted the scorch mark on the ceiling, a reminder of last week's mishap. She'd been attempting to create an enhanced healing salve for the raccoons when the mixture had suddenly shot straight up like a geyser, painting the ceiling purple. Logan had rushed in, expecting disaster, only to find her covered in sparkly purple goo. "At least it smelled like blueberries," she muttered to herself, organizing her workbench. "Still talking to your potions?" Logan's deep voice startled her. He filled the doorway, tools slung over one shoulder. "That's the first sign of madness, you know." Says the man who had a full conversation with that grumpy old beaver yesterday. "Hey, Maurice is a great listener." He set his tools down with a clang. And he doesn't turn my fur pink like someone's experimental coat-enhancing potion did last month. That was an accident, she exclaimed as her cheeks reddened. Besides, it wore off. Eventually. 3 days, Serena. I had pink fur for 3 days. She bit back a laugh, remembering how the massive Kodiak bear had looked decidedly less intimidating in cotton candy pink. It brought out your eyes? Logan's mock glare only made her laugh harder. Just keep your mad scientist experiments away from my fur from now on. No promises. She turned back to her workbench, hiding her grin. Now shoo! I have actual work to do. Serena measured dried chamomile into her mortar, but her attention kept drifting to the window where Logan chopped wood for the owl enclosure's new perches. His t-shirt clung to his broad shoulders, and she found herself counting the rhythmic swings of the axe instead of her ingredient portions. Focus, she muttered, accidentally adding too much chamomile. The powder puffed up, making her sneeze. Great. She dabbed her nose with her sleeve, trying to ignore how the sunlight caught the gold flecks in Logan's eyes when he'd teased her earlier. Or how his laugh still filled her with warmth, just like it had years ago. Or how watching him cradle injured animals made her want to... The potion bubbled over, hissing as it hit her workbench. Oh, come on! She grabbed a rag, mopping up the mess. Her cheeks burned, and not just from the steam. Get it together, Bloom. He's your ex. Your slightly sweaty, incredibly gentle with animals, stupidly handsome ex... She groaned, dropping her head onto the workbench. The wood felt cool against her forehead as she listened to the steady thunk of Logan's axe outside. This is ridiculous, she told her failed potion as she looked up. I can't be falling for him again. I just got divorced, even though the marriage was over long before that. I'm still putting my life back together. I can't afford to complicate things with... She waved her hand at the window, where Logan had stripped off his shirt in the afternoon heat. Oh, wow, she whispered, quickly turning away. She picked up her mortar again, determined to focus on work instead of the way his muscles moved as he... The pestle slipped from her fingers, clattering across the floor. Nope, no, absolutely not. She jabbed a finger at her reflection in the window. We are not doing this. We are being professional and practical and... Talking to yourself again? Serena yelped, spinning around to find Logan leaning in the doorway, still shirtless and very sweaty. Her mouth went dry. Just discussing potion theory, she managed, pushing her glasses up. With myself, because that's totally normal and not at all crazy. Logan's mouth quirked up in that half-smile that used to drive her wild. Still did if she was being completely honest. Whatever works. Need any help in here? No, she said too quickly. I mean, no thank you. I'm good, very good, just experimenting. As Serena was driving home for the day, her car hummed along the quiet coastal road, the setting sun painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Her hands gripped the steering wheel as memories of the day replayed in her mind. Logan's special way with the animals, his infectious laugh, the way he smiled at her. Stop it, she told herself. Friends. We agreed on friends. But the word felt hollow, insufficient for the warmth that spread through her whenever he was near. Her phone chirped with a text notification. At the next red light, she glanced down to see Logan had sent a picture of the fawn curled up asleep. Just thought you'd want to see your patient resting comfortably, his message read. Serena smiled, then immediately caught herself. This is exactly the problem, she muttered, dropping her phone into the cup holder. 10 years. I walked away and didn't look back for 10 years. I don't get to just want him again. The light turned green, and she continued on her route home. Yes, I still have feelings for him, but that doesn't mean I should act on them. I mean, who leaves someone they love and then expects a second chance a decade later?
Chapter 16. Logan. Logan paced in his office, phone in hand, staring at the festival flyer pinned to his bulletin board. The setting sun cast long shadows through the window, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore reminded him of all those nights years ago when he and Serena would sneak away to watch the fireworks. First things first, he snapped a quick photo of the fawn they helped earlier that morning. The little guy was curled up on a bed of fresh hay, sleeping peacefully after their day of treatment. He typed out a quick message. "Just thought you'd want to see your patient resting comfortably." Serena's response came almost instantly. "Aw, sweet baby. That potion really helped with the leg pain." Logan's thumb hovered over the keyboard. The bear inside him growled with impatience, but he forced himself to wait. 10 minutes ticked by as he wrestled with the right words. "Beach festival tonight. Remember how we used to go?" He finally typed, then added, "Want to check it out? For old time's sake?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. His heart hammered against his ribs. The welcoming spring festival? I can't believe it's that time already. I've missed it so much. The bonfires, the music, the fireworks. "Is that a yes?" he texted back, grinning at her enthusiasm. "Definitely yes. I just got home. Need to change." Logan's bear practically purred with satisfaction. "I'll pick you up at 8. He set the phone down, unable to wipe the smile off his face. Working with Serena these past weeks had awakened something he'd thought was asleep forever. Every time she laughed at one of his jokes or got that determined look while brewing her potions, he felt himself falling harder. The way she connected with the animals, her gentle touch, her fierce protectiveness, it all reminded him why he'd fallen for her in the first place. "Keep it together," he muttered to himself. "It's just the festival. Just 2 friends hanging out." But even as he said it, he knew he was lying to himself. Nothing about Serena had ever been just anything. Logan soon pulled up to Serena's house to pick her up for the festival. The bouquet of wildflowers he'd picked up sat hidden under a blanket behind his seat. He'd grabbed them on impulse, then chickened out of actually bringing them to the door. Friends didn't bring friends, flowers. His bear's keen senses picked up her scent before she emerged. When she stepped out onto her porch, his grip tightened on the steering wheel until the leather creaked. Gone was the messy bun and practical clothes she wore at the sanctuary. Her hair fell in loose waves past her shoulders, and she wore a flowing sundress that made his mouth go dry. The sight of her bare shoulders in the porch light sent his bear into a possessive frenzy. "Down, boy," he muttered to himself, forcing his claws to retract where they'd started to emerge. Serena approached the truck and Logan leaned across to push open the passenger door. "Your chariot awaits," he said with an exaggerated bow from his seat. "Such the gentleman." She climbed in, bringing with her the scent of lavender and something uniquely Serena that made his head spin. "Though I notice this chariot still has the same squeaky door it did 10 years ago. Hey now, don't insult the truck. She's sensitive." They drove toward the beach, the setting sun still painting the sky in light oranges and pinks. The festival lights were already visible, strung between poles along the shoreline. Music drifted on the breeze, some local band covering classic rock songs. Logan pulled into the makeshift parking area on the packed sand, finding a spot near the back where fewer cars had ventured. "Looks packed already," Serena observed, peering through the windshield at the crowds near the entrance. "Good thing I know all the secret ways in." He winked at her. "Unless you've forgotten how to sneak onto the beach?" "Logan Steele, are you suggesting we break the rules?" "More like creatively interpreting them." His bear preened at the way she laughed. "Besides, those lines are for tourists. We're locals." Logan led Serena through their secret entrance onto the beach, his bear's protective instincts surging as she navigated the rocky path. The festival lights twinkled above them, casting a magical glow across the sand. His fingers itched to take her hand, but he kept them firmly at his sides. "Remember that summer we snuck in here every weekend?" Serena asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "And old man Henderson would chase us off, waving that ridiculous flashlight?" Logan chuckled, the memory warming him more than the nearby bonfires. "Good times." They soon wandered past food stalls, the scents of fried dough and grilled meat making his stomach growl. When Serena's eyes lingered on a candy apple stand, Logan immediately stepped up to buy 2. "You didn't have to," she protested, but accepted the treat with a smile. "Course I did. Can't have the festival experience without getting sticky candy all over your face." They found a quiet spot near one of the smaller bonfires, away from the main crowd. The flames cast a warm glow across Serena's face as she bit into her apple, and Logan had to force himself to look away. "Oh, the tide pools are still here," Serena exclaimed, pointing toward the rocky outcropping. "Remember how we used to spend hours looking at the starfish? Want to check them out?" She nodded eagerly, and this time Logan didn't stop himself from taking her hand as they picked their way across the rocks. His stomach flipped when she squeezed his fingers instead of pulling away. They spent the next hour discovering tiny sea creatures, Serena's excitement infectious as she pointed out each new find. Logan found himself watching her more than the tide pools, memorizing the way her nose crinkled when she laughed, how the sea breeze played with her hair. "Look at this one!" Serena leaned closer to a particularly colorful anemone, nearly losing her balance. Logan's arms shot out, steadying her against his chest. She fit there perfectly, just like she always had. The scent of her shampoo mixed with the salty air, making his head spin. "Still clumsy as ever," he teased, not letting go quite yet. "Still trying to catch me when I fall," she countered softly, looking up at him with those gray eyes that haunted his dreams. His bear wanted nothing more than to claim her right there, but Logan forced himself to release her, settling for a gentle squeeze of her shoulder. As they walked back along the beach, the band's music drifted over from the main festival area. Logan watched Serena's face light up as she recognized the song, an old rock ballad they used to dance to years ago. "Oh, I love this song." Serena swayed to the rhythm, her sundress catching the evening breeze. "Dance with me?" His bear boomed with pleasure at her invitation. "Right here?" "Why not? We're far enough from everyone else." She held out her hand, and the playful glint in her eyes made his heart skip. Logan pulled her close, one hand settling on her waist while the other clasped hers. Her skin was warm through the thin fabric of her dress, and his bear's heightened senses picked up the quickening of her pulse. "You still remember how to lead?" she teased, following his steps in the sand. "Some things you don't forget." Like how perfectly she fit against him, or how her scent mixed with the ocean breeze drove him wild. They moved together easily, muscle memory taking over from countless dances shared years ago. The distant festival lights cast a soft glow over them, and the waves provided a gentle backdrop to the music. "You've gotten better at this," Serena said, her breath catching as he spun her out and back into his arms. "Had to learn some new moves to impress all those lady bears." He grinned when she rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, when's the last time you went on a date?" The question hit closer to home than he cared to admit. Truth was, no one had measured up to her since she left. As the song shifted to something slower, Serena moved closer, resting her head against his chest. Logan's bear purred with satisfaction, wanting to mark her with his scent. He fought the urge to nuzzle her neck, instead drawing slow circles on her back with his thumb. The casual dancing had transformed into something more intimate. Each breath brought him her intoxicating scent. Each movement pressed her closer. When she lifted her face to look at him, her lips parted slightly. Logan felt his control slipping. His gaze dropped to her mouth and he started to lean in. The bear inside him demanded he claim what was his, what had always been his. The first explosion of color lit up the sky just as Logan's lips nearly brushed Serena's. They jerked apart, startled by the sudden boom that echoed across the beach. His bear growled in frustration at the interruption. "Midnight already?" Serena's voice was breathless as she took a small step back, though she remained within the circle of his arms. Logan's enhanced vision caught the flush on her cheeks, the rapid flutter of her pulse at her throat. The fireworks painted her in alternating hues of red, gold, and blue, making her look almost ethereal. His bear wanted to pull her back, to finish what they'd started. "Guess spring's officially here," he managed, his voice rough. Another burst of color illuminated the sky, reflecting off the waves. Serena tilted her head back to watch, exposing the elegant line of her throat. Logan's fingers tightened on her waist. "They're beautiful," she whispered. "Yeah," he agreed, though he wasn't looking at the fireworks. He half smiled when she caught him staring and blushed deeper. They stood there, neither quite willing to step away, as the sky exploded in a symphony of light and sound. Chapter 17. Logan. Logan's bear prowled restlessly as he made his morning rounds at the sanctuary. Every few minutes, his thoughts drifted back to Serena, the way she'd felt in his arms, how her scent had mixed with the ocean spray, the slight part of her lips just before the fireworks interrupted them. "Focus!" he growled at himself, nearly stumbling over a feeding bucket. The raccoon in the nearby enclosure chittered, almost mockingly. Yeah, laugh it up," Logan muttered, tossing some fresh fruit into the enclosure. "At least you're not daydreaming about someone like a lovesick teenager." He checked his phone for the third time that hour. No messages from Serena, but then he had insisted she take the day off. His bear grumbled with displeasure at the self-imposed distance. "She's probably having fun with Julie," he told himself, trying to ignore how empty the sanctuary felt without her presence. Without her laughter echoing off the walls, or the way she'd scrunch her nose when concentrating on a particularly tricky potion. The owl they'd treated together called out from its enclosure, drawing his attention. Logan approached, checking its wing. "Missing your favorite vet, huh?" He stroked the bird's feathers. "Join the club." His mind wandered back to that almost kiss, the way she'd moved against him, trust evident in every steady breath. The bear in him had wanted to claim her right there, mark her as his mate. The human side of him knew better, knew they needed to take things slow. "What am I, 16 again?" he muttered. "You really need to get it together, Steele." But the memory of her gray eyes reflecting the starlight, the soft curves of her body pressed against his, it all refused to leave him alone. A squirrel chattered nearby, drawing his attention to the feed he'd spilled while lost in thought. All right, he grumbled, cleaning up the mess. But you try concentrating when the woman you've never stopped loving is suddenly back in your life, looking more beautiful than ever, and nearly kissing you under the stars." The squirrel just flicked its tail and scampered off. "Everyone's a critic," Logan muttered, but couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips as he returned to his tasks. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the sanctuary as Logan finished the last of his tasks. His bear's heightened senses picked up the lingering traces of Serena's scent near the hawk enclosure, that mix of lavender and herbs that made his chest tighten. "You're getting soft, old man," he muttered to himself, securing the feed storage. His bear disagreed, rumbling contentedly at thoughts of their almost kiss. Logan paused at the fence line they'd reinforced together, running his fingers over the strengthened metal. Her magic had merged seamlessly with the structure, just like she'd merged back into his life. "Back then, I thought I had it all figured out." He checked the gate's latch, remembering how young and sure of himself he'd been. Gonna marry that girl, have cubs, live happily ever after. He paused. "How did that work out for you?" A red-tailed hawk swooped overhead, catching his attention, the same kind they treated together yesterday. "She's different now," he told the sanctuary at large, pacing the perimeter. "Hell, I'm different. Maybe that's not such a bad thing." His bear pushed forward, eager to chase these thoughts of mate and future. Logan reined it in, though he couldn't help the satisfied growl that escaped when he remembered how perfectly she'd fit against him during their dance. "But what if," he started, then caught himself talking to thin air again. "Great. Now I'm turning into one of those shifters who talks to themselves all day." The raccoon from earlier poked its head out, chittering what sounded suspiciously like agreement. "Nobody asked you," Logan grumbled, but his lips twitched upward. He'd never been one for overthinking. That was more Serena's department. His bear preferred action, claiming what was theirs, protecting what mattered. And Serena mattered. Maybe more now than she had before, because this time he understood what he stood to lose. The setting sun painted the sanctuary in shades of amber and gold, like the way Serena's eyes had sparkled beneath the festival lights. His bear purred at the memory. "Maybe," he mused, checking the last enclosure, "sometimes you get a second chance for a reason." Logan soon shuffled through expense reports, trying to focus on the numbers that kept swimming before his eyes. His bear's enhanced night vision made the late hour bearable, but nothing could make accounting interesting. especially when every receipt reminded him of Serena. The latest invoice was from their fence repairs. He remembered how she'd accidentally turned a section into flowering vines, her cheeks flushing that adorable shade of pink. His bear hummed contentedly at the memory. "Focus," he growled, shoving the paper aside. His phone buzzed, another text from Serena. "Just checking. Did the hawk eat tonight? I noticed she was picky yesterday." His lips curved despite himself. Trust Serena to worry about their patients even on her day off. "Already handled. She ate everything. Stop worrying and enjoy your break," he typed back, then added, "The raccoon misses his favorite vet, though." "Just the raccoon?" came her quick reply. Logan's bear preened at the flirtatious undertone. "Maybe not just the raccoon." He set the phone down before he could say more, but his eyes kept drifting to the window where they'd watched the sunset together last week, to the corner where she'd spilled that experimental potion that had made them both laugh uncontrollably for an hour. Even his damn coffee mug still held traces of her scent from when she'd borrowed it the other morning. His phone lit up again. "The Hawk's wing should be ready for another check tomorrow. I can come by early?" "Sounds good." He couldn't help adding, "The sanctuary feels too quiet without you here." As soon as he sent it, his bear boomed with delight at the admission while his human side wondered if he'd said too much. But her response made both sides purr. "I miss you too. See you tomorrow, Logan." He leaned back in his chair, his paperwork forgotten. The numbers could wait. Right now, his bear wanted to bask in the warmth spreading through his chest at those four simple words. Logan was shutting down his laptop when a thunderous crack split the night air, making the windows rattle in their frames. The sound reminded him of that time Julie's water magic had collided with Serena's experimental lightning potion, except this was 10 times worse. "What the hell?" He bolted from his chair, keys jingling in his pocket as he sprinted outside. The familiar tingle of Serena's protective magic that usually hummed along the fence line was conspicuously absent. As he approached the perimeter, his enhanced vision caught the alterations immediately. The reinforced metal that had gleamed with a subtle purple sheen now looked dull and lifeless. The fence posts that had practically vibrated with Serena's protective spells stood inert. "Crap!" Logan ran his hand along the nearest section. The metal felt wrong, cold and ordinary, where it should have buzzed with energy. How did he manage this? The animals were getting restless, sensing the change. A chorus of worried sounds rose from the enclosures, clicking, chittering, and low growls that set his teeth on edge. His bear pushed against his skin, urging him to shift, but Logan held back. He needed his human senses right now. "Easy, everyone," he called out to the anxious animals. "Nobody's getting through tonight." But even as he said it, Logan knew he needed to call Serena. Whatever Silas had done to strip away her magic, this was beyond his expertise. He pulled out his phone, thumbing through his recent contacts. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the fence. Logan's head whipped toward the sound, nostrils flaring as he caught Silas's scent on the breeze. "Enjoying my handiwork, Steele?" Silas's voice floated from the shadows. "Amazing what a little counter magic can do." Logan's muscles tensed, but his voice remained casual. "Gotta admit, I'm impressed you managed to string 2 brain cells together long enough to pull this off." "Always with the jokes." Silas's laugh held no humor. "Let's see how funny you find it when everything you've built comes crashing down." The night air crackled with tension as Silas's massive bear form emerged and crashed through the weakened fence like it was made of paper. His light fur bristled, muscles bunching as he charged straight for the main building. Logan's shift came naturally, his clothes shredding as his Kodiak form emerged. His bear roared with protective fury as Silas barreled through the sanctuary, knocking over equipment and smashing through the newly built feeding stations. "Not my sanctuary, you bastard!" Logan's thoughts snarled as he intercepted Silas's charge. The 2 bears collided with bone-jarring force. Silas might have been slightly bigger, but Logan's bear knew every inch of this territory. He used that advantage, herding Silas away from the more delicate enclosures. Claws raked, teeth snapped. Logan took a hit to his shoulder but managed to land a powerful swipe across Silas's muzzle. Blood matted their fur as they wrestled, their growls echoing through the night air. The hawk they'd been treating screeched in alarm as Silas crashed into its enclosure. That sound drove Logan's bear into a frenzy. He lunged, catching Silas by the throat. His bear's thoughts were crystal clear. Nobody threatens our home. Silas thrashed, but Logan held firm until the other bear went limp in submission. The moment Logan's grip loosened, Silas twisted free and bolted, leaving destruction in his wake. Logan shifted back, ignoring the sting of his wounds as he assessed the damage to the sanctuary. Broken fences, smashed equipment, scattered supplies, but miraculously all the animals seemed unharmed.
Chapter 18. Serena. The shrill ring of her phone pierced through Serena's dreams. She fumbled for it in the dark, knocking over a glass of water on her nightstand. Hello? She squinted at her bedside clock. 2:37 a.m. Serena. Logan's voice came through rough and strained. Silas attacked the sanctuary. There's damage everywhere. Her heart leaped into her throat. Are you hurt? I'm fine. He ran off. Something in his clipped tone told her otherwise. She was already sliding out of bed, phone pressed between her ear and shoulder as she grabbed the first clothes she could find. The animals... They're scared, but okay. Look, I shouldn't have... I'll be there in 15 minutes. You don't need to. Try and stop me. She hung up before he could argue. Her hands shook as she pulled on her jeans and grabbed her emergency potions kit. The drive to the sanctuary felt endless, her mind conjuring increasingly worse scenarios. What if Logan was more injured than he let on? Bears didn't exactly fight gently. The sanctuary's front gate hung crooked on its hinges. Serena parked haphazardly and rushed out, her sneakers crunching on scattered gravel. The scent of ozone and something acrid burned her nose. Magical residue. Logan! She called out, hurrying down the main path. Over here! His deep voice carried from near the hawk enclosure. She rounded the corner and stopped short. Logan stood shirtless in the moonlight, muscles rippling as he attempted to right an overturned feeding station. Angry red scratches marked his chest and arms. Those need treatment, she said, already digging in her bag. I'm fine. He grunted, finally getting the feeder upright. Sure you are, tough guy. Sit. Serena, sit down before I make you sit down. A ghost of a smile crossed his face as he lowered himself onto a nearby bench. Yes, ma'am. She tried to ignore how her fingers tingled when they brushed his warm skin as she applied healing salve to his wounds. Want to tell me what happened? Rather hear why you rushed over here in the middle of the night wearing mismatched shoes. Serena glanced down. Sure enough, one blue sneaker, one purple. Heat crept up into her cheeks. I was worried about you, you impossible man. His hand caught hers, stilling her movements. Thank you. I appreciate it. Serena watched Logan pull his shirt back on. The healing salve she'd applied would take care of the worst of his injuries, but her stomach still churned at how close the fight had been. Let me see the rest of the damage, she said, shouldering her bag. Logan's jaw tightened. It's not pretty. They walked through the sanctuary together, and Serena's heart sank. Broken branches littered the paths, and deep claw marks scored the wooden posts of several enclosures. The hawk cage she'd helped with earlier lay twisted on its side, though thankfully the bird inside remained unharmed. My magic, she whispered, running her hand along a section of fence. The protective barrier she'd crafted was gone, leaving only empty air where her spells should have hummed. It's completely dissolved. Yeah, noticed that right before the attack. Logan hefted a fallen beam. Mind giving me a hand? They worked side by side in the moonlight, clearing debris and checking on frightened animals. The raccoons chittered nervously when they approached, while the deer pressed close to their fence, seeking reassurance. That's the third time you've yawned in 5 minutes, Logan said. I'm fine. Serena straightened another section of fence, fighting back another yawn. Just need to finish. We can do more tomorrow. His hand settled on her lower back, warm and steady. Take a break. But, Serena... His voice dropped lower, taking on that commanding tone that made her knees weak. Sit for a minute. She huffed, but let him guide her to a bench. You're bossy when you're worried. I'm always bossy. He handed her a bottle of water. Drink. Serena tilted her head back, letting the cool water soothe her parched throat. The moon hung, fat and bright above them, casting elongated shadows across the sanctuary grounds. Her muscles ached from hours of cleanup, and exhaustion tugged at her bones. Stay the night. Logan's voice pierced through the quiet. She nearly choked on her water. What? In my cabin. He gestured toward the small house. You're dead on your feet, and I don't want you driving home like this. I couldn't... You can take my bed. I'll crash on the couch. Serena fiddled with the water bottle cap, weighing her options. The thought of driving home in her current state made her wince. Plus, what if Silas came back? I don't have any clothes to sleep in, she protested weakly. Logan crossed his arms, his expression brooking no argument. I'll loan you something. You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope. The corner of his mouth twitched. Consider it payback for making me sit still while you played nurse earlier. Warmth filled her body at the memory of her hands on his bare skin. Fine, but if you give me some ratty old t-shirt to sleep in, I'm turning it into something pink and frilly. His laugh echoed across the sanctuary. Threats already? Come on, let's get you settled. As they walked to his cabin, Serena couldn't help but notice how he positioned himself between her and the tree line, his shoulders tensed and alert. The alpha protector, even now. Some things never changed. You know, she said, trying to lighten the mood, the last time I spent the night here, we were dating and you tried to cook me breakfast. The fire department wasn't very impressed. That pan was defective. The pan was fine, your attention span was defective. If I remember correctly, he said, holding open his front door, you were very distracting that morning. Serena ducked inside, hoping the darkness hid her blush. Some memories were better left in the past. Weren't they? Logan disappeared down the hallway and returned with a stack of folded clothes. These should work. Pants might be a bit long. Thanks. Serena accepted the clothes, trying not to focus on how his fingers brushed hers or how the soft cotton t-shirt still held traces of his warmth. Bathrooms through there if you want to change. He gestured to a door, then rubbed the back of his neck. Bedrooms just past it. Right. She clutched the clothes tighter, suddenly very aware of being alone with him in his cabin again. Thanks again for letting me stay. His bathroom was unusually neat, with forest green towels and a pine-scented candle on the counter. Serena changed quickly, rolling up the legs of his flannel pants several times. His gray t-shirt hung loose on her frame, the soft material carrying his distinctive scent. Pine needles, and something uniquely Logan. When she emerged, Logan was making up the couch with spare blankets. He'd stripped off his shirt again, and Serena found herself staring at the play of muscles across his back. Bedroom's all yours. He turned, catching her gaze. Heat flooded her cheeks at being caught looking. Night, she managed, hurrying into his bedroom. The bedroom was exactly how she remembered it. Simple furniture, earth tones, and a large window overlooking the sanctuary. The bed dominated the space, covered in a thick navy comforter that suddenly looked incredibly inviting. Sleep well, Logan called from the doorway behind her. His voice had dropped an octave lower, sending shivers down her spine. You too. Serena slipped between the sheets, immediately enveloped by Logan's scent. It surrounded her, familiar and intoxicating. The mattress was perfectly firm, and despite her racing thoughts about the man sleeping just rooms away, exhaustion quickly took over. Her last conscious thought was how right it felt to be here, wrapped in Logan's clothes, in Logan's bed, with the sounds of the sanctuary drifting through the window. Then sleep claimed her, drawing her into peaceful dreams filled with golden-flecked eyes and gentle hands. A gentle shake of her shoulder pulled her from dreams. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty. She blinked awake to find Logan leaning over her, already dressed in a fresh black t-shirt that stretched across his broad chest. Morning sunlight caught the gold flecks in his eyes, making them sparkle. "What time is it?" Her voice came out scratchy with sleep. "Just past 9. He straightened up, and Serena immediately missed his warmth. Made breakfast. No fire department required this time. She couldn't help but smile at the callback to their conversation last night. "Brave of you to attempt cooking breakfast again. I've learned a few things since then." He leaned against the doorway. "Coming?" The kitchen smelled amazing. Eggs, bacon, and was that fresh coffee? Her stomach rumbled as she slid onto a stool at his counter. "This looks edible," she teased, accepting the mug he handed her. "Such faith." He loaded a plate with food and set it in front of her. "Eat." As they ate, Serena's mind wandered back to last night's attack. Something wasn't adding up. "Logan?" She pushed eggs around her plate. "Does Silas have any magical ability besides the shifting?" "No." He took a sip of coffee. "Why?" "Because breaking through my protective spells would take serious magical knowledge." She set down her fork. "The kind that comes from years of potion work." Logan's jaw tightened. "You think he had help? Has to be another potions witch." Serena's mind raced with possibilities. Someone who knows how to unravel protection spells. If we find them, we might be able to stop Silas. She leaned forward, her excitement building. "My magic is good, but against another witch specifically targeting it, that's why the barriers failed." Logan's eyes darkened. "I'll find them." "We'll find them," she corrected. "You need a witch to catch a witch." He gave her that intense alpha male stare that made her insides melt. "You're not going to be bait." "No, I'm going to be your partner in this." She held his gaze. "Deal with it."
Chapter 19. Logan. Logan hammered the last board into place later that morning. His muscles ached from the night's work, but satisfaction coursed through him at having repaired most of the damage. Beside him, Serena applied the last of her protective potions to the fence line. "That should hold for now," Logan said. "Though I'd feel better if we knew who helped Silas break through your magic in the first place." Serena stretched, her messy bun even messier than usual. "I need a shower and fresh clothes before I can think straight about any of this. Go home and rest. I'll pick you up this afternoon. We can start tracking down this mystery witch. You have a plan?" "Nina." Logan leaned against the newly repaired fence. "If anyone knows about a rogue witch in town, it'll be her." "Smart thinking." Serena gathered her supplies, stifling a yawn. "Though I'm not sure how much help I'll be running on almost zero sleep." "You've already done more than enough." Logan caught himself reaching to brush a stray hair from her face and quickly dropped his hand. "I shouldn't have called you in the middle of the night." "Don't be ridiculous. These are my patients too now." She gestured to the sanctuary around them. "Besides, I'm invested in stopping Silas." Later that afternoon, Logan pulled up to Serena's house in his truck, freshly showered and changed. She opened the door before he could knock, looking refreshed in a soft sweater and jeans. "Ready to go witch hunting?" he asked. "That sounds way more ominous than what we're actually doing." Serena locked up behind her. "But yes, let's go see what Nina knows." As they walked to his truck, Logan's protective instincts flared. Having Serena involved put her at risk, but he couldn't deny how much he needed her help, or how much he simply wanted her around. He'd have to find a way to keep her safe while they tracked down whoever was helping Silas. His bear wouldn't accept anything less. The bell above the cauldron and cup chimed as Logan held the door for Serena. His bear's protective instincts purred at having her close, though he tried to ignore it. The cafe smelled of fresh coffee and warm pastries, with hints of various magical brews underneath. Nina orchestrated a symphony of floating mugs and ingredients behind the counter, her constellation-speckled apron twinkling in the morning light. "Well, if it isn't my two favorite customers—" "Nina, we need your help," Logan said, leading Serena to the counter. "Someone's been messing with Serena's protection spells." Nina's hand stilled mid-conductor wave. "Tell me everything." As Logan described the previous night's attack, Nina's expression grew serious. Purple sparks danced around her fingertips. The magic just disappeared from the fences, Serena added, like it was never there. That takes serious power. Nina absently wiped down the counter with her enchanted cloth. Most potions witches I know couldn't manage that. Logan leaned forward. But you know someone who could. Beatrice Hemlock. Nina's voice dropped low. She's always had a knack for undoing others' work, and she's not exactly particular about who she helps, as long as they can pay her. Where can we find her? Logan's bear stirred at the prospect of confronting their enemy's ally. That's the problem. Nina sent a dirty mug spinning toward the sink. Beatrice moves around. Last I heard, she was living in an old lighthouse up the coast, but that was months ago. Serena touched Logan's arm, sending warmth through his skin. It's a start, at least. Be careful, Nina warned. Beatrice isn't known for her sunny disposition. Logan nodded, already planning their next move. Thanks, Nina. We owe you one. Just keep each other safe. Nina's knowing smile made Logan's ears warm. And maybe name your firstborn after me. Nina! Serena sputtered while Logan tried not to think about how much he liked the idea. Logan's truck soon rumbled down the coastal road, the scent of Serena's lavender vanilla shampoo mixing with the salt air through the open windows. He was getting very comfortable having her in the passenger seat again, just like old times. I can't believe Nina suggested naming our firstborn after her, Serena said, shaking her head with a laugh. Bold of her to assume I'd let anyone name my cub something that pretentious, Logan teased, enjoying the blush that crept across Serena's cheeks. Please, you'd probably name them something like Bear Jr.? Hey, that's brilliant, he grinned as she rolled her eyes. The playful mood evaporated as they pulled up to the sanctuary. Logan's nose twitched at an acrid smell. Something was wrong. His bear stirred uneasily. Inside, they found several animals looking lethargic. The fox that had just recovered was curled in the corner of its enclosure, barely lifting its head when they approached. No, 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 Serena whispered, quickly kneeling beside the enclosure. They were doing so well yesterday. Logan's fists clenched as he watched her check on each animal, her face growing more concerned with each examination. His bear roared inside him, demanding he protect both his animals and his mate. He caught himself at that thought, but couldn't deny how right it felt. It's the same magical signature as before, Serena confirmed, her voice tight with worry as she stroked a sick rabbit's fur. Silas must have had Beatrice do something when they broke through last night. Logan's jaw clenched. I'm going to tear him apart. We need to find Beatrice first. Serena stood, determination replacing the worry in her eyes. She's the key to stopping this. The sight of her fierce protectiveness over his animals made Logan's bear purr with approval. He stepped closer, unable to help himself. We will. No one messes with what's mine. Serena raised an eyebrow. Your animals, you mean? Yeah, Logan said roughly, though his bear disagreed. The animals. Logan's bear rumbled contentedly as Serena leaned closer to peer at his laptop screen, her shoulder brushing against his. The small office felt even smaller with her vanilla lavender scent filling his senses. Silas had to find her somehow, Serena mused. A witch that powerful wouldn't stay hidden completely. Makes sense. Logan shifted in his chair, hyper-aware of how her hip pressed against his arm. Though I doubt she's advertising magical fence destruction in the yellow pages. Serena's laugh sent a warmth through him. No, but powerful witches tend to show off. It's like a signature. They can't help themselves. She reached across him to type something into the search bar, her hair falling forward to brush his cheek. His bear wanted to nuzzle into that softness, to pull her into his lap, and Logan cleared his throat. Found anything? Maybe. There's Midnight Mystiques. Looks like a specialty perfume shop. Serena scrolled through the website. Oh, but their reviews mention artificial ingredients. No real witch would use those. What about this one? Logan pointed to another listing, grateful for the distraction from how perfectly she'd fit in his arms right about now. The Enchanted Garden? Too cutesy for someone Nina described. Besides, their social media is full of fairy wings and glitter. Serena wrinkled her nose. Beatrice sounds more terrifying. I was going to say sophisticated, but yeah. She laughed again, turning to face him. Their faces were inches apart. Logan's bear surged forward, demanding he close that small distance. Her gray eyes widened slightly, and he caught the slight hitch in her breath. It would be so easy to just lean in and... Oh, Serena jerked back, pointing at the screen. What about hemlock and herbs? Logan blinked, forcing himself to focus on the business listing. Different last name. Darn. Serena stepped back. I really thought we had something there. His bear grumbled at the increased distance between them, but Logan made himself keep scrolling. They had work to do, no matter how much he wanted to pull her back close. Logan clicked through another page of search results, his bear growing restless with impatience. Then something caught his eye. Bees, ink, and iron. The reviews were filled with coded language about magical experiences and life-changing transformations. Take a look at this, he said, trying to ignore how Serena's soft curves pressed against him as she leaned over his shoulder. His bear rumbled possessively at her proximity, and Logan gripped the arms of his chair to keep from pulling her into his lap. These tattoos... Serena zoomed in on several photos, her breath tickling his ear. Look at the detail work. Those aren't just decorative lines, they're runes. Logan forced himself to focus on the screen, rather than the way her hair brushed his cheek again. You sure? Absolutely. Her fingers traced the air above one particular design. See how the patterns interlock? That's advanced runic magic. And look, some of these have an iridescent sheen that screams potion infusion. His bear delighted at her intelligence, wanting to nuzzle into her neck and show his appreciation. Logan clenched his jaw, fighting the urge. We should check it out, he managed, his voice rougher than intended. Yes. Serena straightened suddenly, breaking contact. Logan's bear whined at the loss. The tattoos must be how she channels her magic. That's brilliant, actually. Hiding in plain sight as a legitimate business? She paced the small office, her excitement making her eyes bright behind her glasses. We could pose as customers interested in getting matching tattoos. Matching what now? Logan's bear perked up at the idea of marking her as his, but he pushed that thought away. Or not, Serena backtracked, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Just reconnaissance then. But we should definitely go soon. Logan nodded, already planning how to keep her safe during their investigation. Tomorrow. It's too late today, and you need rest. I'm fine. Serena. He fixed her with a stern look that made her roll her eyes. Fine, tomorrow. But first thing in the morning, she insisted as she shot him an exasperated smile that made his heart skip.
Chapter 20. Serena. Serena stood on her porch and adjusted her messenger bag, concealing her potions as Logan's truck pulled up. The morning sun caught his gold-flecked brown eyes when he leaned over to open her door for her. Ready to confront a possibly dangerous witch? Logan's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. As ready as I'll ever be. Serena climbed into his truck, catching a whiff of his woodsy scent mixed with coffee. The tattoo parlor sat wedged between a convenience store and a laundromat on the other side of town. The neon sign reading Bees, Ink, and Iron flickered despite the daylight. Through the window, Serena spotted intricate designs covering the walls. This is definitely the place. She pointed to a rune hidden in one of the displayed tattoos. That's for enhanced strength. Inside, the shop smelled of incense and antiseptic. A bell chimed as they entered, and a heavily tattooed woman with spiky purple hair emerged from the back. Can I help you? She popped her gum. We're looking for Beatrice Hemlock, Serena said, straightening her spine. The woman's expression didn't change. You found her? Serena blinked, thrown by the woman's easy admission. She'd expected denials or at least some hesitation. Logan stepped forward, practically radiating protective alpha energy as he positioned himself slightly in front of Serena. You've been helping Silas Regan attack my sanctuary? His voice carried that dangerous edge that made Serena's stomach flutter, though she'd never admit it. She watched his shoulders tense as he continued. Breaking down magical protections, helping him hurt innocent animals, that's low even for a witch who puts spells in tattoos. Beatrice leaned against the counter, examining her black-painted nails. The movement made the snakes tattooed on her arms appear to writhe. Serena's fingers itched to grab her potions bag, but she forced herself to wait. Sometimes the best defense was patience, something Logan had never quite mastered. "You're going to tell us exactly what you and Silas are planning," Logan growled, his bare nature bleeding through. "And then you're going to undo whatever damage you've done." Beatrice's smile curled like a cat playing with its prey. "Maybe I did help Silas. Maybe I didn't." She traced one of her tattoos, making the ink shimmer. "What's it to you?" Serena's frustration mounted as she watched Logan's hands clench into fists. She touched his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. The last thing they needed was for him to lose control and shift right here. "Those animals will die without treatment," Serena said firmly. "I need to know what potions you used so I can counter them properly." "Oh, sweetie," Beatrice's laugh echoed through the shop. "You think you can counter my work? I've seen your potions. Amateur hour at best." The words stung more than Serena wanted to admit. Her confidence, already fragile from her divorce, wavered. But then she remembered the sick animals at Logan's sanctuary and how they trusted her to help them. "Amateur or not, I'm still going to try," Serena lifted her chin. "Unlike some people, I use my magic to heal, not hurt." Logan moved closer to her, his presence warm and solid at her back. The protective gesture made her heart skip, even as she tried to focus on the task at hand. Beatrice's eyes glittered with amusement. "Such conviction. Tell you what, if you want to know what I used, you'll have to prove yourself worthy first." "This isn't a game," Logan growled, his tone making the hair on Serena's neck stand up. "Oh, but it is." Beatrice's tattoos seemed to dance across her skin as she moved. "Everything's a game if you look at it right. The question is, are you both ready to play?" Beatrice's fingers traced patterns on the wooden table, leaving behind glowing purple lines that twisted into complex runes. The air shifted suddenly, becoming thick and heavy with magic. "Let's see how good you really are." Beatrice's smile turned cruel. "These runes are releasing a toxin. Better figure out how to stop it before things get unpleasant." "We're leaving." Logan grabbed Serena's arm, but she shook her head. Her eyes traced the runes, recognizing components for binding and dispersion. The toxin was already circulating in the air. "We can't leave," Serena muttered, pulling vials from her messenger bag. "It's already affecting us." She uncorked a neutralizing potion and poured it over the first rune. Instead of dissolving, the purple lines flared brighter. Her stomach clenched as sweat beaded on her forehead. "Wrong choice," Beatrice sang out. Serena tried another potion, this one designed to break magical bonds. The runes pulsed, sending waves of nausea through her. She steadied herself against the table, fingers trembling as she reached for a third vial. The air grew thicker, making it harder to breathe. Logan's presence loomed behind her, his breath coming in short bursts. She could feel his bare nature struggling against the magic. "Tick-tock," Beatrice taunted. Serena's hands shook as she combined two potions, creating a silvery mixture. The runes seemed to writhe on the table's surface, mocking her efforts. She poured the mixture over them, but it simply ran off like water on glass. Her vision blurred at the edges as the toxin took hold. The room spun slightly, and she gripped the table harder. She had to figure this out, had to prove she wasn't as amateur as Beatrice claimed. But each failed attempt only made the runes pulse stronger, the toxin grow thicker. Serena reached for another vial, her movements becoming sluggish. There had to be something she was missing, some combination she hadn't tried yet. The purple glow of the runes seemed to dance before her eyes, taunting her with their complexity. Doubt crept into Serena's mind like poison. Her hands shook as she stared at her remaining potions. What if Beatrice was right? What if she really was just an amateur playing at being a real witch? Logan's ragged breathing behind her made her heart clench. The toxin was affecting him worse now, his bare nature fighting against the magical assault with all his effort. She had to protect him, had to get this right, but her mind felt fuzzy. "I can't." The words slipped out before she could stop them. "Yes, you can." Logan's voice was rough but certain. His hand found her shoulder, warm and steady despite everything. "You're the most talented witch I know. Stop overthinking it. But every combination I've tried. So try something different." He squeezed her shoulder. "Trust your instincts." Serena's chest tightened as Logan swayed slightly. The toxin was getting to him way faster because of his shifter nature. She couldn't let him down, couldn't let him get hurt because she wasn't good enough. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to think past the fog in her mind. What would she do if this was one of Logan's animals? She always knew exactly what to do then. Her eyes snapped open. That's it. Instead of trying to break the runes, she needed to treat this like healing an animal, identify the source, and neutralize it systematically. Her fingers flew over her vials, combining 3 different potions in quick succession. "Hold on," she muttered, adding a drop of stabilizing agent. The mixture turned a deep blue, exactly the color she needed. Logan's presence at her back steadied her as she carefully traced the outer edges of the runes with the mixture. The purple lines flickered, their glow diminishing where her potion touched. "It's working." Logan's voice held pride that made her cheeks warm, despite the situation. Serena worked methodically, her confidence growing with each successful application. The rune's power ebbed and the toxin in the air thinned until she could breathe easily again. The runes faded completely and left only clean wood behind. Serena's confidence surged, warming her chest as she turned to face Beatrice. Beatrice's laugh rang through the shop, but this time it held genuine delight rather than mockery. "Well done. I haven't seen anyone work out one of my puzzles that fast in ages." Serena's knees felt weak with relief as the last of the toxin cleared from her lungs. Logan's hand steadied on her back, his warmth grounding her. "The combination you just made?" Beatrice gestured to Serena's blue mixture. "That'll cure your animals too, just adjust the ratios based on their size." "Thank you," Serena managed, still processing that she'd actually succeeded. Beatrice's expression turned serious. "Word of warning, though. Silas was in early this morning. Got himself a strength enhancement tattoo. It'll let him break through most magical barriers and amplify his bear form's power." Logan's deep voice vibrated through his chest. "Wonderful." They turned and left the shop, stepping into the late morning sunlight. Serena barely had time to adjust her messenger bag before Logan swept her up in his arms, spinning her around. "Logan!" she squeaked, grabbing his shoulders. His muscles felt like steel under her fingers. "You were amazing in there." His eyes sparkled as he set her down but kept his arms around her. "The way you figured out that puzzle, brilliant." Her cheeks flushed. "It wasn't that impressive." "Stop that," Logan cut her off. "You outsmarted one of the most powerful witches in town. Own it." Standing there in Logan's arms, the pride in his voice washing over her, Serena felt something shift inside her. For the first time since her divorce, maybe even before that, she felt truly capable, powerful. "I did do pretty good, didn't I?" She grinned up at him. "Pretty good? You were incredible." His smile turned playful, though I could have done without the toxic puzzle part. "You big baby," she poked his chest. "And here I thought bears were supposed to be tough." His answering laugh rumbled through her, and for a moment Serena forgot about enhanced Silas and all their other problems. Right now, wrapped in Logan's arms with the sun warming her face, she felt invincible.
Chapter 21. Logan. Logan's truck rumbled down the winding coastal road toward the sanctuary, the salty breeze drifting through the cracked windows. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as pride swelled in his chest. The way Serena had handled that witch's challenge had been incredible. Halfway to the sanctuary, he pulled onto a scenic overlook, the truck's tires crunching on gravel. Serena shot him a questioning look, her gray eyes bright behind her glasses. "Everything okay?" "More than okay." Logan reached behind the seat, his fingers finding the blanket he'd stashed there days ago. He pulled out the small bouquet of wildflowers, purple lupines and golden poppies he'd gathered the night of the festival. The blooms were still fresh, preserved by the coolness under his seat. "I, picked these for you the night of the festival," Logan said, his voice lower than usual. "Was gonna give them to you then, but, well, the timing wasn't right. But after what you did back there, though," he cleared his throat, "you were amazing showing up that witch. I just wanted you to know how proud I am of you." A blush crept across Serena's cheeks as she accepted the flowers, bringing them to her nose. The sight of her smile made his bear rumble with joy. "Logan Steele, you big softy," she teased, but her voice was warm. "Who knew you had such a romantic side? Don't go spreading that around." He grinned and reached over to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear without thinking. "I need to maintain my tough guy image." The way she leaned into his touch, just slightly, sent his pulse racing. Her eyes met his, that familiar spark between them stronger than ever. "Your secret's safe with me." Her fingers brushed his as she lowered the flowers. "Though I might need more evidence to properly evaluate this romantic side of yours." "That can be arranged." He let his hand linger near her face for a moment longer before putting the truck in gear. Once they arrived back at the sanctuary, Logan watched in amazement as Serena worked her magic. Her hands moved with precise confidence as she mixed the potion, the same determination in her eyes that he'd seen at Beatrice's shop. The sweet, herbal scent of her brewing filled the air. "Hold this," she said, passing him a vial of shimmering blue liquid. The glass was warm against his palm. One by one, they administered the remedy to the sick animals. The fox's fever broke first, then the deer started eating again. Even the sluggish raccoon perked up, chittering excitedly. "Look at them," Logan said, unable to keep the pride from his voice. He rested his hand on the small of her back as they observed the animal's recovery. "You did that. You figured out the counter potion all on your own." Serena shook her head, but he noticed she didn't step away from his touch. "I couldn't have done it without you believing in me and letting me practice here these past weeks." "Stop selling yourself short." His voice came out rougher than intended, his bear pushing forward with the need to make her understand. "Sure, having space to practice helped. But this gift, it's always been in you. You just needed someone to remind you of that." The afternoon sun caught her glasses as she looked up at him, casting golden highlights in her gray eyes. "You make it sound so simple." "Because it is simple." He turned her to face him, his hands settling on her shoulders. "You're brilliant, Serena. Always have been. Anyone who made you think differently was dead wrong." A smile tugged at her lips. "You know, for someone who claims to keep things simple, you can be surprisingly insightful." "Don't let that get around either." He winked. The way she looked up at him through her lashes made his bear hum with delight. She was finally starting to see herself the way he saw her. Brilliant, capable, and absolutely extraordinary. Serena's eyes lit up suddenly, her gaze fixed on his face. "Wait, I have an idea." She slipped from his grasp and darted to her workstation in the workshop, nearly knocking over a feeding bowl in her excitement. Logan smiled at her enthusiasm. This was the Serena he remembered, the one who'd spend hours perfecting a potion back in high school, her hair falling loose from its ponytail, muttering formulas under her breath. He leaned against the workbench, watching as she grabbed ingredients with precision. "Pass me that moonflower essence." She pointed without looking up from her mortar and pestle. "Yes, ma'am." He handed her the bottle, deliberately letting his fingers brush against hers. The slight catch in her breath made his bear growl with pleasure. "This should create a barrier that'll resonate at the same frequency as shifter magic," she explained, crushing dried herbs with quick, efficient movements. "Even with his fancy new tattoos, Silas will have to work twice as hard to break through." The scent of crushed herbs mixed with her natural vanilla perfume, making Logan's head swim. He forced himself to focus on her hands instead. Quick, capable fingers, measuring drops of silvery liquid into the mixture. "There's my clever witch," he murmured, more to himself than her. She paused, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "What was that?" Nothing. He straightened, stretching his shoulders. Just thinking out loud about how we're going to kick Silas's butt with whatever you're cooking up. The potion turned a deep midnight blue, sparking with tiny silver flecks. Logan helped her carry it to the fence line, watching as she painted intricate runes that seemed to sink into the wood. "Hold this steady," she instructed, balancing on her tiptoes to reach a higher section. Logan stepped behind her, one hand on her waist to steady her, the other holding the fence post. "I could lift you up," he offered, fighting back a grin. "Don't you dare!" She jabbed him with her elbow, but he caught the smile in her voice. "The last time you tried that, I ended up with potion in my hair for a week." "That was 10 years ago. I've gotten much better at lifting things since then." "Uh-huh." She finished the rune with a flourish. "I'll take my chances with gravity, thanks." Later that night, Logan's bear practically purred as he watched Serena do one final check on the fox kit. Her gentle hands moved with care, and the way she cooed at the animal made his chest tight with emotion. "Everyone's looking good," she said, straightening up and brushing her hands on her jeans. "That counter potion worked better than I expected." "Never doubted you for a second." Logan's stomach growled, and an idea struck him. "Hey, you hungry? Now that you mention it." She glanced at her watch and blinked. "Wow, is it really that late?" "Come on," he grabbed his keys. "I know just the place." The neon sign of Betty's Drive-In cast a pink glow across Serena's face as Logan pulled into a spot. The place hadn't changed since high school. Same checkered awning, same roller skating waitresses, same mouth-watering smell of burgers and fries. "I can't believe this place is still here," Serena laughed, her eyes lighting up behind her glasses. "Best milkshakes in 3 counties." Logan caught the server's eye and placed their order, remembering exactly how Serena liked her burger. His bear practically smiled with pride when she noticed. "You remembered my order after all these years. Some things just stick with you." He shifted in his seat to face her better, enjoying how the neon light played across her features. "Like how you always steal my fries even after claiming you don't want any." "I do not," she protested, but her smile gave her away. Their food arrived, and sure enough, within minutes, Serena's fingers were sneaking toward his fries. Logan caught her wrist, his thumb brushing over her pulse point. "Caught you?" "Fine," she sighed dramatically. "I admit it. Your fries just taste better than mine." "Here," he pushed the container between them. "We can share. I'm feeling generous tonight." "My hero," she teased, popping a fry into her mouth. Logan watched her enjoy the food, his bear contentedly rumbling at providing for her. The way her eyes closed in pleasure as she sipped her strawberry milkshake made him want to kiss the sweetness from her lips. "What?" she asked, catching his stare. "Just thinking how good today was. Seeing you stand up to Beatrice, healing the animals." He reached over and touched her hand on the seat. "Having dinner with you." The blush that spread across her cheeks was more beautiful than any sunset he'd ever seen. Logan soon pulled up in front of Serena's small house. The evening had been perfect, better than he'd dared hope for. He rounded the truck to open her door before she could reach for the handle. "Such a gentleman," Serena teased, accepting his offered hand as she stepped down. "Only with you." The words slipped out, but he didn't regret them, not when her cheeks flushed that pretty pink color he loved. The porch light cast a soft glow over them as they reached her door. Logan's bear pushed forward, wanting to pull her close, but he held back. He wouldn't rush this. "Thank you," he said, his voice rougher than usual, "for coming back. To Saltwater Grove. To the sanctuary." To me, he didn't add, but his eyes said it for him. "Thank you for letting me in." Serena's eyes sparkled with happiness. "The sanctuary's become my favorite place in town." Logan's heart raced as he leaned down, pressing his lips to her cheek. Her skin was soft, warm, and he caught the slight hitch in her breath. "Sweet dreams, Serena," he murmured against her skin before pulling back. He waited until she was safely inside before heading back to his truck, his bear purring with contentment. The spot where his lips had touched her cheek tingled all the way home.
Chapter 22. Serena. Serena slumped against her front door, sliding down until she sat on the cool hardwood floor. Her heart fluttered like a hummingbird trapped in her chest, and she pressed her fingertips to where Logan's lips had kissed her cheek. The spot still tingled. "Oh, God," she whispered to her empty house. "I'm in so much trouble." She kicked off her shoes, letting her head fall back against the door with a soft thud. The events of the day played through her mind like a highlight reel. Logan's strong hands lifting her off the ground when she cracked Beatrice's puzzle, spinning her until she squealed with laughter. The way he'd happened to remember that overlook spot where they used to watch sunsets, producing a bouquet of wildflowers from his truck. "I just wanted you to know how proud I am of you," he'd said with that half grin that made her knees weak. Then there was that impromptu dinner at Betty's drive-in, where they shared fries, just like they used to. Logan had even remembered she liked extra pickles on her burger, and sweet-talked the waitress into bringing extras. "Such a gentleman," she'd teased him when he'd walked her to her front door. "Only with you," he'd replied with a wink that sent warmth spreading through her chest. Serena groaned, covering her face with her hands. "What am I doing?" But she couldn't stop the smile spreading across her face. Every time she caught him looking at her today, his gold-flecked eyes had been so soft, so warm. The way he'd touched her elbow to guide her, found excuses to stand close, laughed at her terrible puns. Nobody could fake that kind of attention to detail. She touched her cheek again, remembering how his stubble had scratched slightly against her skin, how his lips had lingered just a moment longer than strictly necessary for a friendly kiss. "I'm completely head over heels," she admitted to the empty room, letting out a breathless laugh. "Totally, absolutely gone." Serena paced her living room, her sock-clad feet padding across the hardwood floors. Every few steps, she'd pause to stare out the window at the moon-drenched garden, then resume her restless circuit. "Friends," she muttered, running her fingers through her loose hair. "We said we'd be friends." But friends didn't look at each other the way Logan had looked at her today, like she was something precious he'd found again after losing it. Friends didn't find excuses to touch each other's hands while passing potions ingredients back and forth. She flopped onto her couch, grabbing a throw pillow and hugging it to her chest. And friends definitely don't kiss cheeks like that. The memory of his lips against her skin made her flush all over again. 10 years ago, she'd been so certain he was the one, until that fight about her leaving for vet school had exploded into accusations and hurt feelings. "But he's so different now," she said to the empty room. These past weeks, she'd watched him bottle feed injured fox kits, seen how tenderly he cared for each animal that came through his sanctuary. The way he'd supported her magic, encouraged her to experiment and grow. It was a far cry from the stubborn young man who'd once insisted his way was the only way. "Remember when he used to solve everything by charging in?" She smiled, remembering earlier today when he'd actually asked her opinion about handling a particularly skittish deer. Now he actually listens. Serena stood up and resumed pacing, this time with more energy. "He remembered my favorite wildflowers. He still knows exactly how I take my coffee. He keeps finding reasons to work late just so we can watch the sunset together." She stopped at the window, pressing her forehead against the cool glass. "And the way he looked at me at the festival." Her breath fogged the pain as she whispered, "Nobody's ever looked at me like that, not even—" She couldn't finish the thought about her ex-husband, because the truth was, what she'd felt for her ex paled in comparison to how Logan made her feel, both then and now. Serena fumbled with her phone, nearly dropping it twice before managing to dial Julie's number. Her hand trembled as she pressed it to her ear, pacing circles around her coffee table. "Julie, are you awake? I need to talk." "For you? Always." Julie's voice crackled through the speaker. "What's got you calling at this hour?" "Logan kissed me." Serena collapsed onto her couch. "Well, on the cheek, but—" "Finally!" Julie's squeal made Serena hold the phone away from her ear. "Tell me everything." Serena spilled out the whole evening, the sunset, the wildflowers, the way Logan's eyes had lingered on her. Her voice softened as she described how natural it felt working beside him at the sanctuary these past few weeks. "And now I can't stop thinking about him," Serena admitted, twisting a loose thread on her sleeve. "But we said we'd just be friends. And what if I'm making another mistake? What if—" Julie's laughter cut through her spiral of doubts. "Oh, honey, listen to yourself. You sound like a teenager with her first crush." "I do not," Serena protested, then caught her reflection in the window. Flushed cheeks, silly grin. "Okay, maybe a little." "Serena, sweetie." Julie's voice turned gentle. "The way you talk about him, the sanctuary, the animals, how he's grown, sounds to me like you already know exactly what you want." Serena's breath caught. The weight of uncertainty that had been pressing on her chest lifted as Julie's words sank in. "I do, don't I?" "You want to be with him?" "I want to be with him," Serena repeated, the truth of it warming her from the inside out. "God, Julie, I really do." "Then what are you doing talking to me?" Julie laughed. "Go get your bear, man." "It's midnight." "Since when has that stopped true love?" "Julie," Serena laughed, but her heart skipped at the words true love. "Thank you. For everything. Anytime. Now go plan how you're going to sweep that man off his feet tomorrow." After ending the call with Julie, Serena's mind raced with possibilities about her talk with Logan tomorrow. She needed something to calm her racing thoughts. Padding into her living room, she clicked on her TV and scrolled through her streaming services until she found the perfect distraction. Love's Second Chance at Sunset Bay. "Oh, this looks perfectly cheesy," she muttered, wrapping herself in her favorite fleece blanket and settling into the corner of her couch. The movie started with a woman returning to her hometown after 10 years away. Serena snorted into her blanket. "Really?" But she kept watching, drawn in despite herself. The leading lady ran into her old flame at, of all places, an animal shelter. "You've got to be kidding me." Serena grabbed her phone, typing quickly. "Julie, this movie is literally my life right now." A string of crying, laughing emojis came back, followed by, "Universe trying to tell you something?" Serena tossed her phone aside and hugged her knees to her chest, watching as the couple on screen navigated their way back to each other. Her eyes welled up when the male lead gave this beautiful speech about how he'd never stopped loving her, even after all those years. "It's just the lighting making my eyes water," she insisted to herself, wiping at her cheeks with the corner of her blanket. By the time the inevitable happy ending rolled around, with a sunset kiss and swelling music, Serena had gone through half a box of tissues. "This is so stupid," she hiccuped, blowing her nose. "I'm crying over a Hallmark movie." Her phone buzzed again. Julie had texted, "Go to bed, you lovesick witch." Serena glanced at the clock. 1:30 a.m. "Oh, God, I really should sleep." She switched off the TV but couldn't help smiling at how the movie couple had gotten their second chance, just like she and Logan might. "Tomorrow," she promised herself, heading toward her bedroom. "Tomorrow I'll figure out how to tell him." She paused in her doorway, touching her cheek where Logan had kissed her. At least my story has better special effects than that movie. Their leading man definitely couldn't turn into a bear. The next morning, Serena stood before her bathroom mirror, wrestling with her usually unruly hair. For once, the light brown strands cooperated, falling in soft waves around her shoulders. She'd swapped her typical messy bun for something more deliberate, letting her hair frame her face in a way that made her gray eyes pop behind her glasses. "Okay, take 26, she muttered to her reflection, adjusting the neckline of her wine-colored blouse. The silk material felt foreign against her skin after weeks of practical scrubs and t-shirts. "Logan, we've known each other a long time." She groaned, slumping against the counter. "No, that sounds like I'm breaking up with him." The clock on her phone showed 8:45 a.m. She'd been up since 6, trying different outfits and rehearsing various versions of her speech. Her bed looked like a clothing explosion had hit it. What about... She straightened, squaring her shoulders. Logan, remember when you kissed me last night? Well, I'd like to try that again, but maybe somewhere other than my cheek? God, that's terrible, she laughed, dabbing on a final coat of mascara. She rarely wore makeup beyond the basics, but today called for something special. A touch of smoky eyeshadow, a swipe of rose-colored lipstick that made her feel daring. Her phone buzzed with a text from Julie. Did you tell him yet? On my way now, Serena typed back, then added a nervous emoji. Julie responded with a string of heart emojis that made Serena smile despite her nerves. Serena's heart suddenly fluttered as she remembered Logan's expression last night. Maybe she didn't need a speech after all. Maybe she just needed to be honest.
Chapter 23. Logan. Logan's breath caught in his chest as Serena walked up his cabin's front steps. Her light brown hair fell in soft waves around her face instead of its usual messy bun, and without her glasses, her gray eyes seemed to sparkle even more than usual. The wine-colored blouse she wore hugged her curves in ways that made his bear want to growl in appreciation, and her fitted jeans. He forced his gaze back up to her face. Something was different about her today. Beyond the obvious effort she'd put into her appearance, there was a determined set to her jaw that made his pulse quicken. Logan! Her voice was soft but steady as she climbed the porch steps. I need to talk to you about something. He leaned against the railing, trying to appear casual despite the way his heart hammered in his chest. What's on your mind? Serena took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. I've been thinking about us, about how things used to be and how they are now. She stepped closer, close enough that he could smell her lavender shampoo. We're different people than we were back then. Better people, I think. And working with you these past weeks, I've realized something. His bear stirred anxiously inside him, sensing the importance of what was coming next. I still have feelings for you, she said, her cheeks flushing pink. Strong ones. And I know we agreed to just be friends, but I can't help wondering if maybe we could try again. If you'd want to try again. Logan's mind went blank, his body tensing with surprise and something else. Hope, maybe, or desire, or both. Serena shifted nervously in the silence, her cheeks flushing pink. I know it's a lot to ask, and if you don't feel the same way... Logan's bear rumbled with pure joy deep in his chest. Here was Serena, his Serena, standing before him with her heart on her sleeve. The morning sun caught the golden highlights in her hair, and that determined tilt of her chin made his heart skip. A slow grin spread across his face. You beat me to it. What? Serena blinked, her eyes widening. I've been trying to figure out how to tell you the same thing. Logan closed the distance between them in 2 long strides. I was going to do something romantic, maybe take you stargazing like we used to. But here you are, brave as ever, saying exactly what I've wanted to hear. Her lips parted in surprise, and his bear focused on that small detail with intense interest. Really? Really? He reached up, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I'd love nothing more than to try again with you, Serena. I agree that we're both different people now. We are better people. And working with you these past weeks... He shook his head, chuckling. Let's just say my bear's been insufferable, wanting to be near you all the time. Your bear's been insufferable. Serena laughed, the sound making his chest tighten. You should try being around you when you're being all... She gestured vaguely at him. You know, competent and caring with the animals. He caught her hand in his thumb brushing over her knuckles. The touch sent electricity racing up his arm. Competent and caring. Logan raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. That's what does it for you. Among other things. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Your cooking's improved too. Is that so? He wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer. Would you do me the honor of going on a date with me? A proper one, not just festival dancing or sanctuary work. I'd like that. Her smile was bright enough to rival the morning sun. Though I have to admit, I kind of love our sanctuary work dates too. Logan chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. Good, because those aren't stopping anytime soon. Someone's got to keep me from being too stubborn. That's a full-time job, she teased, her eyes dancing with mischief. Lucky for me, I found just the right person for it. Logan's bear practically preened with contentment as he led Serena through the town square. Her hand fit perfectly in his, just like it used to, and every brush of her shoulder against his arm sent electricity through his body. Remember that ice cream shop we used to go to? He nodded toward the corner store with its striped awning. Rocky Roads? Serena's eyes lit up. They still have the best butter pecan. Let's find out if that's still true. He guided her inside, breathing in the sweet scent of waffle cones and sugar that mixed pleasantly with Serena's lavender perfume. They got their ice cream, butter pecan for her, dark chocolate for him, and walked along the shoreline. The afternoon sun painted everything golden, including the slight flush on Serena's cheeks when he wiped a drop of ice cream from the corner of her mouth. Your hands are still warm, she murmured, even with the ice cream. Bear shifter perk. He grinned, his chest swelling with pride when she leaned into his touch. They spent hours exploring the places they used to go together. The pier where they'd had their first date, the bookstore where she used to practice her potions. His bear rumbled contentedly as they discovered new favorites too, like the art gallery that had opened last spring. As sunset approached, they ended up at the lighthouse point, watching the waves crash against the rocks below. This was perfect, Serena said, her gray eyes reflecting the orange sky. Just like I remembered, but better somehow. Logan pulled her closer, his arm wrapping possessively around her waist. Because we're better. Stronger. His voice dropped lower. Would you like to come back to my cabin? I could make us dinner. Her smile sent his pulse racing. I'd love to. The drive back to his place was filled with comfortable silence and shared glances. His bear remained contentedly alert, knowing she was close, knowing she'd chosen them again. This time, Logan swore to himself they'd get it right. When they pulled up to his cabin, the porch lights created a warm glow that welcomed them home. I made the right choice, Serena said suddenly, turning to face him, giving us another chance. Logan's heart swelled. So did I, Serena. Logan's cabin filled with the rich aroma of garlic and herbs as he prepared Serena's favorite pasta dish for dinner, fettuccine, with his special mushroom sauce. He smiled as he watched her settle onto one of his kitchen stools, her eyes following his movements with appreciation. The domesticity of the moment, having her in his kitchen again after all these years, made his chest tight with happiness. The sauce smells amazing. Serena closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. Just like I remember, but better somehow. Logan's bear rumbled with pleasure at her praise. He'd spent months perfecting this recipe after she left, though he'd never admit it. Secret ingredient. Let me guess, more garlic? That's between me and the sauce. He winked at her, loving how her laugh filled his kitchen. Steam rose from the pasta as he plated their dinner, the sauce coating each strand perfectly. His bear practically strutted as he set the plates on his worn wooden table, pleased to provide for her. This looks delicious, Serena said, raising her eyebrows. Logan pulled out her chair, unable to resist brushing his fingers against her shoulder as she sat. The simple touch sent electricity through his arm. Wine? Please. He poured them each a glass of red, then settled across from her. The soft glow from his pendant lights caught the silver flecks in her gray eyes, making them sparkle. His bear longed to lean across the table and kiss her, but he held back. Some things were worth savoring. You know, Serena twirled pasta around her fork. I miss this. Being here with you. Logan's heart skipped. The cabin missed you too. He caught her gaze. So did I. The smile she gave him was worth every minute he'd spent learning to cook, worth every lonely night wondering if he'd ever see her again. His bear huffed in agreement. She was home, where she belonged. Logan soon settled onto his leather couch, 2 steaming mugs of coffee in hand. The fireplace cast dancing shadows across Serena's face as she accepted her cup, their fingers brushing. His bear stirred at the contact, wanting more. Still take it with vanilla and cinnamon? He asked, watching her inhale the aroma. You remembered. Her smile sent a warmth through him that had nothing to do with the fire. As they talked, sharing stories and laughing about old times, Logan noticed how she'd gradually shifted closer. Her knee now pressed against his thigh, sending electricity through his body. His bear demanded he close the remaining distance between them. When she set down her empty mug and turned those gray eyes on him, something in his chest tightened. "Logan?" He didn't answer with words. Instead, he cupped her face in his hands and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle at first, a question more than a demand. But when she melted against him with a soft sigh, his control snapped. His bear growled in satisfaction as he deepened the kiss, one hand sliding into her hair while the other pulled her closer. She tasted like coffee and cinnamon and something uniquely Serena that he'd missed for far too long. Her fingers gripped his shirt, holding him just as tightly as he held her. When they broke apart, both breathing heavily, Logan rested his forehead against hers. "I've wanted to do that since the day you walked back into my life." This was right. This was home. This was everything he dreamed about during those long years apart.
Chapter 24. Serena. Serena's heart raced as Logan's forehead rested against hers, his warm breath mingling with her own. The crackle of the fireplace filled the comfortable silence between them. Her lips still tingled from their kiss. She hadn't experienced that electric sensation in a decade, but it felt achingly familiar. "I've missed you," she whispered. He cupped her face in his large hands again and claimed her mouth once more. This kiss was different, hungrier, more demanding. His bear nature emerged in a possessive way as he pulled her closer, one hand sliding to the back of her neck while the other gripped her waist tight. Serena melted into his kiss, her fingers curling tightly into his shirt, pulling him even closer. The practical part of her brain tried to remind her of all the reasons this might be a bad idea, but for once, she didn't want to listen to that voice. She wanted to stay in this moment, where everything felt right. "You're thinking too hard," Logan murmured against her lips. "Force of habit." She laughed softly. "Though you're making it very difficult to think at all." "Good." He nipped at her bottom lip, drawing a small gasp from her. "That's the idea." His kiss deepened, and Serena found herself responding with equal fervor. This was nothing like their teenage romance. This was deeper, richer, colored by years of experience and growth. "Logan," she breathed between kisses, "we should probably talk about—" "Tomorrow," he growled softly. "Let's just have this moment tonight." Serena's breath hitched as Logan soon guided her towards the bedroom. 10 years had passed since they'd last shared a night of passion, and the anticipation was an intense mix of nerves and excitement. His presence was intoxicating, his rugged features and muscular frame igniting a fire within her that she thought had long since dimmed. Whoa, hold your horses. The spice in this chapter is reaching this platform's limits, so we're going to have to take a breather. But don't worry, the naughty content is still available to you in the unabridged version of this audiobook on millytadenbooks.com. Use code RODEO30 for 30% off any digital product. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to it. As their breathing slowed and their heart rates returned to normal, Serena collapsed onto the bed beside Logan, her body still tingling with the after effects of their lovemaking. She turned to look at him, her gray eyes meeting his warm, golden gaze. "That was pretty intense," she said with a smile. Logan chuckled, pulling her close so that her head rested on his chest. "Intense is one word for it," he agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "I think mind-blowing might be more accurate." Serena laughed, the sound light and carefree. "I can't argue with that," she said, snuggling closer to him.
Chapter 25. Logan. Logan watched Serena bend down to check on a young fox's splinted leg, admiring how her hair fell forward when she worked. He caught himself before he got too distracted and returned to installing the new security camera. "Looking good," he called down to her. "The fox or me?" Serena glanced up with a playful smile. "Both," he winked, making her blush. "How's our patient doing?" "Much better. That healing potion worked wonders." She stood and stretched. Need help up there? I've got it. Just a few more screws. He secured the camera in place. These new motion sensors would give them an early warning if Silas tried anything. You know, between my potions and your new security system, we're turning this place into quite the fortress. Serena moved to help organize supplies for rebuilding the damaged raccoon enclosure. Logan climbed down the ladder and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Can't be too careful. He nuzzled her neck, inhaling her familiar scent of herbs and lavender. Logan, she squirmed, laughing. We have work to do. We can multitask, but he released her with a final squeeze. The deer need their medicine in 10 minutes anyway. They worked side by side throughout the day, falling into an easy rhythm. Logan found himself constantly seeking excuses to touch her, brushing hands while passing tools, steadying her as she climbed enclosure fences, quick kisses between tasks. You're insatiable, she teased after he stole another kiss while they mixed feed. Just making up for lost time. He grabbed a bag of feed. Race you to the bird sanctuary? Oh no, I learned my lesson about racing a bear shifter years ago. But she hurried after him anyway, both of them laughing. Working together this past week felt so natural, like they'd never been apart. Even with the looming threat of Silas, Logan found himself enjoying every moment. They were stronger together, her magic complementing his strength, her methodical nature balancing his instincts. Later that afternoon, Logan watched Serena through the doorway of her makeshift potion lab in the sanctuary's workshop. Her hands moved with practiced confidence as she mixed ingredients, a far cry from the hesitant movements she'd shown just a week ago. The afternoon sun caught her hair, highlighting strands of gold he'd never noticed before. That should do it, she called out, holding up a vial of shimmering blue liquid. This will help that eagle's wing heal twice as fast. Pride swelled in his chest. Look at you, brewing complex healing potions without even checking your notes. Well, I had a good study partner. She grinned, gesturing at the mess of failed attempts from their practice sessions that still decorated the walls. Nothing builds confidence quite like turning half your boyfriend's workshop into a flower garden. Logan crossed to her in 2 quick strides and pulled her close. I like the flowers. Made the place smell better. Better than bear. She wrinkled her nose playfully. Watch it, he growled softly against her ear, enjoying how she shivered. This bear might have to show you who's boss. Later, she pushed at his chest with a laugh. We have work to do first. He released her reluctantly, watching as she gathered her supplies. The change in her over the past week amazed him. Ever since she'd faced down Beatrice, that spark he remembered from years ago had returned full force. She walked taller, smiled more freely, approached each challenge with determination instead of doubt. You're staring at me again, she said without looking up from her work. Can't help myself. You're beautiful when you're in your element. A blush colored her cheeks, but she didn't deflect the compliment like she would have days ago. Instead, she met his eyes with a confident smile that caused his bear to rumble with happiness. Logan couldn't help himself and wrapped his arms around Serena's waist again, pulling her against his chest. Her familiar scent of herbs and lavender, mixed with something uniquely her, filled his senses. You smell like home, he murmured, nuzzling the sensitive spot behind her ear. His bear preened when she shivered in response. Logan, we really need to get back to work, she protested weakly, even as she leaned into him. He drank in the sight of her. Her gray eyes sparkled behind her glasses, and wisps of hair had escaped her messy bun to frame her face. His chest tightened with emotion. She belonged here, with him. Move in with me, he said, the words tumbling out before he could second-guess himself. Here at the cabin, we could wake up together, work together. You could set up a proper lab instead of this makeshift workspace. Serena's eyes widened. That's a big step. Is it? Logan traced his thumb along her jaw. You're here more than your place anyway. Half your potion ingredients have migrated to my shelves. True. A small smile played at her lips. And your coffee maker is better than mine. See? Practical reasons. He grinned, though his heart beat erratically in his chest as he waited for her response. I'll think about it, she said finally. But Logan caught the excited gleam in her eye as she glanced around the workshop, likely already planning where she'd set up her equipment. His bear purred at the thought of having her here permanently. No pressure, he said, though everything in him wanted to convince her right now. Just something to consider. She nodded, that soft smile still on her face as she turned back to her work. Logan kept his arm around her, watching as she measured ingredients with calculated precision. He could picture countless days just like this, her working while he held her, both of them building something together here. Later that night, Logan watched Serena chop vegetables, her movements quick and precise. The familiar domesticity of cooking together in his cabin's kitchen stirred something within him. His bear hummed as she worked alongside him, fitting perfectly next to him. Here, taste this. He held out a spoonful of the sauce he'd been perfecting. She leaned forward, and he couldn't resist stealing a quick kiss before feeding her. Her eyes lit up. Even better than I remember, though you still use too much garlic. No such thing as too much garlic. He grinned, pulling her closer against him. Besides, you love it. Do not. But she was smiling as she stirred the pot of pasta. The spring evening beckoned them outside after the meal was ready. Logan carried their plates to the porch while Serena grabbed the wine. The sanctuary sprawled before them, peaceful in the golden sunset light. The scent of pine and wildflowers carried on the gentle breeze. Remember when we used to eat out here every summer night when we were teenagers? Serena settled into one of the weathered chairs. But back then, it was just empty land. Now look at it. Pride swelled in Logan's chest as he surveyed his sanctuary. Though I think recent improvements have less to do with the animals and more to do with a certain witch's touch. Her laughter warmed him better than any wine could. Are you referring to the accidental flower patches all over? Those too. He reached across the small table and grabbed her hand. Everything's better with you here. The way her soft hand fit in his made his bear want to roar with joy. This was undeniably right. Her here, them together, building something lasting. No more wasted years apart. Before long, Logan gathered their empty plates and led Serena to the porch swing. The old wood creaked as they settled in, her small frame fitting perfectly against his side. His bear rumbled with contentment as she tucked her feet under herself and rested her head on his shoulder. Above them, stars dotted the clear spring sky like scattered diamonds. The sanctuary was peaceful around them, except for the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of nighttime creatures. Look, a shooting star! Serena pointed upward, excitement lighting her face. Make a wish. Logan tightened his arm around her shoulders, drinking in her warmth. I already got what I wished for, she murmured, snuggling closer. Cold? He asked. You're like my personal space heater. She poked his ribs playfully. One of my many talents. He caught her hand and brought it to his lips. Though I can think of better ways to keep warm. Is that so? She tilted her face up to his, moonlight catching her glasses. Care to demonstrate? Logan growled softly and captured her lips with his. The swing swayed gently as they kissed under the starlit sky, everything else falling away except the feel of her in his arms. Logan's phone suddenly chimed loudly in his pocket, interrupting their peaceful moment. When he took his phone out, he noticed the motion sensor alert flashing across the screen, followed by another, then 3 more in rapid succession. His nostrils flared as an acrid scent hit him. Smoke, and not from a campfire. His bear growled beneath his skin, urging him to charge toward the threat. But he's learned over the past few weeks with Serena's help to assess before acting. Something's wrong. He pulled back from Serena and scanned the darkness. The smoke grew stronger, carried on the spring breeze. You smell that? Is that? Serena straightened beside him, adjusting her glasses. Smoke? Yeah. His phone buzzed again. 6 sensors triggered now, all on the eastern perimeter. The bear within him growled fiercer, protective instincts surging. His animals were over there. The new fox kits, the injured eagle, the elderly deer that trusted him. Beside him, Serena's breath quickened. The wind's picking up, she said, gripping his arm. Logan, if there's a fire... I know. He pulled her closer, nostrils flaring as he tried to pinpoint the source. Dark clouds billowed higher against the star-filled sky, obscuring the moon.
Chapter 26. Serena. Serena's heart hammered as she and Logan sprinted across the sanctuary grounds. The acrid stench of smoke burned her nostrils, growing stronger with each step. Her feet pounded against the dirt path and kicked up dust as they raced toward the eastern perimeter. "I can't believe this is happening," she gasped, fumbling for her phone. Her fingers trembled as she dialed 911. Logan squeezed her hand. "Stay close to me." The emergency operator picked up. 911, what's your emergency? "There's a fire at the Steele Wildlife Sanctuary," Serena reported, trying to keep her voice steady. "Eastern side, we need fire trucks immediately." She rattled off the address while scanning the growing inferno ahead. Orange flames licked up the wooden fence posts and spread rapidly across the dry brush. Dark smoke billowed into the night sky, blocking out the stars. The wind whipped embers through the air like angry fireflies. "They're on their way," Serena told Logan after hanging up. Her glasses had fogged up from the heat. She yanked them off and shoved them in her pocket. "Look!" Logan pointed to where multiple small fires had been strategically set along the fence line. The flames formed an advancing wall, threatening to trap the animals in their enclosures. Serena's mind raced through her potions knowledge. "I might be able to slow it down with a water multiplication spell, but I'd need—" A thunderous crack split the air as one of the larger fence posts collapsed in a shower of sparks. Logan pulled her back as flames surged higher. "The wind's pushing it straight toward the rehabilitation pens," she said, her voice tight with worry. All those injured animals they'd been nursing back to health? Logan's eyes reflected the dancing flames, his jaw set with determination. "We need to get them out, now!" The fire roared louder, as if challenging them. Heat pressed against Serena's face as she stared at the wall of flames, separating them from the animals. She could hear frightened cries carrying over the crackling inferno. "Let's split up," she suggested, already moving. "You take the north side, I'll—" "No," Logan caught her arm. "We stay together. I'm not losing you in this." The wail of distant sirens pierced through the roar of flames as Serena and Logan raced to the first enclosure. Her heart pounded against her ribs while smoke stung her eyes. The raccoon inside chittered frantically, pressing against the far corner of its cage. "Easy there, buddy," Logan soothed, his steady voice a stark contrast to the chaos around them. He worked the latch while Serena held the carrier ready. "Almost got you." Serena's hands trembled as she secured the carrier. "The hawks next. They'll panic in this smoke." They moved in tandem through the sanctuary, years of old familiarity making them an efficient team despite the terrifying circumstances. The fire's heat pressed closer, making sweat trickle down Serena's back. "Duck!" Logan yanked her down as a burning branch crashed where she'd been standing. "Thanks," she squeezed his arm. "The rehabilitation pens are next." The injured deer they'd been treating stamped nervously as they approached. Serena's veterinary instincts warred with her fear. They needed to move quickly, but couldn't risk further injury to the healing animals. "Remember that time we had to catch that escaped injured ferret?" Logan flashed her a quick grin, trying to calm Serena's nerves as they worked together to guide the deer to safety. "This is just like that, only on fire." A slightly hysterical laugh bubbled up in Serena's throat. "You would bring that up now, but thanks for trying to keep me calm." The memory of them chasing the crafty creature through the forest helped steady her nerves slightly. They continued their rescue mission, moving from enclosure to enclosure. The sirens grew louder as fire trucks got closer to the sanctuary. Smoke made Serena's eyes water and her lungs burn, but she pressed on. "Last one," Logan called out, already working on the fox's cage. The flames had nearly reached them now, casting wild shadows across his determined face. Serena's fingers fumbled with the carrier latch. Come on," she muttered. The fox darted inside just as another section of fence collapsed nearby in a shower of sparks. "Time to go." Logan grabbed her hand and they ran, carriers and leads in tow. They didn't stop until they reached the safety of the parking lot where they'd gathered all the rescued animals. Serena suddenly sprinted back toward the workshop, her heart pounding against her ribs. The heat from the fire pressed against her back like a physical force, and smoke stung her eyes, making them water. "Serena, don't!" Logan's voice carried over the roar of flames. "It's too dangerous." She ignored him, fumbling with the workshop door. Her hand trembled as she yanked it open. "I can slow it down. Buy time until the fire trucks get here." Inside, she rushed to her workstation, grabbing bottles and ingredients. The familiar motions of potion making helped calm her racing thoughts, even as anxiety clawed at her chest. "If you're going to be stubborn about this, at least let me help," Logan said, appearing beside her. His presence steadied her shaking hands. "Hand me the moonflower essence." She measured ingredients with practiced precision. "And the crystallized dew." The sirens wailed even closer as she worked, mixing and stirring. Sweat trickled down her temple, both from concentration and the approaching inferno. "What exactly are you making?" Logan passed her another bottle. "Remember that rain multiplication spell?" Her voice wavered slightly. "I'm modifying it, adding frost elements to make it more effective against fire." A loud crack from outside made her jump, nearly dropping a vial. Logan steadied her arm. "Easy there, honey. I've got you." The potion bubbled an electric blue, casting strange shadows across their faces. Serena stirred it 3 times counterclockwise, muttering an incantation under her breath. "It's ready." She poured the mixture into several glass spheres, hands still shaking. "We need to throw these at the base of the flames." Logan took half the spheres. "Together?" She nodded, managing a wobbly smile. "Together." They ran back outside, the heat even more intense now. Serena's lungs burned as she hurled the first sphere. It shattered against the ground, releasing a burst of icy blue mist that immediately began pushing back the flames. "It's working!" She threw another, watching with relief as the fire retreated further. Logan's spheres joined hers, and soon a wall of magical frost battled against the inferno. The flames hissed and sputtered where the potion touched them, gradually losing ground. "You did it." Logan wrapped an arm around her waist, steadying her as relief made her knees weak. "You're amazing." "We did it," she corrected, leaning into him as they watched the fire slowly recede. "I couldn't have done it without you." Logan's muscles suddenly tensed beneath Serena's hand, and she followed his gaze through the dissipating smoke. Her stomach dropped as she spotted Silas standing at the edge of where her frost wall met the receding flames. The firelight cast sinister shadows across his face, highlighting his cruel smile. "Well, well, quite the little witch you've got there, Logan." Silas's voice carried over the crackling flames. The tattoos Beatrice had given him seemed to shimmer in the firelight, making Serena's skin crawl. Heat flushed through Serena's body, and not from the fire. Pure rage bubbled up inside her as she thought of all the animals they'd just had to rescue, how close they'd come to losing everything. Her fingers curled into fists at her sides. "You bastard!" she snapped, taking a step forward. Logan's arm shot out to hold her back, but she was too angry to care. "Do you have any idea how many innocent animals you just endangered? What kind of monster tries to burn down a wildlife sanctuary?" Silas's smile only widened, the kind that wants to see everything Logan loves turn to ash. His gaze slid meaningfully to where Logan's hand rested on Serena's arm. "Oh, that's real original," Serena rolled her eyes, her fury making her reckless. "Did you practice that line in the mirror today? Maybe wrote it down on your hand to make sure you got the wording just right?" Logan made a strangled sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Silas's smile faltered slightly. "You think you're clever," Silas growled, taking a step forward. The tattoos on his arms pulsed with an eerie light. "But you have no idea what you've gotten yourself involved in, little witch." "Actually, I think I do," Serena retorted, reaching into her pocket where she still had one frost potion sphere left. "I've gotten involved with a sad, pathetic man who can't move on from his own mistakes and has to resort to attacking innocent animals and people to feel powerful." The sirens were getting closer now, their wailing cutting through the night air. Silas's eyes darted toward the sound, his confident smirk slipping just a fraction. "Better run before you have to explain to the fire department why you're hanging around an arson scene," Serena called out. Serena's satisfaction at putting Silas in his place evaporated as his features contorted with pure rage. The magical tattoos on his skin flared bright enough to hurt her eyes, and in the space of a heartbeat, his human form exploded into the massive bulk of a Kodiak bear. Time seemed to slow as Silas charged. His claws tore chunks from the earth, muscles rippling beneath his brown fur. The rational part of Serena's mind noted he was even larger than Logan in bear form, while the rest of her brain screamed at her legs to move. But fear had turned her muscles into stone. All her clever words abandoned her as 800 pounds of enraged bear shifter barreled straight for her. The firelight caught his eyes, turning them into burning coals of hatred. And a distant part of her mind wondered if this was really how it would end.
Chapter 27. Logan. Logan's blood ran cold as Silas's tattoos blazed with an unnatural bright blue light. The magical runes pulsed across his enemy's skin, distorting the air around them with their power. In that split second before Silas transformed, Logan saw the raw hatred twisting his former friend's features into something barely recognizable. The change rippled through Silas's body, his human form erupting into the massive bulk of a Kodiak bear. Each muscle flexed with enhanced strength from Beatrice's magic as he charged straight for Serena. Time seemed to crystallize. Logan's heart thundered in his chest as he watched Silas's massive paws tear up chunks of earth, closing the distance to Serena with frightening speed. The bear's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, fixed solely on the woman Logan had just found again. Primal rage and protective instincts surged through Logan's body. His own transformation came naturally, fueled by the desperate need to protect what was his. His bones shifted and reformed, brown fur sprouting across his skin as he launched himself between Silas and Serena. The familiar rush of power flooded his limbs as he took his bear form, planting his paws firmly in front of Serena. He towered over her smaller frame, muscles coiled and ready. A deep growl rumbled through his chest, the sound carrying a clear warning, even as Silas bore down on them both. Logan's enhanced senses picked up Serena's rapid heartbeat behind him, the acrid smell of smoke from the burning sanctuary, and the magical energy crackling around Silas's approaching form. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, to eliminate the threat to his mate. Silas's claws flashed in the firelight as he closed the final few feet between them. Logan's lips pulled back in a snarl, exposing razor-sharp teeth. The tattoos on Silas's bear form pulsed with that same eerie blue light, promising enhanced strength behind every blow. But Logan didn't care. He'd tear himself apart before he let Silas lay a single claw on Serena. The ground trembled as the two massive bears collided with bone-crushing force. Logan's protective rage fueled every swipe of his claws, every snap of his powerful jaws. Silas's magically enhanced strength made his attacks devastating, but Logan's fury burned hotter than any spell. Blood matted their fur as they tore into each other. The metallic scent filled Logan's nostrils, mixing with the smoke from his burning sanctuary. Behind him, he heard Serena's sharp intake of breath as Silas's claws raked across his shoulder. The pain only fueled his determination. Silas's magical tattoos pulsed with that sickening blue light, lending supernatural power to each blow. But Logan had something stronger driving him, the need to protect what he loved, his sanctuary, his animals, his Serena. With a roar that shook the trees, Logan reared up to his full height. Silas matched his stance, both bears towering over 9 feet tall as they grappled. Logan's muscles strained as he drove Silas backward, away from where Serena stood. Silas's claws tore chunks from Logan's hide, but he barely felt it. All he could focus on was ending this threat once and for all. No more attacks, no more sick animals, no more endangering the woman he loved. Logan feinted left, then struck like lightning when Silas took the bait. His massive jaws clamped around Silas's throat, crushing through muscle and bone. The magical tattoos flared brilliantly, then faded as Silas's struggles weakened. With one final, savage shake, Logan felt Silas go limp in his grasp. He released his hold and the other bear's massive form crumpled to the ground. Lifeless, the blue glow of Beatrice's magic flickered once more, then died completely. Logan stood over his fallen enemy, chest heaving as blood dripped from his wounds. He felt no remorse, only relief that the threat to his family was finally eliminated. His bear form vibrated with satisfaction, knowing their territory and mate were safe at last. "Logan?" Serena's voice was steady despite everything she'd witnessed. "The firefighters are here." He turned his massive head toward her, huffing in acknowledgement. Logan's shift back to human form sent waves of pain through his battered body. Blood trickled from deep gashes across his chest and shoulder, but satisfaction coursed through him. Silas would never threaten what was his again. "Logan!" Serena rushed to his side, her eyes wide with concern. "Don't you dare move!" He couldn't help the crooked grin that spread across his face, even as the movement split his lip further. "I won, didn't I? This isn't funny." She draped a blanket over his naked form, her hands trembling slightly. "Come on, we need to get you to the treatment room before you bleed out, you stubborn bear." Logan let her support some of his weight as they made their way to the treatment room, though his pride bristled at showing weakness. The sound of fire engines and shouting firefighters filled the air behind them. "At least the sanctuary will be okay," he muttered, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. "The sanctuary can be rebuilt. You can't." Serena's voice cracked as she helped him onto the examination table. She busied herself gathering supplies, her movements quick and efficient despite her obvious distress. "I'm fine, honey. Just need a few Band-Aids." She shot him a withering look over her glasses. "These gashes are deep enough to need stitches on a normal person. Now hold still while I mix the healing potion." Logan settled back, content to watch her work. The familiar scent of her magic filled the air as she combined ingredients with practiced movements. His bear preened with satisfaction. Their mate was taking care of them. "This will sting," she warned, applying the glowing blue liquid to his wounds. Logan hissed through his teeth but didn't flinch. The potion burned as it knit his flesh back together, but he'd endured worse. "Worth it to keep you safe." Serena's hands paused in their work. "I was scared for you." "Hey!" He caught her chin with his fingers, tilting her face up to meet his eyes. "I'll always protect what's mine." Her cheeks flushed pink, but she didn't look away. "I know. That's what worries me." Logan watched Serena's delicate fingers work as she applied the last of the healing potion to his wounds. Her touch sent sparks of electricity through his skin, making his bear rumble with contentment, despite the burning sensation of the medicine. "This section's going to need complete rebuilding," he said, rolling his shoulder to test the newly healed muscle. "Insurance company's going to love this." Serena's gray eyes met his. "We'll figure it out together. I'm not going anywhere." His bear perked up at that "we." Logan's chest tightened as she stepped between his legs where he sat on the examination table, her small frame fitting perfectly against him. "I mean it," she continued, pushing her glasses up her nose in that adorably nervous way of hers. "I love you, Logan. I never really stopped, even when I thought I had." Her hands came to rest on his chest, right over his thundering heart. "And yes, I want to move in with you." Logan's bear roared with triumph inside him. She was choosing them, claiming them just as much as they'd claimed her. The urge to grab her, to mark her as his mate right there on the examination table, nearly overwhelmed him. But something in her expression made him hold back, sensing she had more to say. Her fingers traced one of his newly healed scars. "We'll rebuild this place together, make it even better than before." A small smile played on her lips. "I love you too," he said, his voice deep with emotion. His hands came up to cup her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. "Never stopped, not once in these past 10 years. Even when I tried to convince myself otherwise." Her eyes widened, a pretty blush spreading across her cheeks. "I used to dream about you coming back to Saltwater Grove," he admitted, one hand sliding down to rest possessively on her hip. "I had hoped somehow we'd find our way back to each other. Now here you are, saving my animals, protecting my sanctuary." He pulled her closer, enjoying how she fit against him. "Making me fall madly in love with you all over again." "Logan," she whispered, He pulled her even closer, his large hands spanning her waist. His bear purred at having his mate in his arms, safe and willing to build a life with him. The scent of her happiness mixed with the lingering traces of her healing magic, creating an intoxicating combination that made his head spin. "You have no idea how happy you've made me," he murmured, pressing his forehead against hers. "Having you here, in our home." His voice roughened with emotion. "It's everything I wanted back then, and everything I want now." Serena's fingers traced patterns on his chest, right over his thundering heart. "Our home," she tested the words, a smile spreading across her face. "I like the sound of that." "Good, because I'm never letting you go again." His possessive declaration made her shiver in his arms. Logan captured her lips with his, pouring 10 years of longing and love into the kiss. Her small gasp of surprise melted into a soft moan as she pressed closer, her fingers tangling through his dark hair. The kiss deepened, transforming into something that spoke of shared dreams and promises, of lazy Sunday mornings and quiet evenings, caring for the animals together, of a future filled with the kind of love that stories were written about. When they finally broke apart, Serena's glasses were slightly askew, and her cheeks were flushed pink. Logan's heart swelled at the sight. This brilliant, beautiful witch was his, and this time he'd make damn sure she knew exactly how cherished she was. "Welcome home, Serena," he said simply.
Chapter 28. Serena. Serena wiped sweat from her brow as she helped Logan clear more charred debris from what used to be the wolf enclosure. The acrid smell of smoke still lingered weeks after the fire, making her nose wrinkle. She glanced at Logan, noting the tight set of his jaw as he examined another burned support beam. "This one's completely shot too," he said, tossing it onto their growing pile of unusable materials. "We could try reinforcing it with a strengthening potion," she suggested, though they both knew it wouldn't work on wood that far gone. Logan shook his head. "Need to replace it entirely." He pulled out his phone, making another note in what she knew was an increasingly expensive list of repairs. The insurance adjuster had taken one look at the magical residue from Silas's attack and declared it outside their coverage parameters. Serena had never seen Logan so close to shifting and mauling someone in frustration. "At least the animals are doing well at the temporary shelters," she offered, trying to stay positive. The local zoo and several nearby sanctuaries had taken in Logan's rescued animals while they rebuilt. "Yeah." Logan attempted a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, though that wolf keeps giving the zoo staff attitude. "She always was particular about her dinner being served at exactly sunset." Serena laughed, remembering the picky wolf's habits. They worked in companionable silence for a while, but Serena's mind raced through possibilities. Nothing seemed like it would generate enough money fast enough. "I found another one of your hair ties," Logan called out, holding up a slightly singed elastic band. "Add it to the collection." She gestured to the small pile of recovered items on a nearby stump. "Though I'm pretty sure half of those belonged to me before the fire anyway." "True. Your hair ties have been multiplying around here like rabbits since you moved in," says the man who leaves coffee mugs in every corner of the sanctuary. Logan's genuine laugh made her heart lift, even as she caught him sneaking another worried glance at the extensive damage around them. She wished she could wave her wand and fix everything, but even magic had its limits. There had to be a way to save this place. Serena could barely contain her excitement as Logan's truck wound along the coastal road toward town. She kept sneaking glances at him, fighting back a smile at his adorably grumpy expression. "We should be working on the sanctuary," Logan muttered, though he still reached over to take her hand. "The sanctuary will still be there in an hour." She squeezed his fingers. "Besides, you haven't had a proper cup of coffee in days." "I have coffee at home." "That sludge you make, I'm pretty sure it could strip paint." "I like my coffee strong." She watched the ocean sparkle through the trees, her stomach doing little flips of anticipation. "Turn here." "I know how to get to the cauldron and cup," he said, but there was affection in his voice. Serena rehearsed her surprise in her head for the 100th time. She'd spent days coordinating with Nina and calling in favors from what felt like half the supernatural community, if everything went according to plan. "You're being suspiciously quiet," Logan said, parking in front of the cafe. "Just enjoying the morning." She hopped out before he could question her further. "Come on, Bear, your coffee awaits." Logan followed her up the wooden steps, the salt breeze ruffling his dark hair. "You're up to something." "Maybe I just want to treat my boyfriend to breakfast." She reached for the door handle, her heart racing. "Is that so hard to believe?" "Yes." Serena laughed and pulled him inside, where the familiar chime of the bell above the door heralded their arrival. Serena's heart soared as she watched Logan's expression shift from confusion to amazement. The cauldron and cup was packed with familiar faces, all beaming at them. Julie stood near the counter, practically bouncing with excitement, while Nina orchestrated floating trays of coffee and pastries through the crowd. "Surprise," Serena said softly, squeezing Logan's hand. "Turns out people really care about what you've built here in Saltwater Grove." "I don't understand." Logan's voice trailed off as Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop pressed an envelope into his hands. "For the wolves," the elderly woman said. "My late Harold always loved hearing them howl at night." The floating menu board had transformed into a donation tracker, magical chalk tallying numbers that made Serena's eyes widen. She caught sight of Julie giving her a thumbs up and felt warmth spread through her. "The whole town's been asking about the sanctuary," Nina called out, purple sparks at her fingers as she directed a fresh batch of her famous dragon's breath hot chocolate toward them. "Couldn't keep them away if I tried." Logan seemed rooted to the spot, so Serena gently guided him further inside. The familiar scent of coffee and magic wrapped around them as person after person approached, with donations and offers of help. "My construction crew can handle the heavy lifting," Mr. Martinez said, clapping Logan on the shoulder. "And I can help with the landscaping once the buildings are up," added the local dryad, her leaf-green hair rustling with enthusiasm. Serena watched Logan's face, seeing the rigid set of his shoulders slowly relax as he realized he wasn't alone in this. The bear shifter, who always insisted on handling everything himself, was finally learning to accept help from others. "Did you organize all this?" Logan asked her during a brief lull, his gold-flecked eyes soft with wonder. "Julie helped spread the word, and Nina offered the space." Serena adjusted her glasses, suddenly shy. "I just thought, well, the sanctuary means something to everyone here, not just us." Warmth bloomed in Serena's chest as Logan pulled her close, his lips brushing her temple. Her pulse skipped at the tender gesture, especially here in front of everyone. "You're truly amazing, you know that?" His voice rumbled with emotion. I can't even..." Serena tried to fight back a pleased smile. "Well, now we can rebuild the sanctuary properly, make it even better than before." "We could expand the wolf enclosure," Logan mused, his gold-flecked eyes lighting up. "Maybe add that rehabilitation pool you kept talking about." "Oh, now you want the pool?" Serena raised an eyebrow. "Last week you said, and I quote, 'Water features are just fancy puddles waiting to happen.'" Logan's laugh vibrated through her. "That was before I knew we'd have actual funding, though we're not adding any of those magical fountains you showed me." "They're therapeutic," Serena protested, though she couldn't keep the grin off her face. "The water changes color based on the animal's mood." "We don't need a bunch of grumpy bears turning the water black because their breakfast was 5 minutes late." "Fine," she poked his chest. "But I'm adding those self-cleaning runes to the enclosures whether you like it or not. Your current system of hosing everything down is prehistoric." "There's nothing wrong with good old-fashioned elbow grease." Says the man who complained for an hour yesterday about mucking out the deer pen. Their playful bickering continued as they discussed plans, Serena's heart feeling lighter than it had in months. This was what she'd missed most during their years apart. Not just the banter, but the way they challenged each other, pushed each other to be better. The way his stubbornness met her practicality halfway, creating something stronger than either of them could manage alone. Serena leaned into Logan's warmth, his arm a comfortable weight around her waist as they watched the bustling crowd at the cauldron and cup. "You know what this means?" Logan's thumb traced circles on her hip. "You're stuck with me now. The whole town knows you're invested in the sanctuary." "Oh, is that what this was about?" She adjusted her messy bun, trying to hide her smile. "And here I thought I was just helping the animals." "Sure you were." His eyes sparkled with amusement. Nothing to do with wanting to spend more time with a certain ruggedly handsome bear shifter. Ruggedly handsome? Someone's been reading too many romance novels. But her heart fluttered as she watched him sketch out more plans on napkins, his enthusiasm infectious. The floating menu board behind them rearranged itself to show the latest donation total, and Serena felt a surge of pride. This was what coming home meant. Not just returning to Saltwater Grove, but finding her place in it. The sanctuary wasn't just Logan's dream anymore, it was theirs. "We should probably rescue Nina's napkin supply before you redesign the entire sanctuary on them," Serena said, watching him start on his 7th sketch. "Just one more. I want to show you where we could put that meditation garden you mentioned, for the recovering animals. And the bear who needs to learn to relax once in a while? I'm perfectly relaxed." Logan pulled her closer, his warmth seeping through her sweater. "Especially now that I have my favorite potions witch to keep me in line." Serena was filled with joy as she looked around at their friends and neighbors. Julie caught her eye and mouthed, "I told you so," with a knowing grin. Even Nina's constellation-speckled apron seemed to twinkle more brightly as she orchestrated another round of floating coffee cups. This was home, not just the town, but right here, in Logan's arms, planning their future together. The sanctuary would be more than just a haven for animals. It would be their haven, too. "You know what?" Serena tilted her head to look up at Logan. "I think this is the happiest I've been in years." "Even with all the chaos of rebuilding?" he asked with his half-grin that made her heart race. "Especially with the chaos." She smiled back at him. "It's our chaos." Logan's warm chuckle vibrated through her. "Our chaos. I like the sound of that."
Chapter 29. Logan. Logan steered his truck down the winding coastal road, the setting sun painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. His heart felt fuller than it had in years. The stack of checks and pledges from the fundraiser were tucked safely in Serena's purse beside him. The way she'd rallied the whole town to help rebuild his sanctuary, his dream, left him in awe. "I still can't believe you did that," he said, stealing a glance at her. The fading sunlight caught in her hair, making the light brown strands glow like honey. "You're something else, you know that." Serena smiled at him. "Well, someone had to knock some sense into that stubborn bear head of yours. You can't do everything alone." The scenic lookout approached, offering a sweeping view of the coastline and town below. Logan pulled the truck over. "What are we doing?" Serena asked, but Logan was already out of his seat and around to her door. He opened it with a flourish. "Getting a better view." His voice came out rougher than intended, his bear stirring with the need to show her exactly how much her support meant to him. She took his offered hand, letting him help her down. "The sunset is beautiful tonight." "Not as beautiful as you." Logan pulled her close, one hand settling on her waist while the other cupped her cheek. "Thank you for everything." He kissed her then, pouring all his gratitude and love into it. Her fingers curled into his shirt as she pressed against him. The bear in him growled in satisfaction. His mate, his future, right here in his arms where she belonged. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Serena's eyes sparkled behind her slightly fogged glasses. "So, I take it you liked the surprise?" Logan laughed, deep and full. "You're the best surprise I've ever gotten." He kissed her again, gentler this time. Logan's truck bounced along the familiar dirt road, the cabin coming into view as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon. His heart thrummed with an excitement he hadn't felt since he was a cub, discovering his strength for the first time. Serena was more than just a mate. She was his partner, his confidant, his equal. He pulled up to the cabin and killed the engine, turning to look at her. The interior lights cast a warm glow over her features. Her eyes, the color of storm clouds, met his with a spark of anticipation. "We're home," he said, the words resonating deep within him. Home. It wasn't just a structure of wood and stone. It was a feeling, one that he'd only ever experienced with Serena. He got out of the truck and rounded to her side, opening the door. But before she could step down, he scooped her into his arms. A delighted laugh escaped her lips. "Logan, what on earth are you doing?" He grinned, his bear close to the surface, eager to claim their mate in the most primal way. "Making sure you know this is where you belong." She wrapped her arms around his neck, her laughter subsiding into a contented sigh as he carried her over the threshold. The cabin was modest, but it was theirs now. He kicked the door shut behind them and made his way to the bedroom, his strides purposeful. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. "You never stop amazing me," he murmured, his hand stroking her back soothingly. "I hope you know that." Serena laughed softly, her forehead resting against his. "You're not so bad yourself, Logan Steele," he mock-growled, nipping playfully at her lower lip. "Just Logan will do, Ms. Bloom." She rolled her eyes fondly, pressing a quick kiss to his lips before climbing off his lap. Logan watched her as she sauntered over to the dresser, fetching them both a pair of discarded pajama bottoms. He accepted the clothing with a nod of thanks, his gaze lingering on her curves as she dressed. "You know," he said, pulling on his own pants and standing up to stretch, "I think this might be the best part of the day." Serena quirked an eyebrow at him, a smirk playing on her lips. "Oh? And what part is that?" He closed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. "The part where we get to laugh and enjoy each other's company, of course." He kissed her, a lingering promise of many more nights just like this one. "And I hope you know, I plan on spending a lot more nights with you, just like this." Serena's laughter filled the room, a sweet melody that warmed Logan's heart. "I'm counting on it," she said, her fingers running through his messy hair. They tumbled back onto the bed and Logan pulled Serena closer, her back pressed against his chest as they lay in the comfortable silence of their bedroom. Her hair tickled his nose, carrying the scent of her lavender shampoo. His bear hummed contentedly inside him, satisfied to have their mate safe in their arms. "You know," he murmured against her neck, "I never really thought I'd get a second chance at this." Serena turned in his arms to face him. "At what?" "Being with you again. Loving you again." He traced his thumb along her jawline. "I was an idiot to let you go the first time." She poked his chest playfully. "We were both idiots, but we figured it out eventually." "Better late than never." He captured her hand and kissed her palm. "I love you, Serena, more than I did back then, and that's saying something." Her smile lit up her whole face. "I love you too, you big grumpy bear." Logan growled playfully, nipping at her ear. "I'm not grumpy." "Sure you're not." She yawned, snuggling closer. "Just possessive and overprotective." "Damn right." He tightened his arms around her. "And don't you forget it."
Chapter 30. Serena. Serena finished applying the healing potion to the injured fox's leg. The morning sun streamed through the newly installed skylights, filling the expanded medical wing with golden light. A year had transformed the sanctuary into something even more special than before, with its enhanced facilities and reinforced magical protections woven into every wall. "There you go, sweet thing," she murmured, scratching behind the fox's ears. The animal nuzzled her hand in response, making her smile. "Talking to the patients again?" Logan's deep voice carried across the room as he entered, his dark hair tousled from his morning rounds. Her heart still skipped a beat every time she saw him, especially when he gave her that crooked grin. They're better conversationalists than some people I know, she teased. At least they don't steal the last blueberry muffin. That was one time. He crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. And I made it up to you. You did. She leaned back against his chest, savoring his warmth. The fox watched them with curious eyes before curling up for a nap. Through the window, she could see the whole sanctuary before them. The new aviaries gleaming in the sunlight, the expanded enclosures filled with recovering wildlife, and the gardens where she grew her potion ingredients, each addition made with love and care, funded by their supportive community. Remember when you thought this place would bankrupt you? She turned in his arms. Now look at it. Pretty sure that was your doing. He pressed a kiss to her temple. Your potions, your healing touch. This place wouldn't be half of what it is without you. The praise still made her chest warm, but now she could accept it without deflecting. This was where she belonged, helping animals, practicing her craft, and sharing her life with the man who'd helped her rediscover her confidence and joy. Speaking of my potions, she said, I need to check on that batch for the injured eagles. Want to help? Only if you promise not to turn anything into flowers this time. That was also one time, she laughed, taking his hand and leading him toward her workroom. And admit it, those daisies smelled amazing. Later that night, Serena finished updating the last of her patient charts, noting the remarkable recovery of the young deer they'd taken in last week. The setting sun painted the medical wing in warm, amber hues, casting shadows across her desk. She tucked her hair behind her ear as she reviewed her notes one final time. Logan's footsteps echoed down the hall. She'd recognize that particular gait anywhere. But something was different about his rhythm today, almost bouncy. When he appeared in the doorway, he was practically vibrating with contained energy. Hey there! His voice carried a hint of something she couldn't quite place. About done. Just finishing up. She narrowed her eyes at him. Why are you smiling like that? Like what? He scratched his chin, a telltale sign he was hiding something. Can't a man smile at his beautiful girlfriend? A man can. You, however, look like you just found a honey stash. Just head home when you're done. Take your time. He backed away, still grinning. No rush. An hour later, Serena pushed open their cabin door, breathing in the peculiar mix of herbs and wood smoke that meant home. The scent of rosemary and garlic drew her toward their back porch, where she stopped short at the threshold. Logan had transformed their usual dining space into something magical. Twinkling fairy lights draped the restored wooden beams, casting a soft glow over a table set with their best dishes. Candles flickered in mason jars, and a bottle of her favorite wine sat chilling in an ice bucket. You did all this? She took in the perfectly arranged place settings and the covered dishes that promised something delicious underneath. Surprised? Logan emerged from the kitchen, wearing the blue button-down she loved on him. Thought we could use a proper date night at home. Is that what you were being weird about earlier? She laughed, moving into his arms. I thought maybe you'd let another raccoon loose in the house. One time, he kissed her temple. And in my defense, she was very persuasive. The sanctuary was peaceful in the gathering dusk. Serena leaned into Logan's embrace, watching the last rays of sunlight paint the sky in brilliant pinks and purples. She couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Serena soon savored another bite of the perfectly seasoned salmon, watching Logan over the rim of her wineglass. He'd outdone himself with dinner, the fish practically melted in her mouth, and the roasted vegetables had just the right balance of herbs and garlic. His cooking skills had definitely improved since their younger days when his idea of a fancy meal was ordering takeout. This is incredible, she said, gesturing with her fork. His hand found hers across the table for what felt like the 100th time that evening. Not that she minded, she loved how attentive he was, but combined with the way he kept fidgeting and checking his pocket, something was definitely up. You're being weird again, she said, tilting her head. What are you plotting? Can't a man just enjoy dinner with his gorgeous girlfriend? His gold-flecked eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. A man can? You look like you're about to burst. He topped off her wine glass, his fingers trailing along her arm as he pulled back. Just happy you're here. Uh-huh. She narrowed her eyes playfully. This wouldn't have anything to do with that mysterious phone call you took earlier, would it? What phone call? He stuffed a large bite of food in his mouth, avoiding her gaze. The one where you practically whispered the whole time and kept looking over your shoulder to make sure I wasn't nearby? You're imagining things. He reached across to steal a bite from her plate, something he knew would distract her. How's your salmon? Perfect, and don't change the subject. She laughed, batting his fork away. You're terrible at keeping secrets, you know that, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. But his wide grin said otherwise as he captured her hand again, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. The evening air was perfect, just cool enough to make snuggling close feel cozy, with the sound of crickets providing a gentle backdrop to their meal. Whatever Logan was planning, Serena decided to let him have his moment. After all, his surprises usually turned out to be worth the wait. After dinner, Serena followed Logan down the porch steps. Her curiosity piqued as he led her away from their usual evening spots. The sanctuary stretched out before them, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A string of twinkling lights caught her attention, creating a path that wound between the enclosures. Logan, what are you up to now? She squeezed his hand. If this is another surprise animal rescue, just trust me. He gently tugged her forward, his eyes dancing with his barely contained excitement. The lights guided them deeper into the sanctuary, and Serena's breath caught in her chest as recognition dawned. There, standing proud against the darkening sky, was the old oak tree. Their oak tree. The wooden swing still hung from its sturdy branch, now adorned with fairy lights that cast a magical glow over the entire scene. You remembered? She whispered, memories flooding back of countless afternoons spent here, stealing kisses and sharing dreams. How could I ever forget? Logan's voice was soft. This is where you first told me you loved me. Her heart thundered in her chest as he drew her closer to the tree. The evening breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and pine, mingling with the familiar woodsy scent that was uniquely Logan. Remember how you used to push me so high I thought I could touch the stars? She reached out to touch the swing, running her fingers along the smooth wood. And you'd squeal every time, even though you were the one who kept asking for higher. He chuckled, then suddenly grew serious. His hand slipped into his pocket. Serena's breath hitched as Logan dropped to one knee, the fairy lights casting a warm glow across his features. He pulled out a small velvet box, and her world narrowed to just this moment, just them. Serena Bloom, loving you then was the easiest thing I'd ever done. Losing you was the hardest. Finding you again, that was fate giving us another chance. His voice cracked slightly. Will you marry me? Tears blurred her vision as he opened the box, revealing a delicate ring that caught the light of their makeshift stars. Her hands trembled as she reached for him. Yes, she managed through happy tears. Of course, yes, you wonderful sneaky bear. Logan slipped the ring onto her finger, then pulled her into his arms, spinning her around as she laughed. When he set her down, she grabbed his shirt collar and tugged him close. So this is why you were being so weird at dinner? I was not being weird, he protested, pressing his forehead to hers. I was being strategic. Logan's eyes reflected the twinkling lights above them as he met her gaze. Serena's heart raced as his fingers traced along her jaw. When his lips met hers, the kiss was soft, unhurried, a promise wrapped in warmth and certainty. Her hands found their way to his chest, feeling his heartbeat match her own rapid rhythm. The ring on her finger caught the fairy lights, sending tiny sparkles dancing across their faces. I love you, she whispered against his lips. I love you too, he breathed back. Their kiss deepened, and Serena melted into him. Here, beneath their oak tree where everything began, she knew now this was where she was always meant to be.